In the infinite universe, a great explosion occurred, followed by a shockwave that rattled this place. One day, God created a new world, a peculiar world made solely to ease his boredom. When he opened his deep eyes, which held the unknown, God gave this strange world a name, the Abyss, and he slowly began, releasing different kinds of creatures into the place where humans lived, placing the beings he created into that world. Humans could only watch as each of those creatures fell, thus opening a new scene, a war of desperation. Humans and those creatures plunged into wars, fighting for every second of survival and the essential means of existence. Humans even slaughtered each other to seize a chance to survive and struggle. Even when they were nothing but dry skeletons, they had to run each other through with a sword just to be satisfied. And what was gained in the end was just a chest of glittering but cold gold coins. Fight, kill, and survive, and then God will reward you. However, seeing his chess pieces fight each other until they were no longer whole, God enjoyed this very much. Nothing entertained him more than this. In a hidden corner of the abyss, a demonic beast had been defeated. But the warrior was no longer intact either. He staggered, fresh blood spurting from the corner of his mouth, trying to support his trembling body. However, behind him, another monster was still silently lurking. Despite the man's struggle to crawl back up, it suddenly extended its sharp, cold claws, striking straight down. He couldn't react in time. His entire body took the full force of the attack. A tragic scream echoed through the deep abyss. As the monster prepared to deliver another fatal blow, he could only look up and laugh loudly, a hoarse and desperate laugh. Before taking his last breath, the man didn't forget to utter a sarcastic remark. "You damn fools, you'll all die anyway." Hearing this, the monster seemed enraged. It roared and gathered its power into a giant orb. In that moment, only one thought flashed through the warrior's mind. If it were them, they would have succeeded if it were him. After receiving the final stream of energy, the magic circle in Eris's hands lit up once more. She clenched the energy stream before it completely vanished, a sign that the last member of the Suicide Squad had died. Then Eris slowly turned back, her stern gaze sweeping over everyone, her voice echoing in the space now. Then finally, the four of us. Eris, Queen of the Valkyrie. The last Suicide Squad, one of its 4 members, seriously emphasized each word as if to engrave it into their hearts, are the last surviving humans. The person brooding not far away was Keldian of the last Suicide Squad, one of the 4 members. The injured person next to them, Kang Tai of the last Suicide Squad, one of the 4 members. The remaining person was Han Su, sitting on a pile of rubble. Kang Han Su of the last Suicide Squad. One of the 4 members kept his eyes closed as he listened to her words. "We are the only ones who can save humanity." At this, he slowly opened his deep blue eyes, his gaze so profound it seemed to pierce through the night. In this world exists a time-space stone with mystical power regarding the time-space stone of Erkeniel, the great orb known to possess the mystical power to return to the past. It wanders throughout the universe, drifting between countless dimensions. So many hands have reached out hoping to grasp that power, the final hope of humanity, a species that went extinct after 50 years of entering the abyss. At this moment, Kang Tae stood before the stone, his heart filled with determination. But only one person can go back to the past. He walked with heavy steps, the sword in his hand seeming to drag along all his remaining will. What is there to think about? Isn't it obvious who should go back to the past? Kang Tae smiled, a bright yet confident smile, almost deluding himself, the strongest among us. For example, everyone knows who that is, right? Keldian coolly adjusted his glasses, his lips curling into a sarcastic smile. "I thought you were going to say something logical for once." Kang Tae gritted his teeth, furious that the glimmer of hope was instantly extinguished. "This bastard, I actually trusted you for a moment." He didn't let up, adding another casual remark that cut into his heart like a cold blade. "I really regret it." The atmosphere between the two instantly became as tense as a violin string. Eris then stepped forward, her firm and cold voice cutting through the argument. "Both of you, that's enough." Eris walked straight towards Han Su, each heavy step seeming to carry the weight of this world. Because most of the Valkyries sent to battle the Golden Dragon were defeated, it's only a matter of time before they get here. She stopped right in front of him, her gaze steady without a hint of hesitation. "It may seem unfair, but we have no other choice." She was also certain about her decision. The only one among us who can return to the past is... Looking at Han Su's expressionless face, Eris still named the person she trusted the most, Yukong Han Su. Hearing that Han Su just silently raised his calloused hand, the crisscrossing battle scars a testament to his entire life. His gaze grew distant, dazed, as countless memories flooded his mind. "I've been fighting for too long. From the first day I set foot in the abyss, I've always had to grip my sword tightly and face hordes of monsters. And after that, endless armies of skeletons, it just kept repeating every day for so many years. With every swing of my sword, fresh blood splattered everywhere to the point where the thought of giving up briefly crossed my mind. I have fought time and time again. His gaze fell upon his palm where a fresh blood stain had yet to dry. Isn't death also a good way out? Suddenly, Eris gently touched his hand. The touch wasn't strong, but warm enough to pull Han-Su out of his spiral of despair. Don't be so weak. She knelt on one knee before him, her every word seeming to hold all of humanity's hope as she whispered into his ear, "Humanity's hope is in your hands, Han-Su." Then Eris gripped his hand tightly as if transferring strength through the gesture, her eyes seeing through his deep weariness. Don't give up hope. But Han-Su's eyes were still veiled in despair, his dry lips unable to form words. He glanced around, searching for fragments of faith, and saw Kang Tai's ever-present smile. And Keldian's gaze full of expectation mixed with pride like a reminder that they had bet their lives on each other. He cautiously advised further, his voice becoming deep and sincere. "Eris is right. The fact that you started 20 years after us and can still hold this position is the clearest proof." Even knowing Han-Su was breaking down, Eris didn't give up trying to comfort him. "Han-Su, if your ability had appeared a little earlier or even just 5 years earlier, the result would be different now." Even he couldn't help but chime in to support Eris's words. "She's right. I also acknowledge his talent, but if you don't want to go, feel free to say it." At this point, Kang Tai eagerly explained his pre-calculated move, his voice brimming with excitement and ambition. "If I go back to the past, I can get all the items I never got." The moment he finished speaking, Eris glared at him, and he immediately corrected himself. "I mean you can get everything because you're the only one who can go back." Han-Su knew he had no other choice. A long sigh seemed to seep into his very bones. He made up his mind, slowly standing up from the rock, his hand still clenched as if grasping his destiny. Next, Han-Su took heavy steps toward the time-space stone. The giant stone levitated in midair, shining brightly, surrounded by a magic circle. In that tense atmosphere, the three people behind him could only watch in silence. However, when he was just a few steps away from the stone, the entire cave suddenly shook violently. Han-Su froze his palm, trembling involuntarily. This entire place was in chaos from the power of the time-space stone erupting beyond control it has. Suddenly, a dry, cracking sound echoed from the cave's ceiling. A small hole suddenly appeared, and soon it gradually cracked wide open, expanding at an unnatural speed as if the entire ceiling was being torn apart by a terrifying force. From within the deep darkness, a giant monster slowly revealed itself, making the already chaotic space even more suffocating. Han-Su subconsciously looked up, his eyes struck by the red and blue light from the monster, losing focus for a moment. Immediately, the monster let out a roar that shook the very earth. Then all its terrifying killing intent gathered, condensing into a ferocious stream of power. Seeing this, Keldian hurriedly shouted, his voice filled with sternness, "Don't get distracted." At the same time, Keldian quickly unleashed his magic light, radiating brilliantly from his clasped hands. Then he reassured the group with a resolute voice, "We will stop it." Right after his words, a massive defensive magic matrix appeared, its glowing magical runes spreading out like a web, instantly enveloping and shielding everyone within a sturdy barrier. While concentrating his power to maintain the magic, Keldian urged in a low voice, "Eris, Kang Tai, we are switching positions." His stern gaze bore into the two of them as he instructed word by heavy word, "Make sure you two hold it off while I prepare." Immediately, Kang Tai rushed forward, catching the giant boulder just as it was about to fall. "Just leave that to us." His voice a mix of impatience and a desire to prove himself. He laughed gleefully. "Now can I show off my strength?" Eris didn't hesitate, her entire body quickly shifting into a combat-ready stance. She stepped forward, both graceful and commanding. "I'll go first, follow me." Eris swung the spear in her hand forcefully, the glint of steel flashing in arcs through the air. The provoked monsters immediately snarled in response, their roars echoing throughout the cave, stirring up a tyrannical aura. Eris remained unflinching. She slammed the tip of her spear into the ground with all her might, magic power radiating out to seal the area and causing the space to tremble. She further amplified the spear's power. "Kang Tai, now it's your turn." In that instant, Kang Tai's sword erupted in flames, a destructive fire coiling and engulfing the blade. With power blazing inside him, he curled his lip into a confident smirk. "You don't have to tell me." He unleashed his latent power and declared, "I already know." Then Kang Tai gripped his sword's hilt tightly, swinging it back powerfully behind his head, his muscles tensing. An instant later, the blazing blade slammed into the ground, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent the monsters flying backward with agonizing shrieks. Before he could even crack a victorious smile, a horrifying roar suddenly echoed from within the darkness. A giant monster lunged out its sharp claws, swinging down to grab Kang Tae, but in an instant he spun and blocked the attack with his sword with all his strength. Kang Tae gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his ground, trying to buy everyone more time with every passing second. Seeing the scene, Han-soo moved to draw his sword to help, but Keldian immediately stopped him with a single curt word: focus. That word was like a brake on Han-soo's movement. He froze mid-action. Keldian continued, his voice cold but firm. Your weapons are broken. Forget them once you leave. Don't think about this place again. From afar, Eris also chimed in, her voice serious and resolute. Keldian is right. Then she offered advice, her words like commands laced with concern. Just let us handle things here, and also don't push aside the people with you just because you find them troublesome. Try your best to take care of them. Those words felt like a heavy weight on Han-soo's shoulders. Eris had now placed all her trust in him. She looked deep into his eyes and asked softly and earnestly this time, will you please listen to me? Han-soo could only manage a twisted smile, one that carried fatigue and a bit of resignation. I will try. Seeing that the person opposite him felt their hearts sink even at a time like this. You're still the same, aren't you? Afterwards, Eris strode towards the battlefield where only blinding streaks of light remained, her posture straight and firm as if to carry the group's entire resolve. I'm leaving the rest to you, Keldian. Keldian stood silently to one side, adjusting his glasses, his face as stoic as a rock. But his eyes were different. Holding a profound seriousness, he replied in a deep voice full of responsibility and looked straight at him. Kang Han-soo, I apologize, but you need to listen closely. Those words seemed to make the air heavy. Then Keldian immediately cast the spell he had prepared. Runes flashed, and the space vibrated with the intent he projected. Before Han-soo entered the time portal, Keldian made sure to impart some key advice in a voice both stern and caring. As Eris said, you have no reason to kill needlessly, but show no mercy to the vermin that bring harm in this war. Don't let those blood-soaked hands drag you down. Save your mercy for those who deserve to live. He also warned Han-soo about that cruel individual with the treacherous face, and as for the tyrant Clementine, you must remember to kill him. Keldian stared intently at him, his voice deepening as if to etch every word into his soul. Do you understand, Kang Han-soo? He gave a slight nod, a fierce killing intent flaring in his eyes for a brief moment, a light that could not be concealed for even an instant. Witnessing that the corners of Keldian's lips turned up slightly, a satisfied smile flashing by like a sign of acknowledgement. Without further hesitation, he focused his energy on completing the spell, radiant runes instantly spreading out well. Then prepare yourself. Immediately, the axis of the time-space stone activated, its vortexes beginning to spin with a loud rumble. It shot high into the air, releasing waves of an ethereal energy mist. Han-soo remained perfectly still, his figure unmoving in the midst of the energy vortex, letting his clothes flap violently in the wind. But amidst that stillness, his face grew even more solemn, his gaze unprecedentedly resolute, as if he were prepared to face anything and everything. Just then, the time-space stone suddenly shot out crackling bolts of lightning, the sound echoing as if it would tear everything apart. The blinding light immediately drew the attention of Kang Tae and Eris, who were not far away, causing both of them to look back. Keldian clenched his hands tightly, veins bulging as the magic erupted powerfully from him. Layer upon layer of magic circles appeared one after another, stacking into an endless vortex before merging into a colossal pillar of energy that shot straight into the sky. This power resonated with the time-space stone, causing it to tremble violently and activate with increasing ferocity. As the blinding lightning bolt struck the scene before him, shattered instantly, everything was swept into a chaotic torrent, and in a flash, Han-soo found himself at that fateful moment, the time when everyone was first brought to the abyss. Where are we? Have you seen my child? What is this place? Feeling that distinct change, he immediately looked around him. Before Han-soo's eyes were dazed figures wandering in panic and confusion in a strange new world. The once familiar skyscrapers were now overgrown with plants, looking as if they had been abandoned for a very long time. But unlike the bewildered crowd, an unusual light gleamed in Han-soo's eyes. He clenched his fist and whispered to himself, it worked, I won't fail again this time. In this strange place, people who had never met before were gathered together. Someone shouted loudly, where is this? A terrified girl screamed repeatedly, her cries mixing with the chaos of the surrounding crowd. I have to go home. Has anyone seen my child? Some people even started brawling without mercy. You bastard. This is all your fault. What are you doing? Let go of me. Terrified children cried their hearts out, Mommy. Han-soo wasn't very surprised by this situation. It was only natural for them to panic. It was their first time in the other world after all. Before this event occurred, countless missing person flyers had been put up. My birth year was special. Originally, there were only 100 people, but that number multiplied exponentially. The number of missing people had spiraled out of control. As the crowd began to scatter in chaos, he stood there, stunned, gazing blankly up at the high heavens. That sight left Hansu frozen, unable to react at all the year I turned 20. The sky suddenly split open, revealing a large, deep blue eye that shone down on all creation. Horrified, he instinctively dropped the phone from his hand. Some mysterious power had made me disappear without a trace. The phone fell, its cracked screen still showing a news bulletin. Security alert, Ministry of Defense and Security. We have received reports of strange phenomena in the sky and multiple missing persons cases. Please stay safe and only go outside when absolutely necessary. And just like that, a new era began, bringing my comrades to the other world, a world that devours other dimensions, a place dominated by hell. Everyone who comes here learns skills. It also brought forth bizarrely shaped plants, and the grotesque monsters turned the world into a living nightmare. And there were other bizarre and disgusting creatures, too. That was the time for warriors to raise their weapons. This is a world of violence and lawlessness. Anyone who descends into hell is transported to the other world, and when everyone from the world is present. At that time, everyone will look towards the eye in the sky, and the gates to hell shall open. Monsters began to pour out and attack everyone, and the brutal war began. Back in the present, Hansu leisurely stretched his muscles. I have 5 years to become truly strong. He ignored the clamor behind him, slowly striding down the wide road. Then Hansu stopped and looked at his palm, which no longer bore the scars of years of fighting. The skills I learned and my strength are all gone. He looked up at the gloomy, sunless sky, whatever it should be, about time for it to appear. Right at that moment, strange cracks suddenly appeared in the sky. A few people cried out in trembling voices, "What is that? The sky is falling." From within those cracks, a pitch-black sphere suddenly squeezed out, protruding over the ground. Because of its oversized rear, it was practically ejected with considerable force. The fairy appeared unexpectedly before the bewildered eyes of the crowd. It was also startled by the intense stares of the crowd, but the fairy quickly let out a small cough, trying to regain its serious demeanor. Then, with an adorable and charming appearance, it introduced itself. "Hello, I am the assistant fairy. I am here to help everyone with the express procedure." After hearing this, everyone could only stare with their mouths agape, bewildered and not understanding what it meant. However, the fairy maintained a polite attitude, flashing a radiant smile, its sparkling eyes seeming to draw all attention. "Everyone, please pay attention and listen." But Hansu scowled, filled with disgust at that appearance. "Those hypocritical bastards. The express procedure," it mentioned, "is just to make everyone rush in and interact with each other, telling them all to charge in and beat each other up." However, the fairy still followed the steps one by one. "First, welcome everyone to this other world. From now on, you will all receive a surprising opportunity." Suddenly, someone interrupted. "Wait a minute." The man pointed straight at it and questioned, "What is this other world? Stop talking nonsense and let me go home." Hearing this, the fairy glared menacingly at him in anger. "Listen to my explanation." The man felt a chill run down his spine, his whole body trembling. "Has it changed its tune already?" It slowly began to speak. "Here, you will have limitless freedom." Then the fairy revealed a wicked smile with sharp teeth. "Rules, order, or morality. Have you ever dreamed of a world?" Then its appearance became more and more like a life-reaping demon as it tempted them with no rules whatsoever, and not only that. The fairy painted a picture for the crowd of a world where humans wield power. The physical limits that hold you back will also disappear, and depending on yourself, that power can reach infinity. Or become someone with physical strength far surpassing an ordinary person. Or transform into a mage who can effortlessly cast a powerful magic circle just like the heroes in movies. The fairy bounced happily, continuously stirring the ambitions in everyone's hearts. "This is a chance to do everything you've ever imagined. Isn't that awesome?" Then it slowly rubbed its 2 fingers together. Let me give you an example like this, for instance. The man in front of it stared wide-eyed at the action, completely bewildered. "What is this?" While he was still confused, the fairy snapped its fingers and a part of his body instantly vanished in the blink of an eye. The man fell down just like that before the horrified eyes of the crowd. The people around immediately backed away in extreme fear. The fairy still feigned innocence, its tone gentle. "So sorry, I really hate loudmouths." That scene terrified the crowd even more. They panicked and fled, desperately searching for an exit run. But the fairy wasn't about to let them go so easily. It snapped its fingers again. Another person collapsed right before their eyes, causing a terrified girl to scream loudly, "Help." At this moment, the fairy truly revealed its cruel nature, its eyes flashing with a cold light. "I already told you I hate noisy things." The remaining people cowered at its threatening words. "Those who are still alive will work hard, won't you?" Seeing no one object, the fairy switched back to a gentle, smiling face. "Isn't it much better when it's quiet like this? Let's continue, shall we? Then it materialized a stone with an unusual character etched on it. This grayish-blue stone, this is a rune. When you kill any living thing, you will obtain it. And there are other stones with different colors. There are 8 other similar runes, and they will appear randomly in various colors, but if you work hard to grow, you can get even better runes. Then the fairy raised the stone high and spoke enchanting words, and this is the rune of strength enhancement. It did its best to tempt the crowd, its voice full of excitement. Does anyone want it? At this moment, Hansu was in the crowd. He calmly raised his hand, startling the person next to him. Hansu, cold and without hesitation, raised his hand to show his intention. In his heart, he knew one thing all too well, runes. It's been a while since I've used them. The fairy also noticed Hansu's action, its eyes flashing with a look of bewilderment. But it quickly flew a circle around him. Very good, such an enthusiastic attitude. The fairy smugly extended its hand to Hansu, its voice half commanding and half tempting. Now give me your hand. He took the stone, his face impassive as he felt the power it brought. Pretty cool, isn't it? Runes can bend the rules. The fairy excitedly began to explain what it knew scientifically. Your muscles have a weight limit of 117.1 kilograms. It excitedly pointed out, but now it has increased to 122.3 kilograms, and that's not all the rune can do. Seeing his emotionless face, the fairy couldn't help but feel bewildered. This isn't the reaction I was expecting. You don't seem surprised at all, huh? While Hansu thought how boring I have to listen to things I already know over and over again. Unable to show off, it flew away dejectedly. Different types of runes will have different effects. Your science cannot fully explain their special abilities. Next, the fairy turned its attention to the trembling crowd behind. I want to show you another example. Does anyone want to try? Their expressions made it quite satisfied, then it sighed in relief. Never mind then. As long as you possess the rune stones, remember this. It doesn't matter which rune you get or what ability it enhances. Because power lies in the palm of your hand, they are all useful. So collect as many runes as possible. Only by possessing the power of the runes will you not fall if you want to survive. These words caused some people's minds to waver. One person rushed forward without hesitation. Get out of the way, it's mine. They continuously fought and pushed each other, this bastard. The fairy watched with glee as the humans fought and cursed each other. Mine get lost, Scram. Just as the crowd was about to grab the rune, it flew away. I got it. It satisfyingly retrieved the runes it had just thrown out, seeing that young man's reaction. Just now, it seems I don't need to explain any further. Seeing their desperate expressions, the fairy added another remark, so I'll be taking the runes back now. After that, it even flew over to point at Hansu's ear also if you touch your right ear. He immediately touched his ear to check you will be able to see the number of runes you possess. The people who got runes followed suit and a system window appeared. Humans love to measure everything, don't you? Hansu ignored the fairy's voice buzzing in his ear and examined the system window. Usually it's the number 10, that's all I need to know. My strength just increased by 1 if I collect more runes after hunting Kang Hansu. Strength 11, HP 9, Intuition 8. The agility and magic power stats will also increase. It looked over at the fallen man and the lone rune beside him. It doesn't matter what you get. There will be some unfairness at the beginning. The remaining runes gradually floated away from the corpses littering the ground. In a hidden corner, a silent Tae-sung felt that something was not right. The fairy also revealed a piece of news that Mihi couldn't believe, just like the place where you used to live. Before leaving, it said mischievously, but I will grant you all a special privilege. The privilege the fairy brought was forget your past. Everyone was bewildered after hearing this. Suddenly, a knife appeared in everyone's hand. A young man was confused, not understanding what was happening now. Enjoy this new life. It added excitedly, when I leave, the training will begin. Everyone do your best. Hearing a noise, the crowd immediately looked behind them. What training? Look behind you. A horde of deformed monsters appeared from nowhere and advanced. They excitedly bared their sharp teeth and charged forward to attack the crowd. While the crowd was still in a panic, not knowing where the future would lead them, a man nervously gripped the knife in his hand, wondering, is this the tutorial? Suddenly, some people noticed something strange behind them. Something was advancing from the rear. Heavy footsteps echoed rhythmically urgent like the beat of a war drum, heralding the arrival of monsters heading straight for the crowd. Leading them was an aggressive monster holding a sharp melon cleaver in its hand, striding decisively towards the people who had just awakened their powers. The monsters behind it were no less ferocious, their eyes burning with killing intent. Their steps synchronized as if ready to crush everything in their path. That sight alone was enough to make the crowd shudder, retreating in fear, their hearts pounding as if they would leap out of their chests. At this moment, one side was ready for a fight, while the other side only wanted to retreat. Suddenly, someone raised a hand, signaling to the crowd, everyone calm down. The girl carefully reminded everyone, don't provoke them and let's back away slowly. But Hansu remained standing still, letting the crowd flee. He just coldly glanced back at the seemingly wise actions of the others. Someone who hadn't retreated for long bumped into the person behind them. The guy angrily criticized the young man. "What the hell are you doing?" he replied hesitantly, his voice trembling. "No. Something strange, there's something." The terrified young man touched the invisible wall, a chilling sensation spreading from his hand throughout his body. His path was blocked. Panicking, he relentlessly pounded on the wall, trying to escape while screaming, "Are you kidding me? Let me out!" Then the young man stopped, his breath ragged, feeling something unusual creep into his body. What is this? He realized the wall was slowly moving towards him, and his fear intensified, his body tensing up. At this point, the young man grew even more panicked, feeling pressure from all sides, exclaiming, "Are these walls closing in?" Looking back at the ferocious monsters behind them, the group felt more desperate than ever, the helplessness making his heart pound and his limbs tremble. The horde of ferocious monsters swarmed forward, their heavy footsteps thudding like sledgehammers striking the ground. Suddenly, a deep and powerful roar echoed, shaking the air. It was the sound of the lead monster, and it was getting more aggressive. The young man was stunned, gripping the dagger in his hand, his heart racing in his chest as he told himself, "Damn it, I can't die in a dump like this." Abruptly, he noticed the figure dash past him as fast as the wind, startling him. What the hell is happening? The young man immediately asked the person who had just passed through the wall, "How did you get out there?" The person looked dazed, his eyes vacant, his voice trailing off. "I don't know either. I don't understand how I was able to pass through." In that moment of silence, a young boy blurted out a number cold and clear, 49. The young man got excited and risked running through the wall. "Me too." Immediately after, the number on the wall decreased by 1, and someone cheered joyfully. "Are the numbers going down? Could it be?" The young boy realized with a start, can only 50 people leave? And then the whole crowd, as if they had found a lifeline, scrambled forward, pushing and shoving each other. "Get out of the way. I have to get out of here." Hansu ignored the crowd as they pushed and shoved each other to find a way out. He could only sigh in helplessness. How pathetic. All 100 of us need to keep a cool head and fight together. We might get a little hurt, but there would be fewer casualties that way. Hansu recalled his past life after the battle ended. When he first arrived here, about 40 people had died at the hands of the goblins, and of all those who couldn't get past the wall, only 10 survived. But this time he knew he had another choice. His eyes sharpened, filled with determination, but this time it's different. Hansu slowly drew the dagger from its sheath. Observing his surroundings, "First, I need to clear this area and move on to the next floor." The monsters began to charge fiercely, attacking those who couldn't escape the wall in time. In the chaos, a goblin leaped up, aiming to finish off the panicking young man. Seeing the blade about to strike him, the terrified boy cried out, "Someone help!" Fortunately, just as the young man thought he was dead, the monster was suddenly split in two. Hansu swiftly took one down, but immediately another monster charged at him with a ferocious look, as it was about to bring its heavy club down on him. Hansu quickly grabbed the monster's arm, stopping its attack. Without stopping there, he followed up with a fatal stab, piercing its life force. After felling the monster, Hansu threw it hard onto the cold ground, the impact echoing gruesomely. He immediately took a ready stance, his sharp eyes glinting with resolve, allowing no one to resist. Before long, the crowd could only stare in astonishment as they witnessed Hansu's masterful display of killing monsters. After finishing them off, he was exhausted, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek, but his eyes remained full of determination and vigilance, ready for the next challenge. Next, Hansu staggered towards the statue, separating the two worlds, his steps heavy after the recent battle. He casually wiped the blood from his face, muttering to himself, "This is a bit uncomfortable for my body from 10 years ago." Then Hansu reached down and picked up 2 runes that had dropped on the ground, his gaze completely focused on them. As soon as he finished absorbing the runes, he checked the stats on his system panel and saw, "With a bit of luck, my dexterity has increased by 0.1. Absorbed in studying the stats, Hansu didn't realize a goblin was getting up behind him. Dexterity doesn't just increase speed. Kang Hansu strength 11. Dexterity 10.1, HP 9. It affects the player's time perception, increasing perception speed by 0.1 times, which means the player can perform an action much faster. The goblin took advantage of his distraction and threw a dagger at him. But Hansu could feel something rushing towards him, his eyes flashing with a grim light like this. And he immediately leaned back gracefully, dodging the attack. Without giving the enemy a chance to react, he instantly spun around and threw his dagger. The goblin didn't even have time to flee before the dagger found its mark in its head. After finishing it off, Hansu's strength gave out and he collapsed onto the cold ground, but the determination in his eyes did not waver. Seizing the opportunity, the monsters charged forward madly, roaring deafeningly, their claws and fangs glinting in the dim light. They excitedly swarmed to attack Hansu as a group, their eyes glowing red, their bodies writhing. He tightened his grip on the dagger, feeling his heart pound in his chest. Just as I expected, they charge as soon as they smell blood. Immediately after, Hansu changed his grip on the dagger. He shot forward like an arrow, gliding past each monster, his dagger flashing in the air, each slash decisive and precise. Hansu's concise, decisive movements seemed to draw deadly arcs, leaving every enemy no time to react. A single slash came down, and a rune flew out from the monster's body, emitting a flickering light. Hansu quickly snatched the rune, clenching it in his palm. But his eyes remained fixed downward in thought, as if calculating his next move. Around him, someone exclaimed in disbelief, their voice trembling, "That guy, he's fighting all by himself." The others looked at the monsters in terror, backing away and muttering, "Damn it, this is really damn it. I don't fucking know what to do either." The monsters suddenly realized that something was wrong with the situation. Their roars died in their throats as they saw the crowd rushing into the fight, scrambling for the runes. As for Hansu, calm and focused, his eyes glinting with resolve, he continued to take them down one by one. Normally, there's no need to rush at the very beginning. The surrounding space filled with the sounds of slashes, impacts, and the groans of monsters as he turned to observe the situation. However, he still calmly parried an attack from another monster. He sent it flying with a single move, but now was not the time to relax. In this ruined city, including this place, there are still many travelers. If you count the whole world, the number would be endless. Witnessing everyone fighting for every second of survival, Hansu understood that during the first year here for the next 3 months it will be. At that moment, another protective wall appeared. Humans will be protected during the tutorial once the 3-month period of protection in the tutorial zone ends. From that point on, higher-level monsters will appear, and we will be forced to fight against the second years and third years. While fighting, Hansu thought to himself, but no matter what you all think, this is an opportunity. Just like that, he obtained another rune. Then he carefully held it an opportunity to become stronger, even if just by a little. Hansu clenched the rune, its light reflecting on his hand. Chaldean sending me to this point in time was the right choice. Before long, the battle ended. The bodies of monsters and humans lay strewn across the ground, a bloody and chaotic scene. The exhausted survivors sat down heavily, their bodies drained, their eyes vacant. This is unbelievable. A young man exclaimed in amazement. He took them all down by himself with just that one short sword. Now the monsters no longer moved their bodies, scattered across the ground. But Hansu still stood firm after the fierce battle. His body was tense but calm, as if nothing could shake him. He calmly surveyed his surroundings, then slowly wiped the blood from his face, his gaze still sharp and serene. What a monster. The fairy, having watched the battle, flew out excitedly, a wide smile on its face. It looked down at the survivors and praised them lavishly. "You all did well. You must have worked very hard." The fairy even cheerfully remarked that quite a few participants were left, but the crowd seethed with hatred. "You damn demon." It removed the barrier wall and added with amusement, "Now you all must have figured out how to survive, right? So I'll take down the barrier now." Before returning to the spatial rift, the fairy gave a bright smile and advised, "You all just need to keep this up. I still have work in other areas, so good luck." Hearing that, the group of people grew even more furious, continuously cursing at it, "Get lost, you son of a bitch." Meanwhile, Hansu calmly opened the system window to check. This isn't bad compared to before. If it's just this, it's enough for the training round. Kang Hansu, Stamina 14.3, Perception 10.9, HP 10.1, Senses 11.2. He silently looked down at the blade in his hand. I found something quite useful. A weapon with a dazzlingly sharp edge. The blade I received is a symbol of power. Then Hansu coldly sheathed the blade. Now, what should I do next? First, I need a way to get stronger quickly. At this moment, he could only think of his old comrades, Eris, Kang, Tai, Keldian. If it were them, what would they do now that I think about it? Someone once said this. Suddenly, Hansu recalled something from his past life. Aaron Pat had excitedly asked, "Have you ever heard of the hidden dungeon?" He watched doubtfully as the man chugged his beer in one go. A hidden dungeon. It's a skyscraper-like tower in this world, hidden within the training area. It is the dungeon with the highest difficulty. Aaron Pat clinked beer mugs with Hansu and slowly recounted, "I couldn't complete clearing that dungeon. No, in fact, no one has ever been able to clear it." He took a sip of beer, finding this a bit hard to believe. "So you only got through a small part of that hidden dungeon, and you're already this strong." After hearing that, Aaron Pat confidently affirmed, "That's right. Isn't the fact that I'm here as a member of Valkyrie proof enough?" Then he added, "If I could go back to the past, I would definitely try to clear that dungeon first. If I did, I might even be able to defeat you, Hansu." He was a little surprised to hear that. That terrifying dungeon contains glittering gold chests. One thing is for sure, the higher the difficulty, the more impossible it is to complete. But there are also more terrifying creatures lurking, however the rewards for success will be that much greater. Aaron Pat then asked, but aren't you curious about what lies at the very end? As those words rang out, his eyes immediately filled with more determination than ever. My goal has been set. Back in the present, Hansu turned to look at the crowd as if searching for something. If I want to do that, I'll have to take care of a few things first. He knew that later the two groups would gather. The first floor of the training round is where 1,000 people gather and act together. Everyone must stay within the barrier wall. They are allowed to operate in the permitted area once a week, and must do this hunting job for 3 months after that. Upon completing the second floor of the training round, the safe zone will open and they can interact with those who arrived earlier. There is also a door here, tightly bound by iron chains. Currently, there are 2 hidden pieces on the first floor of the training round, and no one has ever reached the end to get to the very bottom of the hidden dungeon. I have to get it. There is only one way to get stronger quickly, but first, I need to get the nearest hidden piece. After that, Hansu stepped forward, searching around. Let's see, it should be around here somewhere. Suddenly, someone shouted, "What do you want to do?" Sung-ho grabbed Mihi's hand tightly and taunted, "What do you mean? I'm just inviting you to come with us." She angrily refused. I already said we're going on our own. He noticed the struggle over there. Conflicts were starting to break out everywhere. He still wouldn't let go. "Where do you think you're going, little lady? We have to cooperate to survive." Sung-ho and his cronies even shared a sly smirk. Seeing Mihi's fearful expression made him even more amused. "Don't you want all of us to live?" Hansu didn't want to get involved in this mess and was about to leave. "I don't have time for this. I need to find the hidden piece because it will disappear within 1 week." Suddenly someone called his name, Kang Hansu. Sang Jin hurriedly stopped him. "You're Hansu, right?" He stopped walking, somewhat annoyed of all the times it had to be when I'm in a hurry. Hansu turned back and asked coldly, "You know me?" You and Tae-sung were both astonished to hear this. "What?" The guy immediately pushed Sang Jin aside, rushed up to him and demanded, "Hey, Kang Han-soo, are you crazy? We were together right before we came here. What do you mean by that?" But he just looked bewildered, not understanding what Tae-sung was saying. "How does he know my name?" After a moment, Han-soo finally recalled something from the distant past. "I remember now. These people with their different expressions, they were my university classmates." The guy angrily kept berating him. "Hey, are you listening? Why is this bastard acting like this?" In Han-soo's mind, they had died a long time ago. "We went on a trip together. They all died, so I completely forgot about them." Over there, Mihi angrily snatched her hand back. "Let go, we're going with him." He noticed the girl hurriedly running towards him was Mihi. Seeing she was still frightened, Han-soo knew for sure, yes, with looks like that she would definitely attract trouble. Sung-ho was enraged by Mihi's actions. "Those bastards are looking down on me." She spoke awkwardly. "Sorry for getting you involved. Where have you been?" He looked at Han-soo's emotionless face angrily. "That bastard is." Recalling the recent battle, Sung-ho bewilderedly suppressed his impulsiveness, the guy who wiped out all those goblins by himself. However, with his lackeys behind him, he wanted to take a gamble. But what if we attack him now while he's exhausted? Sung-ho aggressively walked towards Han-soo's group. "Hey." He sneered arrogantly and spoke in a contemptuous tone. "You should at least listen until people finish talking. I don't know who that guy is, but he looks pretty injured looking like that. What can he possibly do?" Sung-ho pressed his advantage, relentlessly provoking the group. "Come over here while I'm still talking nicely. The sooner the better. You all should come over here before I have to go over there." Tae-sung gnashed his teeth in fury. Han-soo blandly remarked, "There are people like this everywhere." Then he sighed in disgust and said, getting all worked up after their first fight. Then Han-soo casually walked towards him, not knowing who their opponent is, while deluding themselves that they can actually defeat that person. Sung-ho was so intimidated by his imposing aura that he panicked and unconsciously stepped back. Han-soo placed a hand on his shoulder, using a sharp, cold gaze to intimidate him. "You understand what I'm saying, don't you?" Then, without giving Sung-ho time to react, he forcefully shoved him aside. Sung-ho, still arrogant, shouted loudly, "This bastard!" Han-soo didn't let him say another word, and directly drew his sharp blade. Got anything else to say? Just then, someone stepped forward to intervene. "Calm down." The leader approached with an amicable face to clarify. "We're not bad people," Sung-ho said resentfully. "Leader." He ignored that and continued to invite Han-soo. "Why don't you join us? Looking at the current situation, there will be many things we have to do." With the posture of someone who has been in power for years, he gave a look that permitted no resistance. Wouldn't it be better to cooperate? Sensing the threat from the leader, he glared back this gaze. Han-soo observed him, his form reeking of bloodlust. That old man has completely adapted to this place. Seeing that deceitful smile again, he thought to himself that the man was no longer hiding his true nature and was as frenzied as a wild hyena. In the end, he is a lawless man. Han-Soo gripped the blade in his hand tightly, still hesitating should I deal with him right now. He remembered Keldian's parting words. Eris had said, "There is no need for unnecessary killing, but do not pity the vermin who will negatively impact this great war." The image of Eris in his mind had become blurry. Don't be too distant from others, and do your best to protect and care for them. Han-Soo silently fell into deep thought. Eris, you saved so many lives. Facing them, he still didn't make a move. It's not that I don't have time to deal with these guys right now, but they will just destroy themselves if left alone here. After that, Han-Soo directly turned and walked away. Whatever get lost, Sung-Ho cursed furiously, this damn bastard. The leader understood his attitude, let it go. Sung-Ho shouted in a panic leader. He calmly strode forward. Hey, Sung-Ho, that brat isn't important, our goal is. The leader stated decisively about the current situation to establish order in this place, in a bizarre place with bizarre monsters. Besides them, there were also a few people still devastated after losing their loved ones. There was also the fairy with a bizarre smile who tore through space and left, and above all, there's that damned fairy, but there is still something that pleases me. But he just stated nonchalantly, here might makes right, shouldn't we seize this opportunity? And so the leader walked in the opposite direction from Han-Soo. Let's go, Sung-Ho, he could only obey, yes, leader. Tae-sung was still fuming at his attitude. How can a person be more terrifying than a goblin? Watching his back, he felt that something was off anyway. I knew Han-Soo was a strange guy. Observing his cold demeanor, Tae-sung couldn't help but wonder, has he always been like this? Before, Han-Soo would always sit quietly in a corner by himself. He was just an orphan who always sat blankly in a corner, so I never really thought much about him. He impatiently stopped him and demanded, Hey, Kang Han-Soo, why are you acting like you don't know us? Han-Soo remained silent, not uttering a single word in response. Then he said something that shocked Tae-sung. It's because of amnesia he was stunned in disbelief. What, seriously? Tae-sung kept nagging in Han-Soo's ear. Why does he talk like that? He's acting like an old man, he replied helplessly. Is it that obvious? Hearing Mihi's giggling, Han-Soo just felt annoyed. What is it? Seeing her cheerful and radiant smile, he couldn't help but feel regret. What a pity she could have lived a comfortable life. But Han-Soo's eyes flashed coldly. But here, beauty is a double-edged sword. If used well, it becomes a powerful weapon. I'm sure they will be fine. Just like that, his group advanced deep into the abyss. A girl spoke up, breaking the silence. We have been walking without a word for a while now. Do we have a specific destination? Mihei also thought that was right. That's right, Han-Soo. Where are we going? He replied nonchalantly. You'll know when you see it. The girl saw the sight before her and hesitantly stopped. This place is. Han-Soo stopped because they had arrived the first destination. His face was cold and expressionless as he looked at the place before him. The whole group stopped in unison before the station entrance, the subway station containing the hidden piece. Observing the old moss-covered station sign, Gangnam Station. At this point, everyone had no choice but to follow Han-Soo. Mihi tilted her head, her eyes flashing with curiosity. Her voice was a little uncertain, but firm. Gangnam Station. But why here? Han-Soo fell silent, inwardly considering his words. He told himself I shouldn't get annoyed explaining trivial things. If it weren't for what Eris said, I would have come alone. He sighed softly, realizing that in this situation there was no other choice. So calmly, Han-Soo answered, I have a hunch. She couldn't help but wonder, her eyes curious and questioning a hunch, and to explain further, he added, yes, when I remembered I thought of this place, I have superpowers. Immediately, everyone was astonished, as if struck by lightning. Superpowers? We have a fairy here, so superpowers aren't that hard to obtain. Meanwhile, Young-Yu anxiously whispered to Jiseon beside him, Are you sure it's okay to follow him? Han-Soo overheard this and reminded them, his tone calm yet sharp, you don't have to follow. Then Han-Soo headed straight forward, his nonchalant voice ringing out, I'm someone who prefers to work alone. If you two want to just stand there and watch, be my guest. Tae-sung didn't hide his dislike, glaring annoyingly at Han-Soo. No matter what, just looking at him pisses me off. The group watched Han-Soo's back with a mixture of fear and admiration. They decided to take a gamble. He's truly unbearable, but in this situation we have no choice but to put up with it. And so Han-Soo led the way with the others following one by one, tense and cautious. Feeling uneasy, he frowned and asked quietly, Hey, are you sure we're going somewhere safe? This place looks a little weird. Han-Soo replied bluntly without looking away. No, we're going to meet some friends who are already here. Hearing this, Tae-sung froze, his voice trembling. What? He sneered, completely disbelieving. Who would live in a place like this? Are they people, you know? They hadn't gone far when Han-Soo suddenly stopped, his body tensing as if he sensed a hidden danger. He immediately stopped the others, his calm but decisive tone silencing the air around them. Wait. Han-Soo frowned, his eyes showing clear disgust and vigilance. All of his senses were on high alert. Seeing him draw his blade, Mihi cried out in terror, her scream piercing the silence. What's wrong? A piercing scream rang out, startling him. Tae-sung dodged. Tae-sung spun around. Hansu's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and the air seemed to freeze as he raised his sword. His eyes widened in terror as he scrambled to the side, screaming in despair. Taesung was utterly terrified, his heart pounding in his chest. As he watched Hansu's blade land between his legs, he croaked, "What the hell?" Hansu's sharp blade sliced decisively, splitting the monster in two, leaving it no chance to resist. Before his terrified eyes, Hansu slowly withdrew his blade. His gaze still cold and focused, he explained in a low, clear voice, "This is a dungeon modeled after Gangnam Station, and these are the green worms that crawl out when they sense vibrations from underground." Watching a wisp of white gas escape from its body, Hansu continued to explain they hate sunlight, so they usually don't come above ground. The white energy gradually crystallized, forming a brightly glowing rune. Hansu calmly picked up the rune, his voice still calm but firm. "If you get bitten by them, your flesh will be easily torn apart and will rot. So be careful. If you're bitten, you will pass out and die before you even have time to react." After hearing Hansu's explanation, everyone was stunned, their hearts pounding, terrified by the lurking danger. Immediately after he began to instruct the group seriously, "I will show you a simple way to fight them." As soon as he finished speaking, his blade came down again, slicing right through another green worm and killing it instantly. The others quickly joined in on dealing with the green worms swarming inside the station, their movements tense and clumsy. Hansu was quite pleased with how they were adapting. These 4 people are useful. However, seeing Sang-jin still hesitating to act, but this guy. He walked over to him, his tone stern yet patient. "If you're not confident, just walk on the intact marble tiles, and if you see a crack in the ground, stab your knife into it. Just be careful with your hands." Mi-hee wiped the sweat from her brow and cheered. "You just have to stab where the ground bulges up." Young-gyu calmly chuckled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "It's just like a game of whack-a-mole." But Sang-jin was still conflicted, so he squeezed his eyes shut, trying to suppress his fear and focus on Hansu's instructions. As he was mustering all his courage, telling himself, "I can do this, I have to do this," a strange sound rang out, making his heart race. Suddenly, a giant green worm burst out, opening its fang-filled mouth and directly threatening Sang-jin. Startled by its sudden appearance, he panicked and stumbled backward, losing his balance. Fortunately, Hansu reacted quickly, pushing him aside and gripping his blade tightly, his cold eyes fixed on the target. With a single swift slash, he sliced the green worm into multiple pieces, and then the pieces of the green worm's corpse fell to the ground with a splat. Relieved, Sang-jin tried to get up Hansu. At that moment, Hansu knew one thing for certain: there was no longer any doubt that the boy was unfit for combat. All he got in return were Hansu's cold, indifferent footsteps, making his heart ache with a mix of confusion and abandonment. At that moment, a cold thought crossed Hansu's mind. There was no need to keep Sang-jin. He would only become a burden in the end. After finishing up, Taesung approached Hansu. "It seems like you knew something was going to happen." "How did you know? If you tell me," he replied coolly. "I already told you." He lifted his chin smugly, his eyes flashing with pride. "It's my superpower." Hansu's confident display left everyone speechless. It was impossible to refute, right? Let's focus on hunting. And after a while, the ground was littered with green worm corpses and runes. As Hansu was picking up the runes, he noticed the others standing still behind him, his gaze questioning. He immediately asked, his voice calm yet sharp, "Why aren't you picking them up?" Mi-hee answered for everyone, her voice a bit awkward but sincere. "We think it's better if you take all the runes and protect us. Since you're the one who's going to get us out of here, you should take them all." She still didn't fully understand their effect and continued, "It's not like we can become super strong just by taking more of those runes." Hansu heard those words with indifference. His eyes remained calm as he replied, "So just take it all in return. You will protect us. Wouldn't that be better?" He sighed in annoyance, looking around, feeling nothing but helplessness. Yet he maintained his composure and focus. But Hansu seriously reminded the group, "Take whatever you hunt. If you want to come with me, then at least follow the most basic principles." Because later, when only the stronger ones remained, those who had roamed and explored around the abyss for decades, they created the most basic principles for coexisting. Thanks to that, he also obtained a precious ancient rune. "I take what I hunt in the case of a group hunt. The loot is divided equally based on their contribution and priority level. Then both sides can cooperate in life-threatening situations. Good relationships can also turn around and betray each other, giving each other a tragic end. They will be easily destroyed." Seeing the group acting united now, Hansu knew that sooner or later they would realize just how vicious and cruel this place was. Therefore, he sternly warned the group, "The thing everyone should believe in most is their own ability. If you're useless, you'll just be eliminated soon." Then he emphasized further, "Those are the rules." And as soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding atmosphere immediately became heavy and tense, silencing everyone. Mihi was the first to step forward, picking up a rune with a focused gaze. Well then, the rest of them all nodded, exchanging agreeing glances with each other like a silent acknowledgement. Just like that, the group took turns approaching the green caterpillar. Their limbs tense, Han-Su watched them all, understanding clearly in his heart. Soon they would get used to it. They wouldn't need protection. Every hand reached for the runes, and they would automatically fight to possess the runes for themselves. The ancient rune carried an extraordinary power that fueled human ambition. Next, everyone also split up to pick up each rune. Suddenly, Tae-sung cried out, drawing the attention of the whole group. "Hey, look, there's a strange rune here." He was excited to see the essence stone with its unusual color, his heart filled with eagerness. I can feel it with my instincts. That essence stone has the symbol of a strange creature, the essence of the Lunga-Cruel demon tribe. If I get this, I'll have a new superpower. Tae-sung excitedly flashed a cunning smile, calculating to himself, with it I'll get a superpower. Suddenly he thought Han-Su would demand the essence stone back and quickly hid his joyful expression. Earlier he said we'd share the items just for show if I make a big deal about sharing. Now he'll definitely make things difficult for me. Tae-sung held up the essence stone towards him to probe this finder's keepers, right? If you nod yes, you won't change your mind later, will you? Han-Su's cold nod of confirmation greatly surprised him. I didn't expect it to be this easy. As for him, he quietly observed the stone in Tae-sung's hand, essence of the Akrul dwarf tribe. It's good to have this at the start of the game. The owner of this essence stone will be covered in a protective layer because it increases defense and grants the user regenerative abilities. Anyone playing this game needs those two things. So it's sought after by quite a few people, plus it leans more towards being a passive rune. However, it makes the user crave more food, but once you get stronger, you can just steal food from others so you don't have to worry about hunger. There are also other essence stones of all different colors. The rank of a skill determines its power and level. However, to become stronger, individuals with both sharp minds and a large amount of magic usually have somewhere around 100 skills. He remembered Keldian, who could cast magic and already possessed many essence stones. Keldian alone had over 1,000 skills, however. Back in the present, Han-Su quietly watched everyone happily picking up runes. He was deep in thought, his eyes showing clear determination. We are not the same. In his past life, after many battles, he had collected quite a few brightly colored essence stones. Han-Su reached out, wanting to pick up an essence stone. When absorbing the power from it, he was slightly destabilized by its intense workings. After failing, Han-Su clenched his scratched hand tightly. Not far away, Eris also failed to absorb the power of an essence stone, just as I thought. She covered her face in frustration and complained, "We're only allowed to have a maximum of 7 skills. If I had known this beforehand, I would have learned stronger skills." Han-Su could only sit dejectedly next to the pile of essence stones. Each person can only learn 7 skills. A rule like that is a death sentence for players, but I possess an incredibly immense power to the point that such a limit is nothing. But the things he learned were already stronger than a normal person's. Thanks to that great power, I have infinitely evolved my skills. The Dororo lizard essence, which initially only sped up regeneration, later evolved to be strong enough to face Kangtai's immortality technique, and Ganglion's acceleration became as fast as Keldian's signature space-piercing move. Later, Han-Su could see the light on the horizon. 7 stars was the nickname Eris gave me because I alone was strong enough to infinitely evolve 7 skills. And then he also joined and became their comrade. Thanks to that, I was able to catch up and stand shoulder to shoulder with them, even though I was 20 years behind them. When faced with the situation of having to regress, it was those skills that defined who I was. Having been through so much and Su saw through many things, it made me have to return here on their behalf, so I cannot afford to make any mistakes until the very end. He was lost in thought, his gaze growing even more resolute. Eris said that right, choose 7 skills very carefully. If everything goes according to plan, we will get out of the training area smoothly. Over here, Mihi curiously watched an eager Tae-sung who announced, "I'm going to learn it." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately activated the hidden power within the skill stone. Tae-sung watched with delight as the stone gradually vanished, leaving behind a symbol that added to his physical resistance. Stat skill, essence of the Akrul dwarf tribe, proficiency 1.0%. I've gained a physical resistance stat. Then he hurriedly checked the data on the system panel. Jin Tae-sung, strength 11.1, accuracy 10.1, stamina 12.5 plus 1.5 perception, 10.3 physical resistance 10.7 plus 0.7. The other stats have increased a lot too. Tae-sung looked down on his indifferent demeanor. "You fool, as if I'd ever give something this good to you." He grew even more arrogant and smiled slyly. "Just you wait, I'll catch up to you sooner or later." Han-Su didn't want to stay here long and hastily urged the group, "Hey, let's go!" On the outside, the Sung still feigned friendship, slinging an arm over his shoulder like a close friend. It's going to be very dangerous from now on, so let's go together. He glanced back smugly. The strong should go in front to protect, right? You need me anyway, don't you? He was bewildered when Taya Sung smiled at her. Why is he suddenly looking at me and saying that? Han Su could feel the malice in his words. Don't tell me he sees me as a rival. Without a moment's hesitation, he knocked Taya Sung's hand away. Stop it! You're already ugly, so don't try to act cute, and I have no intention of letting what just happened slide either. He considered himself the strong one who could protect everyone and took the lead. He asked him in a worried tone. Why aren't we taking another road? Why are we going down? Han Su replied casually to catch the subway. Hearing that, she couldn't help but be surprised. There's still a subway running, he added coolly. You'll know when you see it. In the silence, the sound of footsteps became clearer than ever. That person's information is never wrong. Memories of his past life flooded back while Aaron Pat was still bragging, so after going into that many dungeons, someone suddenly interjected, I bet those dungeons were pushovers. He snapped back in annoyance, who asked you to butt in? Min Chun, with a powerful aura, retorted to Aaron Pat, it's because I've heard you brag too much, and on top of that, your basic knowledge is wrong. Just like that, Min Chun jumped in between the two and sat down. I'll tell you guys the fastest way to get stronger enough with the bragging. Then he began to show off. You guys need to get your hands on the most important thing in the training area. Aaron Pat looked visibly annoyed. Why are you being so extra? Min Chun added mysteriously, it's down in the subway. He mimed a door for Han Su. The subway stations are in different locations, and each station's structure is different, but from the third floor down, they're exactly the same if you go through the gate in the middle of the stairs and go straight down. There's also a train that always stops at the station. There's one subway train that hasn't departed yet. If you can get on it, you're basically set, but the problem is it's very difficult to get there. The train will depart in one more day. So right now, he only had one thought, something that I must resolve today at all costs. After a while, everyone arrived in front of a strange spatial gate. Let's see what it is. At this moment, Mihi was stunned by the scene before her. This isn't really Gangnam Station, is it? I've been to Gangnam Station so many times. She saw the gate radiating a mystical power, but I've never seen this gate before. Mihi guessed Han Su's intention and timidly asked, Are you really planning to go in there? You don't even know what's inside. I don't care about your feelings. I'm just following my instincts. Like I said before, anyone who wants to back out can do so. Hearing that Tae Sung felt a pang of guilt for his earlier recklessness. I will go in there. She quickly regained her courage. Me too, I will also go in there. However, Han Su could sense the tension in Maihe's eyes. It seemed she was worried. However, after being provoked by Tae Sung, she must have become fully aware of her own situation. Someone like her would be in greater danger. In that moment, Mihi could only save herself. After everything she had been through, her personality had changed. From now on, she had to become stronger somehow, even if it meant sacrificing her looks. The other girl didn't dare to follow. We'll stay here, we can continue hunting here anyway. But Sang-jin wanted to go. I'm going too. Although he was still scared, his words were firmer. I want to go in there too. Tae Sung looked down on Sang-jin's weakness. You, what are you going to do in there a moment ago? You were too scared to do anything. The usually quiet boy bluntly retorted, that's your business. For once, Sang-jin was assertive. What I do has nothing to do with you. These words directly angered the hot-tempered Tae Sung. What the hell did you just say? You're just tagging along. You talk too much. Take back what you just... That's enough. Han Su cut them off, annoyed. Stop arguing over such trivial things. He strode towards the gate. We don't have time for this, so just get on with it. Sang-jin and Mihi walked right past him, following Han Su. Ignored by the three of them, Tae Sung seethed with rage. How dare these bastards humiliate me in front of Mihi? Soon he stepped through the gate. There were over 1,000 types of monsters in the training area, and the terrain was varied. Han Su carefully observed the surrounding space. There must be some common feature. And then he found it. Just as I thought, here it is. Seeing the scene before him, Sang-jin was stunned. No way! Seeing the brightly lit convenience store fully stocked with supplies inside, he exclaimed in surprise, That's a convenience store! Sang-jin approached the shelves, his face showing clear hesitation as he looked at the items, his hands hovering unsure where to begin. Han Su calmly scanned the store, his gaze thoughtful. He said there's always a convenience store on the second floor of the station. Is this a reward? On the other side, Tae Sung picked up a knife, examining it and wondering to himself, should I take several different kinds of weapons? The main character continued to walk around slowly, observing each aisle, each item, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. His gaze stopped at the housewares aisle. He said it was more like a supermarket than a convenience store. But there's really something I need here. Having made up his mind, Han-soo carefully picked up a pot, observing every detail and considering his actions carefully. Mahi tilted her head slightly, her eyes showing a mix of curiosity and interest as she asked quietly, "Han-soo, what are you doing?" After placing the pot on a gas stove, the main character slowly took out a large bag and answered succinctly, "Cooking." Mihi was startled, her eyes immediately fixated on the thing in his hand. That is, Han-soo didn't answer, simply tilting the bag and pouring a thick liquid into the pot. She was stunned as a thought flashed through her mind. Green worm blood. In that moment, a recent memory flooded Mahi's mind. At that time, she had watched Han-soo silently walk over to the pile of green worm corpses. Watching him pick up each worm, Mahi had been very curious. I wondered what he was doing back then. Now Han-soo was intently tearing pieces of green worm skin into the pot. Goblin skin becomes highly toxic when it comes into contact with the green blood. Piece by piece they fell in. Goblins evolved to fight against green worms, and their toxins are very potent. After cooking for a while, a fragrance spread out. Tae-sung immediately approached. "Smells good, let me have a bite." The main character warned it's poisonous. Hearing that, he immediately backed away in alarm. "What if it's poison, you should have said." So first Han-soo was speechless. "You're the one who came over after smelling it?" Mihi spoke up shyly. "We never would have thought of cooking that. How do you know how to do this?" The main character replied nonchalantly, but his words were full of bravado, a superpower. "My brain is overflowing with knowledge." Tae-sung seethed, grinding his teeth and cursing inwardly. He's obviously dodging the question, that bastard. It wasn't that Han-soo didn't want to tell them, but he had his reasons. In truth, at that moment, the main character felt like his brain was about to explode from having to remember all of this. Memories flooded back. Even if you return to the past, it's useless without knowledge. On a board covered in formulas, a board hung full of formulas, numbers, and diagrams overlapped like a maze, a calm voice rang out. The amount of information you have is the most important thing. It's not just about collecting items, but enhancing them is also extremely important. Keldian nagged relentlessly. "If you don't have a brain, you won't understand why it's important, right? But you must not share this information with anyone." As he finished the last sentence, he suddenly slammed his hand on the board and yelled, "Remember this well." Keldian's voice carried both a command and a warning. "Knowledge from the future will accelerate the collapse of the abyss. You must not become a Prometheus. You can only use this knowledge when absolutely necessary." Back in the present, Han-soo stared thoughtfully at his reflection in the pot. If you don't know the exact ratios and cooking time, this stuff becomes useless. This should be good. After stirring for a while, he finally finished cooking. Han-soo poured the liquid, which had turned purple, into a bottle. Next, the main character carefully sprayed the liquid onto his blade. Then Mihe approached, her eyes curious, and asked, "Can we use that?" Han-soo answered immediately, his voice calm yet decisive. "Of course." But his next words made them freeze. "Each use will cost half of your strength or a rune of power." At this, Tae-sung roared in dissatisfaction, his eyes wide. "Hey, you're too stingy!" But he turned back and replied calmly, "I could give it to you for free, but in the long run." Moreover, Han-soo's voice was soft yet sharp. That might not be a good idea. After he said this, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. A one-sided relationship can break very easily. Therefore, Mahi quickly spoke up, her voice both pleading and a bit urgent. "I'll give it to you in a bit. Just let me use that first." The main character was a little surprised, turning back to look at her with a probing gaze, both curious and unsure of her intentions. Finally, he handed her the bottle and warned, "Be careful, it'll hurt a lot if it gets on your hands." Tae-sung ground his teeth, thinking to himself, if he's gonna do that, then I can't steal it. So he had no choice but to speak up and propose. "Can I use it first and give you the rune later?" Behind him, Sang-jin also stammered, "Me too." Han-soo said nothing, only giving his tacit agreement before turning to find other items, telling himself I should start preparing other things too. Meanwhile, Tae-sung eagerly fought for his turn, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "Of course I'm using it first, you're so annoying." Soon, Han-soo's backpack was filled. It was heavy, but just light enough for him to carry. He put it on and headed for the door. These preparations are enough. The three people followed closely behind, and when the main character turned to look at them, his scrutinizing gaze made them flinch. "Why are you looking at us like that?" Han-soo asked with complete disbelief, carrying a bag that big. "Are you trying to be bait for others?" He bent down to dig and bury the small bag in his hand, reminding them, if you don't want to fight for your life, then bury it like this. Besides, if you take everything, others will chase you out of their own desire to live. Leave something for the others. Han-soo pointed to give directions. Watching him, then Mihi thought to herself with admiration, "At first I just thought he was the quiet type, but he's really capable." At that thought, she suddenly blushed. Suddenly, Mi-hee felt out of place. She asked herself, can I get a superpower like that? Mi-hee sat down and quietly buried her bag in the ground. Thousands of pieces of information she had read before rushed back into her mind like chaotic waves besieging her thoughts. Missing person search. Hundreds of millions of people went missing yesterday, but not a single one has been able to return. Mi-hee knelt on the ground, a self-whispered promise echoing in her heart. I have to survive here for the rest of my life. She clenched her fists with determination. I must survive at all costs. In that moment, Mi-hee's eyes lit up like a faint but steady spark. To survive, I have to do my part. She stood up, glancing at the person in front of her. And if I have Han-soo... The main character also glanced over at Mi-hee, his gaze resting on her small back. Han-soo then slowly started walking, his gait calm and steady. She also followed shyly behind. Seeing this, Tae-sung clicked his tongue in jealousy. That bastard acting like he's all that. Taking out his frustration, he threw his backpack back towards Sang-jin. Hey, hold mine too. Suddenly, Tae-sung called out loudly, Kang Han-soo, that superpower you mentioned. His eyes turned serious as he asked, can we have it too? Han-soo tilted his head back and replied indifferently, it's possible. The other three's faces immediately lit up, barely able to contain their excitement, as they asked in unison, really. Han-soo's utterance of yes served as confirmation, and they couldn't hide their joy as hopeful smiles bloomed on their faces. As Tae-sung and Mi-hee chattered excitedly, Han-soo turned away and thought he said that among those who came to this world, some developed special abilities they didn't have in reality. Back then, Keldian had poured into his ear, be careful of those who came to this world. Some have developed special abilities they didn't have. In reality, the abilities are especially diverse, and among them are some truly dangerous individuals. They have incredibly outstanding traits. Their chances of survival are higher than others, so if anyone is not useful, just eliminate them. Remembering that Han-soo's face darkened dangerously, eliminate them. Seeing this, Tae-sung wondered what's wrong with him. He suddenly remembered something and said with a laugh, by the way, you're really rude. Han-soo looked back with a puzzled expression, so Tae-sung reminded him, are you still mad about me snapping at you? Han-soo walked on indifferently and replied coolly, I'm not used to it because I don't have much to talk about. He recalled the past 5 years ago when he arrived here fighting against the creatures that continuously poured in. Han-soo stood alone amidst the crowd, his cloak fluttering in the wind, hope gradually turning into despair. Back then, his eyes still held a bit of light, a flickering belief in the future. But now those eyes from the past were covered in a layer of apathy. There was no longer a fire in his gaze, only a cold serenity because that despair had overshadowed everything. Tae-sung frowned in confusion. Did he hit his head somewhere during the fight? Why is he acting on his own like that? He clicked his tongue in disgust, thinking if it weren't for that damn superpower, I wouldn't have to be humiliated and bow my head to him. Tae-sung was also secretly plotting in his heart. I'll wait until I'm stronger. Then Mi-hee and I will date. I'll eliminate that bastard Sang-jin and boss Han-soo around. He was immersed in the future he painted for himself once again. I will. While he was thinking, Han-soo suddenly interrupted. Wait. Tae-sung looked up in confusion and asked, what is it? Han-soo knelt down and touched something on the floor. Is this slime? Looking at its texture, Han-soo confirmed this kind isn't the slime of a sword snail. He analyzed each characteristic. It doesn't have the sour smell that is common with snails. Besides that, I don't see any dried intestines, so it's not a sword zombie either. In the end, only one thing flashed through Han-soo's mind, then there is only one possibility. This slime on the floor, it belongs to the land mermen. To be more certain, Han-soo carefully observed every trace. After touching the slime on the ground once more, he confirmed firmly these are definitely traces of land mermen. They are not agile, but if we are hit by their paralyzing venom. This substance is secreted from their tails as the mermen drag themselves across the ground. Thinking of the menacing, teeth-bearing appearance of those mermen, Han-soo thought it wouldn't be difficult for them to rip us to shreds. He suddenly let out a smirk, but I have a plan. Seeing Han-soo stand up, Tae-sung was startled. Stop acting on your own as if you know everything. Han-soo glanced at the three of them and said, follow me, you'll be surprised when you see this. Come help me. After he finished speaking, the three had no idea what was going on with question marks appearing in their minds. Han-soo then took out a bunch of sealed bottles. He uncorked a bottle and poured some kind of powder inside. We don't have kerosene, but this should be enough. Mi-hee looked on in surprise. Firebombs. Don't tell me these are from that convenience store from before. Tae-sung picked up a bottle and asked, is this a superpower too? How convenient for you. He said mockingly, you must like this place more than our original world, huh? I mean, you can do whatever you want. Tae-sung glanced up at Han-soo, his words trailing off. If I had the power to do that. He was startled. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Hansu stared at him, the voices of Keldian and Eris urging in his head, just kill him, no you can't. Hansu tried to suppress the thought and let out a weary sigh. He used a wooden stick to draw on the ground. I'll explain the plan, listen carefully. Stick figures appeared one by one as Hansu continued, when one person throws the bomb, the other three will advance and attack. He emphasized whoever is at the front gets priority on the runes. The three looked at the drawing and Tae-sung complained, your drawing sucks. After hearing that, he boldly volunteered, well, I'll go first, the skilled one should be at the front to protect everyone, right? Hansu ignored him and continued to ask who's going to throw the bombs. Just then, two hands were raised. Mihi and Sang-jin glanced at each other at the same time Hansu reminded them decide who's going to throw. She looked towards Sang-jin with sparkling eyes, making him feel awkward. Competing with Mihi felt a bit off, but Sang-jin tried to shut his eyes and ignore it. Finally, Hansu stepped in to resolve it. In that case, you two can take turns. In the dark of night, guided by the beam of a flashlight, shadows of figures were cast on the ground. Sang-jin walked at the very back, his head lowered in regret. How much farther do we have to go? I can't suggest retreating now. He thought with a lack of confidence, I only followed because I didn't want to be left behind. But are they all really okay with this? Looking at the others walking ahead, Sang-jin felt even more timid. He gently tightened his grip on the bottle in his hand. At this moment, Mihi, who was up front, was also terrified. Her entire body was trembling. Even so, she tried her best to remain calm, which did not escape Sang-jin's notice. After walking a short distance, Hansu suddenly warned, stay alert, they're here. In the vast open space, horrifying guttural sounds echoed continuously. Hansu quickly signaled Mihei throw the bottle towards where the sound is coming from. She was startled for a moment, her trembling hands fumbling with the lighter as she tried to reassure herself, don't be weak, that's right. The flame ignited and Mihei's eyes filled with determination. I can do this. Then she swung her arm forcefully, throwing the burning bottle forward. The fire on the paper fuse quickly erupted into a large flame. The bottle spun through the air, its light illuminating the hideous face of a land merman. After hitting the ground, it broke in two and the oil inside spilled out. The oil caught the fire and erupted violently, engulfing the merman in flames. Mihi couldn't hide her joy. I did it, Hansu immediately took the lead, drew his sword and charged. The three of us will attack, be careful not to get hit by the paralyzing venom they spit. He charged into the remaining group of mermen up ahead and attacked relentlessly, while Tae-sung watched from behind with his mouth agape. Watching Hansu slaughter them continuously, he gritted his teeth in jealousy. That bastard is taking all the runes for himself again. Unwilling to accept this, Tae-sung told himself I can't keep losing to him, but he didn't notice that a merman was approaching him from the side. In a moment of surprise, it leaped and lunged straight at Tae-sung. Out of reflex, he frantically swung his knife at the land merman. Get off of me, you maggot! Tae-sung gritted his teeth, cursing to himself, damn it, I almost missed. But in the next second, to his astonishment, the merman collapsed at his feet. Tae-sung looked at his knife and remarked, this thing really works well. Hansu collected a rune and said, the venom I gave you was worth a rune, wasn't it? Looking at his reflection on the knife, Tae-sung thought with this, I'll be able to catch up to that bastard soon enough. Firebombs continued to be thrown one after another, and many land mermen were engulfed in a sea of fire. Over here, Hansu swung his sword, cutting down the remaining ones. Beside him, Tae-sung also fought with a burning fighting spirit. In that sea of flames, desperate wails echoed. Hansu thought to himself, just as I expected from a battle using flammable, paralyzing venom. Hansu jumped up, dashing over a pile of corpses as he continued to advance. Landing on the ground, he swung his blade into a land merman's shoulder. Bringing the firebombs was a smart choice. The blade is dull now, but that's fine. In front of Hansu, the merman shrieked pitifully, thrashing violently as the venom seeped into its wound. This is why I prepared the venom anyway. On the other side, Tae-sung was in a frenzy, swinging his sword relentlessly. His gaze suddenly fell upon two runes lying next to a merman's corpse. Tae-sung reached out for them. These runes, they all belong to me. Just then, a merman lunged up, spitting out a glob of slime. Some of that fluid got on his leg and he let out a pained scream. The acid-like mucus corroded the fabric and stuck to his flesh, the numbing, swelling pain causing him to collapse. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, everyone is watching, how humiliating. Just then, the beached mermaid began to crawl closer. Its mouth gaped open, sticky drool spilling out its blood-red eyes fixed directly on Tae-sung. But there was not just one. From the darkness, numerous other glowing red eyes lit up one by one, full of hunger. The mermaids crawled towards him in unison. The sickening, slimy sound of them dragging across the ground was horrifying. Numb with fear, their entire body instinctively recoiled. His face pale, he stammered out a shout. Mother f****, care, you damn things, get the hell away from me! Taesung tried to keep his knife-wielding hand steady as he pointed it at the mermaids continuously yelling, "Help me." Mi-hee noticed, but when she rummaged through her bag, she realized I am out of bombs. Immediately, Mi-hee signaled Sang-jin switch with me. Startled by the call, he replied, "Wait a second." Sang-jin's trembling hand struggled to light the fuse. "Come on, light up, please." When the lighter finally lit, the mermaid's face was revealed in the flickering light. I am done for. He flinched and screamed, accidentally dropping the firebomb in his panic. Taesung stared in stunned silence as the flask fell to the ground and shattered. He furiously roared and cursed, "You moron! I told you to throw the bomb, not to waste it." In that very instant, a flash of light shot past, piercing the mermaid in front of Sang-jin. In the blink of an eye, its entire body was split in two, much to his astonishment. Light glinted off the blade. "Calm down and just stick to the plan." Han-soo stood before Sang-jin and reassured him, "As long as you do, that there will not be any problems." He pulled the blade from the mermaid and said, "Rest for a bit and go collect your runes." After a long fight, everything was finally settled. Taesung sat slumped on the ground, breathing heavily. I thought I was dead. He glanced at his ankle where the mucus had touched him, now completely healed. "It seems to be thanks to a skill, but my leg is cured now." Han-soo turned his head and reminded him, "If you improve your stamina and rest, you will heal faster. Go get your runes." Taesung stood up and looked at the pile of items on the ground. "Is this all I get, that calculating bastard?" He divided it so meticulously. His gaze suddenly landed to one side where Sang-jin was hunched over collecting items. A thought flashed through his mind. What if I take those runes too? Greed flared up, devouring his reason. Taesung's face darkened and a wild smile slowly spread across it. He approached him, his voice raspy as he spoke. "Choi Sang-jin, is it a Choi family tradition to be so shameless?" Sang-jin looked up, about to retort, "What are you?" But before he could finish the sentence, Taesung suddenly reached out and grabbed him by the throat. He lifted him up and growled. Sang-jin lifted off the ground. Sang-jin's eyes widened in panic. On Taesung's face was an unconcealed malice. Then Taesung tightened his grip on his friend's neck, roaring like a madman. Sang-jin. The power gap between them was too large. Sang-jin could not resist. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his grip tightening. "Hey, you idiot, you could not even throw a single firebomb. Did you forget that I almost died because of you just now?" Sang-jin could not breathe, stammering without being able to form a single sentence. "That is because you..." Just then, Mi-hee ran over and quickly intervened. "Jin Taesung, what the hell are you doing? Let him go now. He is going to die at this rate." Seeing how angry she was, Taesung shoved him hard, sending him sprawling. "You are lucky, you bastard." Looking down at Sang-jin coughing violently on the ground, Taesung acted menacingly again. "From now on, you watch carefully and do as you are told." He grabbed Sang-jin's hair, forcing him to look up at his murderous expression. "Not long ago, you were crawling on the ground with your head down. It seems you have forgotten your place, huh? Just follow others your whole life like your father and do not cause any trouble." As he was about to reach for the items I will be taking these, a dagger was thrown right in front of Taesung. He flinched. "I almost lost a few fingers. What the hell is this?" Han-soo appeared like a savior. "That is not your share." Unwilling to back down, Taesung tried to argue back. "Are you going to give the runes to this useless guy? Can you not see that is no different from throwing them in the trash? What can he even do? Come on you and I can split these runes." At this, he gritted his teeth and complained loudly. "To be honest, we would be fine without this guy, would we not? Am I wrong?" However, facing that resentment, he maintained a stone-cold expression and replied calmly, "We have to divide things fairly. You should not have touched someone else's livelihood from the start." Hearing that Taesung was speechless, knowing he was no match, he could only swallow his anger. Finally, he turned and left resentfully, not forgetting to leave a warning. "Livelihood, my ass, do not you regret this later." Watching his retreating back, Han-soo just glanced briefly before calmly turning to his companion, his voice calm but heavy. "You should also watch over your own share." That reminder snapped Sang-jin out of it, and he hurriedly bent down to pick up the runes he had dropped. In contrast, Han-soo's expression remained unchanged. He turned with a straight back and left in silence without another word. Seeing this, Mi-hee anxiously ran after him, calling out as she chased, "Hey, Han-soo, do you find us annoying?" She clearly looked very awkward at that moment, her eyes hesitant, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "With the current situation, I just thought that seeing others fight must be very unpleasant for you." Han-soo did not turn back his voice as faint as a breeze. "This is good enough for me. Even if you do something wrong, I will not complain." Mi-hee bit her lip, her words mixed with a sense of grievance. "Does that mean you will stay with us until the end?" That question made him pause for a moment. She spoke slowly with a poorly concealed fear. "Han-soo, it is just that you act like you could leave at any moment." However, he maintained his indifferent attitude, showing little emotion. Whether you follow me or not is up to you. Nevertheless, Hansu's next words were a calm encouragement. You guys are doing very well, so there is no need to worry. The three of them behind him just stood silently watching his back disappear, none of them saying another word. Meanwhile, Hansu walked silently among the corpses of the monsters he had just defeated, his gaze sweeping over the fragments scattered on the ground. They mainly dropped strength and stamina runes. It seems I cannot ignore the characteristics of the creatures, huh? Although it was not exactly what he wanted, he still bent down to pick up each rune, placing them in his hand to observe carefully. After a moment of thought, the corner of his mouth twitched up slightly. Not too bad. Since strength and stamina are both important right now, these are the stats I need. Just then, the system window appeared. Kang Hansu strength, 25.3 stamina, 24.5 accuracy, 14.1 perception, 15.2. He stared at the system window, the numbers on it still dancing unceasingly. Just a little more. Each decimal point slowly climbed like a ticking clock hand. Strength 25.3, stamina 24.8, accuracy 14.1. As he was engrossed in the system information, suddenly a small pair of horns appeared floating in the air in front of Hansu. It was a fairy demon. As soon as it appeared, it was incredibly noisy. Your total stamina and strength stats have surpassed 50. At the same time, the system emitted a crisp sound like a silver bell. System notification, you have achieved the first accomplishment. Congratulations on becoming the first traveler. Seeing that a nearby Mihi jumped, her face pale, she stammered, "Why did that thing appear here? Where did it come from?" But she had no idea this was all part of Hansu's plan. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. I managed to lure it out, huh? The fairy showed a special interest and curiosity in him, its small eyes gleaming with amusement. Are you not the traveler who raised his hand earlier? I was wondering who was progressing so quickly. It seems my assessment was correct. Then it flew around in circles like a dragonfly, giggling. We always like those who try hard. With that, the fairy landed gently on Hansu's head, flapping its thin wings as if bestowing a blessing. Then, for the most diligent traveler, I shall grant a small gift. Its voice was high-pitched, repeating the same thing over and over. You are curious what it is, are you not? Should I tell you or not get away? Mihi, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. So, her eyes showed clear fear and apprehension, her body trembling uncontrollably. Is that not unfair? Our physical stats were different from the very beginning. The fairy's smile still stretched from ear to ear. Why do you need to be so afraid? Because once this begins, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. Then it zipped in front of Mihi, startling her. We would not kill you just because we do not like you. Suddenly, the fairy's voice turned sinister like a death sentence whispered into Mihi's ear. But there will always be exceptions, will there not? And you could very well be one of them. Then the little imp burst out laughing gleefully while she was scared out of her wits. Of course, I'm just kidding. Teasing like this never gets old. The fairy's mischievous nature wouldn't let it stop teasing her. What was that not fair? Come on. You know better than that. Its next words made Mihi snap to her senses. You have an aspect that's better than others to the point that no one can compare, right? But you don't get rid of it to become equal with everyone else. It was an obvious fact that she had overlooked life has always been unfair. Done with that, the fairy flitted over to Hansu, talking about this nonsense is such a waste of time now, then it's time for you to receive your reward. His expression remained as calm as ever. I know what the reward is. Its smile gradually became calculating and dark. The reward for exceeding a certain total stat number is 3 runes of your choice. Despite that, Hansu still said nothing, letting the fairy ramble on. The little imp snapped its fingers with a click. Which rune do you want, accuracy, perception, or a healing rune? A rune appeared in the fairy's hand. One glance was enough to tell it was no ordinary item. Although it can only be used once, it can even heal a hole in your stomach, and it can also cure most types of poison. This is no different from having an extra life, watching it dance around excitedly in front of him. Hansu had a thought, but it's useless if your limbs get chopped off. The other 3 immediately took notice, a healing rune that means we can survive a deadly situation at least once. So they looked at Hansu with expectant eyes. If things get bad, at least he'll use one of those runes on me, right? Just then he spoke up, hey. But Hansu's next words crushed their hopes as he slowly walked towards the fairy imp, his voice low as if threatening it. Are there any runes for magic immunity? The fairy itself was so surprised it froze. It didn't expect him to want something like that. Then a second later, it complied, summoning a few more runes and confirming what Hansu had asked. Of course there are. Without hesitation, he reached out and took the runes from the fairy. Internally, he was constantly calculating. It doesn't seem to care much, so that means a scheme at this level is still okay. Healing runes are good too, but magic and physical immunity are very hard to find during the tutorial stage, except for special cases like Kang Tai. Hearing his name mentioned, Kang Tai felt a bit awkward somewhere else. I just picked them up. Increasing stamina is also important, but it only affects action speed and recovery, while physical and magic resistance are part of a more fundamental defense or immunity. Holding the runes in his hand, Hansu had his own calculations. I can use my experience to deal with physical attacks to some extent, but magic attacks are a different story. The system window appeared again this time. His stats had increased a lot. Kang Han-Su strength 25.3, stamina 24.5, accuracy 14.1, perception 15.2, magic immunity 13. He felt somewhat reassured this should be enough to not die instantly, right? A moment later, the fairy created a portal in midair and cheerfully prepared to leave. My work here is done, so I'm leaving now. Besides, I'm counting on you. Before leaving, it didn't forget to blow a kiss, so make sure you do a good job in the future, handsome Appa. Everyone who saw it was dumbfounded by this fairy imp's true gender. Appa, that thing is a girl. Only Han-Su paid no mind to whether that imp was a boy or a girl. He just turned to look at the other three and urged them on. Let's go. Before he could finish, he noticed their expressions looked very awkward. What's with those expressions? Mi-hee and Sang-jin were inexplicably shy and just answered evasively, "It's nothing," while Taesung just wanted to puke right then and there. Then, after some time, the whole team arrived at another corridor. The air here was thick, carrying a musty, damp smell mixed with the foul stench of undecomposed monsters. Mi-hee, with a knife in her hand, dashed past in a flash, her blade slicing across and finishing off the charging monster. Seeing it was motionless, she let out a long sigh, gently wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. A faint smile of relief appeared on her lips. It's really easier than before. But right after that, her gaze unconsciously shifted to Han-Su. He's up to something again. It's probably poison, isn't it? Mi-hee's expression turned pensive. Only now did she notice something unusual. A flicker of unease passed through her, prompting her to watch his back for a long time. But Han-Su's actions seemed the same as before, don't they? Finally, Mi-hee couldn't hold back any longer. She stepped closer and asked, "You have a lot of runes, so why hasn't your speed changed at all?" The question made Han-Su pause for a moment. He thought to himself, "She's sharp." A faint light shone on his wrist where strange characters were slowly glowing. It's because of this. Immediately, the entire team's gaze was drawn to it. The three of them were bewildered and curious. What is that? A faint glow appeared as each rune character slowly lit up on Han-Su's wrist. He explained while demonstrating it in front of them, "You can collect runes this way. Just raise your hand and think about the runes you've obtained." Mi-hee's eyes widened, her voice a mix of amazement and admiration. "How can you do that?" He continued, his tone as casual as if stating the obvious. "With my superpower." Mi-hee was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly knelt down, her heart filled with excitement. Should I try it once? But at that very moment, Han-Su stood up, dusted off his hands, and turned to walk away. His voice rang out cold and decisive. "It's useless for you to copy me." She was left stunned by him, but why? His voice was steady, without a hint of emotional fluctuation, as if reciting a predetermined truth. "First, it will slow down the hunting process, so you basically won't be able to keep many runes." The group's eyes didn't leave Han-Su's every move, as if trying to catch the smallest detail. "Second, if I die, these runes will be useless. All the runes I collect this way will drop if I die." Hearing this, the corridor fell into a heavy silence. Only Sang-jin spoke up hesitantly, his voice filled with uncertainty. "Then why are you collecting them?" Hearing that he answered directly without any hesitation, "I'll use them for trading later on." This answer slightly shocked everyone. Indeed, it didn't sound wrong, although it's unlikely. Now, once some rules are established, they can be used as currency in the tutorial area, so Han-Su just shook his head, his voice cold, as if pouring cold water on everyone. "You guys can't do it. Just go and pick them up one by one." Han-Su's attitude infuriated Taesung. "Just because we listen to you, you dare to look down on us. If you can do it, why can't I?" He couldn't be bothered to argue. He just sighed. These people don't even know where they stand. His thoughts were somewhat cold and ruthless. Once they go down there and get cursed, they'll come to their senses, but before that, they still need to be put in their place a bit. Han-Su's gaze swept over the disgruntled group as if to confirm that thought. Suddenly, he spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "Listen carefully." His face remained impassive, but his words were sharp. "Whether you follow me or collect runes, do whatever you want. I don't care." Before finishing, Han-Su put down his blade, but then immediately continued, "But in exchange, I need you to listen to me right now. And before anyone could react, he held out his hand, his gaze as sharp as a blade commanding, "Give me all of your weapons." This demand from Han Su made Tae-sung laugh in anger. He snorted contemptuously. "What the hell you think you're a robber? You already have your own weapon, so why are you demanding mine? I mean ours." Han Su explained in a level voice, "I can't beat the monsters with this. The blade is too crude and can't be used anymore. I also need a new blade." He was in the middle of speaking when Tae-sung cut him off, yelling furiously, "You think I'll agree just because you say that this bastard is ridiculous?" Veins popped on his face, his voice getting higher and higher. "If you take all our weapons, what are we supposed to fight with? We have to fight monsters too." Tae-sung's face was thunderous. He gritted his teeth. "What do you want us to do, cower behind your back?" Amidst the tense atmosphere, Sang-jin cautiously interjected, "If that's the case, I'll give you my weapon, so." But before he could finish, Tae-sung whipped around and yelled, "You shut your mouth." The atmosphere once again became extremely tense and suffocating. After waiting for Tae-sung to finish his outburst, Han Su calmly challenged him, "So then do you want to fight the monster down there?" As if he was all fired up. There was nothing he wouldn't dare find. "No problem, leave it to me. I've always hated that condescending look in your eyes. This time I'll show you." He said nothing more, just coldly turned away while thinking to himself about Tae-sung. "Oh my God, I thought he would refuse, but I didn't think he'd agree so quickly. That's right, he doesn't know what kind of monster is down there beside him." Tae-sung was still bristling at Han Su's action. Did he just ignore me again? With Han Su's personality, he didn't want to explain much as he was well aware of his own level, but my limit ends here. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly pointed at them. "I'll give you two choices when I leave, and you fight the monster yourselves." As soon as he spoke, the three of them froze, their gazes wavering. Han Su's expression remained unchanged, his voice as steady as ice too. "You step aside and watch me face it alone." The atmosphere fell silent. His decisiveness made it hard for anyone to speak. "What do you want to do?" Finally knowing his place, Sang-jin bowed his head, his voice soft but firm. "I will step aside." Mi-hee looked over and nodded as well. "Me too. If you're saying that, then that monster must be very dangerous." Seeing that Sang-jin and Mi-hee both chose to side with Han Su, Tae-sung hurriedly tried to pull them back, his voice a mix of persuasion and resentment. "That's why we should cooperate. Let's help each other in times of danger." Not stopping there, he blatantly badmouthed Han Su right in front of him. "That coward wants to abandon his friends and take all the rewards for himself. Are you guys gonna let him do that?" Tae-sung's heart burned with anger, his hand clenching maliciously as he thought, "I don't give a damn if that failure Sang-jin backs out, but if Mi-hee does too, it'll be difficult for me." Han Su just stood there, looking him up and down with a cold gaze, not wasting his breath arguing. "Friends, huh, that's a nice word. Although I have some memory of being friends with you before, you should be glad Keldian didn't come back here." He briefly thought of an old friend, his heart growing heavy. "He's probably wandering in the purple zone space now. I can't stay here for too long." As the thought ended, his brows furrowed slightly, his resolve hardening. "I have to get there as soon as possible." So immediately, Han Su cut off the tedious argument in front of him. "Enough, let's think after we go down. If I knew you guys would argue like this, I wouldn't have said anything." Hearing that Tae-sung's face instantly turned vicious, the corners of his mouth curling into a sarcastic sneer. "Finally, we're going down there. You should have done that sooner instead of spouting nonsense. The way he was trying to go down there alone means that bastard knows there's something important down there." He went down with his two friends with another plan in mind. Only a fool would pass up an opportunity like this. What if I'm lucky and find a good item? But just as they stepped onto the dark stairs, a heaven-shaking roar echoed, causing the three of them to immediately panic and run back up. Mi-hee screamed while running, her voice breaking in terror. I told you the monster down there must be dangerous." Even Tae-sung, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, was now pale, shouting hoarsely, "Just run." Because what awaited them down there was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The darkness suddenly parted, and before them appeared a giant basilisk. Its glowing red eyes stared as if wanting to devour their souls. How was I supposed to know the monster there was from a completely different dimension? Han Su immediately stood in front of the group. Compared to the basilisk, they were nothing more than trembling mice in a corner. Tae-sung glanced down the hallway, his eyes darting around, clearly looking for an escape route. He cursed inwardly. I can't believe he's planning to fight it alone. He must be out of his mind. But Han Su paid him no mind. His eyes never left the monster. A cold light flashed in his pupils, dense, killing intent radiated from him, making the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. The monster also watched intently, waiting for the right moment to pounce on its prey, ready to attack at any moment. Just a second later, it let out a loud hiss, its giant body twisting violently. The backpack on Han Su's shoulder flew off. He was also ready for a life-or-death battle. The monster's neck suddenly swelled up its scales, vibrating intensely as if preparing to spit out something horrible. Hansu seemed to realize something. His expression darkened, his sharp gaze piercing through the basilisk's every move. Immediately, he dodged behind a concrete pillar. He covered his ears tightly, as if anticipating the power of its attack. Then the basilisk roared, spitting out a powerful shockwave from its massive mouth. The concrete pillar where Hansu was hiding took the full force of the shockwave. It shook violently, and a deafening sound rang out. A second later, the concrete pillar couldn't withstand its power, and a large chunk of it exploded off. But luckily, Hansu was still intact. He smirked and panted, thinking to himself, I predicted this attack. I can withstand it a little, thanks to my magic resistance stat. But because the last attack failed to take down its prey, the basilisk became even more frantic. The powerful shockwave meant its magic was quite high. Another noteworthy thing was its scales. They were so hard that no ordinary sword could pierce them. This monster had no intention of letting him go. It slithered quickly towards Hansu, its giant body coiling and lunging forward like a nightmare. The whole ground shook as it slammed into the concrete pillar. The sound of cracking echoed loudly and dust flew everywhere. Realizing this was the right moment, Hansu dashed out from his cover, his eyes ice cold. This is not an easy opponent. He took the opportunity to rush under the monster's belly, but I know its weak spot. The knife in his hand flashed, aiming straight for a single point. Its scales may be tough, so he gathered all his strength, stabbing straight into the flesh beneath the creature's scales. Fresh blood immediately gushed out. Hit by the blow, it reared its head back and shrieked pitifully, confirming his assertion. But the area between its scales is very weak. By instinct, Hansu leaped backward, avoiding the monster's frantic rampage. But the basilisk's fury only intensified. Its massive mouth opened wide, letting out ear-piercing hisses that made the air tremble. Immediately, its giant tail swung like an iron whip, striking towards him, sending dirt and rocks flying. As if coming up with a plan, Hansu quickly picked up a stone and threw it at the monster to create a diversion. The monster reacted instantly, opening its mouth wide and firing another shockwave straight at him. This time, Hansu couldn't dodge in time and had to take the hit directly, so he could only grit his teeth and try to stand firm. But before he could recover, its giant steel-like tail swept across. Hansu couldn't avoid it and was struck hard. His entire body was sent flying by the momentum, slamming into the wall behind him. Debris flew everywhere. Dust and smoke obscured the view, and the situation became even more chaotic. Hansu's body fell amidst the rubble, his forehead bleeding, his breathing ragged, but his eyes were still open. His gaze resolute, it finally reacted to its weak spot being attacked. The knife embedded in the basilisk's body suddenly moved under his control. It plunged deeper into the monster's flesh, fresh blood pouring out in torrents, so its physical resistance stat must also be quite high. Hansu limped to his feet, dragging his wounded body out of the rubble. This is its nest area. I'm still weak against the poison gas it spits out. Hansu's hand tightened on his knife. I have 5 knives left now. 1 or 2 of them won't be enough to damage it. Suddenly, Tae-sung's hoarse, murderous voice cut in. I'll lend you mine, so use them wisely, you bastard. Then he charged forward, his figure blurring like the wind, his silhouette merging with the thick cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, Hansu's figure shot towards the serpent, attacking it directly with the knife in his hand. His mind, on the contrary, was thrilled. Let's have a little fun until I achieve my goal, shall I? Upstairs, violent tremors from the battle traveled up, making Mihi tremble unconsciously, her heart pounding in her chest. Her gaze turned towards the dim, dark hallway from where the basilisk's terrifying shrieks echoed intermittently. Her body instinctively cowered, her hands clutching her clothes, trembling non-stop. He's fighting quite far away, yet the sound still echoes all the way here. Hansu is fighting alone. Will he be okay? Tae-sung, standing nearby, clearly sensed the hesitation in her eyes. He glared, cutting her off curtly. Mihi, why aren't you moving? Impatience was clear on his face. He had lost his patience and lowered his voice to emphasize, we don't have any knives on us, so we have to run to the convenience store for shelter. As if having an internal struggle, Mihi bit her lip, her expression tense, her heart torn between reason and instinct. Then her small figure spun around and dashed in the opposite direction of Tae-sung's group. I have to go help him, ignoring the angry shouts from behind. What? Hey, wait. Veins bulged on Tae-sung's temples, his face twisting in frustration. These idiots have been ignoring my words from the very beginning. But he couldn't bear to let her rush into that hell alone. Tae-sung gritted his teeth and spat out in frustration, then let's go back. As he finished speaking, the 3 of them immediately changed direction, their hurried footsteps echoing in the ruined hallway. As soon as they got down, before she could even catch her breath, Mihi called out in alarm, her voice trembling as if about to cry, Hansu, are you okay? But before she could finish her words, she had to swallow them back. Her eyes widened, her pupils trembling in terror as if she couldn't believe the scene before her. Right before their eyes, the giant basilisk had its jaws clamped tightly around Hansu's arm, its sharp teeth digging deep into his flesh. Time seemed to freeze. The only sounds in the space were the dripping of blood and Mihi's desperate, horrified scream, Hansu. Everyone who witnessed the horrifying scene screamed in unison, their panicked calls echoing Hansu. Meanwhile, he blamed himself, his gaze darkening. I've dragged this on for too long. In that moment, Hansu's hand tightened on the knife, and he began to swing it to finish off the monster. The steel flashed coldly as he swung the blade in his hand upward, piercing straight through its lower jaw. A pained roar echoed through the dark corridor as the monster thrashed violently, forced to loosen its jaws, and Hansu quickly used that moment to escape. As soon as he was dropped to the ground, his body faltered for a moment before he immediately regained his balance. The stab sent the beast into a frenzy of pain, its giant body twisting in a crazed fit. Seeing it, Hansu knew he had succeeded, his eyes sharp and a slight smirk on his lips. Good, I've stuck 3 knives in it now. The bite wound is a bit severe and this set of clothes is done for, but I've increased my vitality so it will heal. A certain rule made him exhale, a cold thought crossing his mind on the later floors. The species' resistance to attacks and their recovery abilities are enhanced due to their evolutionary traits, so these types of poisons are useless. There was one more thing, and using strength or special powers would only make things more difficult. Hansu's hand still gripped the knife's hilt, his brows furrowing slightly. However, on the first few floors, poison is an effective method of attack. If it weren't for the paralyzing poison, I wouldn't have made it this far. Before his eyes, the giant scaled serpent was now trembling, its body losing vitality, its once glowing red eyes now a pale, deathly white, and after writhing for a while, its body collapsed. Hansu stood silently, sweat and blood mingling, taking a deep breath as a sense of relief washed over him. It's much easier now. Just as the battle ended, the sound of Mihi's hurried footsteps approached Hansu. Are you okay? Hansu's gaze remained cold, his lips barely moving as he spoke in an unbelievably calm voice. You're still here. Seeing his distant demeanor, Mihi hesitated for a moment, speaking timidly as if afraid Hansu would push her away. I was worried, so I came, but maybe I shouldn't have. Is your hand okay? Hansu glanced over, his voice still calm but not as cold as before. It's just a scratch. It's already healing, so you don't need to worry. Meanwhile, beside the corpse of the giant scaled serpent, Tae-sung stood frozen, his eyes filled with turmoil. I can't believe he fought that monster all by himself. His face darkened as he racked his brain for a way to surpass his rival. I know he's strong, but the gap between us is too wide. How can I ever catch up to him? The rival Tae-sung wanted to surpass was now calmly sitting next to the monster's corpse, searching for loot. Mihi watched his every move tensely, then couldn't help but ask, "What is it, Hansu?" Hansu silently pulled a faintly glowing object from the mass of scaled flesh. Maybe because this monster was quite strong, the reward, its name is Shockwave of the Scaled Serpent. Mihi was astonished while Tae-sung held his breath, his gaze fixed on the loot he had obtained. Meanwhile, Hansu was still busy analyzing how to use it. If I had a magic rune, this would be very useful, but I can't use it right now because it needs magic to be activated. The newly appeared item made Tae-sung unable to resist stepping closer, his eyes gleaming like a hungry man seeing a delicious prize. Are you going to use that rune based on the size of that monster? It must be amazing. I'm a little jealous, but Hansu just shook his head nonchalantly, denying it immediately. No, I'm not going to use it. He gave that answer because he knew himself. I can only use 7 runes, so I definitely won't keep this. Besides, I don't want to shoot shockwaves out of my mouth. Seeing this, Sang-jin spoke up hesitantly as if seizing a glimmer of hope. Then can I use it? But before he could even step forward, he was shoved aside by Tae-sung, whose voice was a low growl. You can't even use it properly. Know your place if you're thinking of giving it to this guy. Change your mind, give it to me. Faced with Tae-sung's aggression, Sang-jin gritted his teeth but stood his ground resolutely. You already have one. The atmosphere quickly erupted into an argument. The man snarled, his face red with anger. What do you think you can do with it? You're the guy who was cowering behind my back not too long ago. Sang-jin clutched his slightly injured arm and said decisively, If I had a powerful rune, I could do the same as you. No, I could do even better then. Tae-sung roared, his fists clenched and veins bulging. Do better, looks like you haven't had enough of a beating. Do you want me to break your arm? Mihi frantically intervened, trying to mediate. Hey, you guys don't fight. The whole space reeled with tension until Hansu spoke. He wasn't angry, but the coldness in his voice was like a bucket of ice water thrown on them. What are you two doing? His eyes glanced over the corners of his lips, curving slightly as if calculating something else. His voice was low but rang out clearly. I never said I would give it to either of you. I'm going to sell it if you buy it now. I'll give you a 5% discount. Let's see who makes the first offer. As soon as the words were spoken, the noisy atmosphere quieted down, a breathless silence enveloping the entire space. The silence was broken by a trembling, desperate question from a strained voice, "Can I pay in installments?" But Hansu's calm reply startled them all. "If no one can guarantee payment, then you all can discuss it amongst yourselves." He stood silently for a long moment, his gaze sweeping over each person like a blade before finally speaking. "Have you decided yet?" Finally, someone broke the silence. Mihi took a deep breath, her hand clenching slightly, and answered Hansu with a determined gaze. "Yes, I'll take it." As soon as she said those words, his mind silently confirmed, just as I guessed, they don't trust each other. So there's only one person left. And so, by the group's decision, the rune was now in Mihi's palm. Besides, I saw her absorb a magic rune before she was the one who killed a monster and got it, so there was no need to hide it. Hansu observed Mihi's every move, but his eyes showed no surprise. On the contrary. The corner of his lip curled slightly as if he had seen it all coming. But it's not that surprising. The more hidden skills one has, the better is that her survival instinct in that regard, her senses are truly sharp. After receiving the rune, Mihi slowly approached Hansu, here an agility rune and 3 perception runes, along with 7 vitality runes and 7 strength runes. He still remembered his earlier promise. I already agreed to a 5% discount, so I'll only take 6 strength runes. Hearing that, Mihi laughed, her expression a bit resigned. "You really are meticulous." Hansu just replied softly, his tone calm but cold. "Don't think I'm being mean. If you get used to getting things for free in a place like this, you'll be dead soon." He finished with a sentence that cut into reality like a knife. In this world, there are no free transactions. The transaction complete, Hansu turned and left, his figure gradually disappearing into the lingering smoke of the battlefield. Now then, time to get this done. And for a reason, if there's a scaled serpent here, it means there's Zooterium nearby. Before Hansu was a pile of sparkling crystals, their blue light reflecting on his face, a mesmerizing sight. Luckily, I saw them not too far away earlier. His hand gently snapped one off, and a piece of the crystal broke away. Hansu began to knead and shape it, leading Mihi and Sang-jin to vaguely guess he's using his special ability again. Unable to contain his curiosity, Sang-jin peeked from behind. "Is it an awl or a needle?" Mihi was no better, her eyes wide. "It looks like metal, but it feels very soft." After finishing what he was doing, he didn't say another word, simply standing up silently and walking with firm steps toward the corpse. Hansu's dagger was also slowly pulled out from the scaled serpent's body. The eyes of the 2 followers lit up, their gazes as eager as hungry wolves. "I wonder what amazing thing he's going to make this time." Seeing this, Tae-sung frowned and asked, "What are you 2 doing?" It turned out Hansu was removing the scaled serpent's internal organs, chunks of flesh and blood vessels being pulled out. How disgusting. Tae-sung's suspicion arose from the pot that suddenly appeared in his hand. His eyes filled with doubt and wariness. "What are you going to use that for? Are you planning to make more poison? Why are you carrying that around?" Hansu simply replied, his tone steady but cold. "No, this time is different." The ingredients and cooking tools were all laid out on the floor. The scales on the scaled serpent's skin are quite tough, but not tough enough to be used as a weapon, so we need to create a new one. According to theory, weapon number 111 out of the 134 weapon combinations that can be crafted using monsters and materials in the tutorial area, Tutorial 111. The weapon's characteristics are the needle's area of effect damage is very limited, making it difficult to apply indirect damage like bleeding. However, if you can accurately locate the opponent's weak point, and you are confident in your ability to hit it, then this needle is the best choice. The finished product did not quite satisfy Hansu. The tip was not as sharp as he would have liked. Oh well, he had made it with his own hands, so he had no other choice. He took the dagger, letting the steel blade make contact with the surface of the new weapon. A blue light emanated from the point of contact, flickering like a living pulse of energy. Hansu nodded to himself. "That's right, I need at least this level of power." The effect made Hansu smile with satisfaction. Considering the time it took alchemists to refine combinations to create the best weapons from basic materials in the early rounds, this effort was well worth it, and I need this to be able to destroy its defenses. A sense of excitement welled up inside him as he thought of the challenge ahead, the monster he needed to defeat to obtain the second hidden piece. The forging was done now. All that remained was to finish the handle. Hansu's hand skillfully assembled the pieces, and joy slowly spread across his face. Now this weapon finally looks useful. Meanwhile, Tae-sung was watching from a hidden corner, a flash of envy in his eyes as he saw him muttering his calculations. "The cocoa lizard, a stronger species like number 117, and I could have made a better weapon. The serpent wasn't bad either, it was the best choice." His eyes were unconsciously glued to the newly completed item, his craving as obvious as a starving man laying eyes on roasted meat. Unable to restrain himself, Tae-sung instinctively pointed at it, his voice laced with urgency. "Can I buy that? I'll give you all my runes for it." In his mind, he was certain. This guy poured so much effort into it, so it must be far superior to my current weapon. However, Han-soo simply replied calmly, his tone as casual as if discussing a trivial matter. "This weapon is difficult to use. If you're interested, I'll sell it to you, but I can't make another one. I've already used up all the materials." Immediately, Tae-sung hissed a curse. Damn it, but in his mind he was screaming viciously. So he basically used everything for himself, that selfish bastard. Rage surged within him, but his reason held him back. "No, I'm sure there are better things ahead. I'll just have to endure it for now." The group continued onward, and finally a completely different scene opened up before them. Tae-sung silently noted to himself, "It seems this is our final destination." He also quickly noticed the differences. There was electricity, and the subway car was clean. Most importantly, that guy who was always ready for a fight was now quiet. It looks like the fighting is over. Now I can finally get my reward. But just as they set foot on the train car, Han-soo immediately stopped them, his low voice cutting through their excitement. "Why are you getting on?" As he walked, he continued, "It's only for one person. Get out." This left Tae-sung stunned, momentarily unable to understand what he meant. Han-soo even urged them sternly. "Didn't you hear what I said? Only one person gets on the train. All of you get off." His words made the atmosphere tense. Sang-jin frowned, clearly unwilling to back down. "You could be wrong," he retorted. Then he looked around, offering his own assessment. "It's so spacious in here. How do you know it's only for one person?" Tae-sung didn't beat around the bush. He immediately snapped. "And what rule says you're the one who gets to go after fighting together all this time? Why do you get to be the one who calls all the shots?" He took a step forward, his voice growing harsher as he tried to emphasize the only leverage he had. "You only made it this far because of our help." However, that statement only made the corner of Han-soo's lip curl into a half-contemptuous, half-amused smirk. "Help, you say?" Han-soo tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over their faces as if they were naive children, and then he let out a cold laugh. "You foolish bunch. It's clever of you to try and take this chance, but there's one thing you still don't seem to get." As he finished speaking, he swung the weapon in his hand, and Han-soo growled with emphasis. "Of course, there's no rule saying I'm the one who gets to go." He leisurely rested his weapon on the cold iron floor, the sound echoing around them like a declaration. Because in this world, there are no rules at all. Han-soo's gaze swept over them, his words an ultimatum. "Either you get out of here right now, or you settle this with me right here." He even added with cold sarcasm, "If you want, feel free to discuss it with your lawyer and file a complaint later." With that, the corners of his mouth curved up into a confident smile, radiating the aura of one who holds the power of life and death. Pick one. Facing that pressure, Tae-sung, who stood before him, lost all his defiance. His entire body trembled and his eyes were filled with fear. And so Han-soo boarded the train and departed alone, leaving the other three standing frozen on the platform, watching his figure gradually disappear. The more Tae-sung thought about it, the more he seethed, cursing under his breath, that bastard. That act of his had wounded Tae-sung's pride. Was he for real? He talked like a 40-year-old uncle, but only ever did insane things. The friction between the two long accumulated now flared up like a wildfire, making Tae-sung want to attack Han-soo just to vent his anger. However, reason held him back as another crazy thought surfaced. But if we all attack him, we might have a chance to win if we win. I'll take all his weapons and ancient runes. His hand slowly reached for his weapon, a greedy glint in his eyes as he told himself, and if we lose, we can just apologize. He wouldn't kill all three of us, right? In Tae-sung's mind, this naive belief in Han-soo's mercy made it all seem like a gamble worth taking. However, the atmosphere around Han-soo was completely different now, grim and heavy, as if a thick darkness was shrouding his face. In the midst of that profound darkness, only his cold, sharp blue eyes blazed, staring at Tae-sung and making his heart stop. The crushing pressure on his chest made Tae-sung realize he could not be reckless this time. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and curse inwardly, "That son of a bitch, if I had made even the slightest move, he would have killed me on the spot." The words caught in his throat, but Tae-sung's eyes followed Han-soo's fading silhouette against the cold lights. He was capable of much more than that. Tae-sung could only accept his departure. "See you again then." Shame and resentment tore through him. Why did I freeze from just his stare? Just then, Mihi's voice came soft but clear. We shouldn't have pushed him away like that. Her words were like cool water, but to Tae-sung they felt like a twisting knife, because she knew Han-soo's contributions well. We owe him for carrying all three of us this far. We should not have provoked him like that. After she finished, Mihi urged them on her voice, gentle yet firm, "Let's go, we need to keep moving forward." But to Tae-sung, her words were meaningless inside his head. Vicious and ambitious thoughts screamed, "You idiots, that's exactly why you'll never make it." Where is that burning desire? Humiliation, envy, and ambition intensified, merging into a toxic cloud that consumed Tae-sung's sanity. Aren't we here to get stronger? No matter the cost, I will become stronger. Meanwhile, Han-soo sat quietly on the subway train, hurtling into the darkness, silently organizing all the facts. If I were to summarize the information I have on this place, this is what I've gathered. He thought to himself and began to list them, the subway stops at 20 stations along its route. As for the items too, the relics found at each station are random with no set pattern to predict them, and the final point is 3, once a station is passed, I cannot return to it. Han-soo leaned back in his seat, the flickering light of the car reflecting on his thoughtful face. It is a mentally conflicting structure. Even if I reach the final destination, there's no guarantee of a good result, so caution is essential. His gaze shifted from his thoughts to the dark train window, the numbers forming in his mind. We are currently at the 12th station. Han-soo mentally reviewed his progress. Laroon's ring, Katal's claw, Ograng's steel. I have collected 8 weapons with stable designs. Perhaps because they are weapons acquired through a hidden piece, their quality is quite high. There was one item Han-soo considered Laroon's ring, which combined with the perception stat reveals the weak points of monsters. The train vibrated slightly, announcing its arrival. Han-soo stepped out and then gave a bitter laugh to himself, but I already know the weaknesses of all the monsters, so it's useless to me. Setting aside the ring, he hoped for something more. I have plenty of weapons, so I'm hoping for something special, perhaps something to increase my mobility. With it, I could move freely during combat, or at the very least his train of thought was suddenly interrupted as a table materialized before him, bathed in a faint, inviting glow. Han-soo's gaze instantly locked onto it because the item on the table was special enough to completely derail his train of thought. In a luxurious purple package with a faint silver shimmer lay a neat pack Maniac cigarettes. Even with his extensive knowledge, Han-soo was surprised I didn't even know this could show up. Its description immediately ran through his mind when a cigarette is placed in the mouth. The ancient rune stat starts to rise while smoking. The stat continues to rise. In short, if you finish it and inhale all the smoke, all ancient rune stats increase by 20% and the effect lasts for 10 minutes. A glint appeared in Han-soo's eyes. Without hesitation, his hand snatched it up decisively, as if he feared it would vanish before his very eyes. This is it. Even though it has a weakness, despite not being usable outside the training area, there is no better place for it than here. His gaze softened. A vague memory surged like a wave. Memories of his past addiction flooded back, stirring his emotions. Cigarettes, huh? It's been a long time. Back then, there was still someone who patiently looked after him. A familiar voice echoed in his ear. "You're smoking again. I always told you that you look so much older whenever you smoke." Those simple words were like a deep incision, leaving behind a regret that could never be erased. Even knowing he could never see her again, Han-soo felt as if she were standing right before him. In his imagination, a gentle hand rested on the pack and a slightly reproachful smile appeared, If she were here, she would probably say something like, "If you keep this up, you'll ruin that handsome face." His chest twinged with a slight pain, but Han-soo whispered to himself, "Don't worry, this time will be different." Just then, the train doors slid open automatically, the mechanical sound echoing coldly. Han-soo looked up at the empty platform, a brief sense of disappointment washing over him. They're all gone. The silence made him pause for a moment, but another thought quickly extinguished his feeling of emptiness. There are still 4 days until the next hidden piece appears. Within 2 days, I have 2 choices. The first is to focus on hunting and collecting ancient runes. His eyes narrowed as if he were weighing a gamble, or I could take on the remaining quests. There was no need to reconsider. Han-soo glanced around to survey the area. Let's see, I've already completed several quests on the way, so his past experience helped him decide on a better path. I don't know what else I can get from those quests, but for now I should focus on completing the ones I've assessed to have the best rewards first. Following that logic among the remaining quests, the one with a promising reward and a short completion time is the Philosopher's Stone with a clumsy mage attendant. If I can complete the quest, it increases my base stats by up to 10, including its bonus stats, and it can heal potentially fatal injuries. The quest sounds decent, the reward looks promising, and such relics are rare not only in the training area, but also in the later Red Danger Zone. But who would have ever thought that idiotic quest could be triggered? It was her. Han-soo whispered her name, Anvi Aaron, a member of the Suicide Squad. She was dragged into the abyss while volunteering at a prison. Although she wasn't the only one, I heard the people she trusted most were there with her, but the bond between them was too fragile. As soon as the training started, they all betrayed her, and her outrage awakened her power. A bloodbath ensued. Within 7 weeks, she had torn apart and slaughtered everyone there, ripping out their hearts. At the end of the slaughter, she attempted suicide, and that's when this quest appeared. Its sheer brutality made Han-soo frown, a feeling of unease rising within him. I'm going to pass on this one. It doesn't suit me, and it contradicts my goal of saving as many people as possible. Han-soo glanced at the time display. Darkness had fallen. It must be night now, so some time-limited night quests have appeared. Wait night that reminds me I have this. The item he took out was an old pouch. Its fabric was worn, but it gave off a faint glow, the stingy tycoon's food pouch. Han-soo gripped it firmly and walked toward his temporary shelter first. I'll use this. I need to make sure I have enough stamina anyway. I'll be busy protecting it under the moonlight. His stomach growled loudly, the hollow sound proving he'd been active all day without rest. Han-soo sighed softly. I should eat first. However, when he opened the door to the room, he was met with a complete mess. Empty bottles and jars were scattered everywhere, strewn across the ground like garbage. Right in the very center was a large, gaping hole looking for all the world like a hastily dug burrow. This blatant disregard, this defiant mess made Han-soo grit his teeth. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. These bastards, the moon will rise soon, and they still dare to pull such a foolish stunt. Suppressing his emotions, he pulled out his phone, the screen's light casting a glow on his cold face. His lips curled slightly in a mocking smirk. Let's just see how courageous they are. Meanwhile, the rest of the group wandered through a ruined neighborhood, broken walls littered with bricks and stones, the air thick with the smell of smoke and dust. In front of them, a group of strangers was busy hauling essential supplies, shouting to each other as they headed in one direction. Move it this way, we've taken everything. The group could only stand and watch, choked with anger. How could they steal everything like that? Should we stop them now? Most of our reserves are gone. One person confessed sorrowfully. We had to flee in a hurry when we heard them coming, so I couldn't save anything. They took my share, too. How could they clear out everything in such a short time? Mihi could only sigh, her voice laced with helplessness. We might be stronger, but... Sungjin continued remaining calm and rational. They have too many people. Even with higher stats, we would be in danger if they ganged up on us. Han-soo isn't back yet, so let's not act rashly. It is so weird to see you talk so much. I have never heard him talk this much, me neither. But a sense of unease still grew within the group. I can't believe they even knew where the convenience store was. I thought we had time, but this is happening too fast. As the looters finished gathering everything and left, an urgent shout echoed, "Let's go, hurry up." But in that very moment, Sung-ho, the ringleader, suddenly turned back and waved at the group, a mocking smile etched on his face. The whole group froze, their eyes meeting, and everyone noticed the strangeness of the situation. Hearing the trembling's question, did he just wave at us, Tae-sung smirked and explained, his voice full of contempt. They're trying to provoke us by boasting that they've taken everything. He tried to brush off the tension, signaling to the group. There's no need to answer him, let's go. But as he walked away, Tae-sung muttered under his breath, his eyes darkening. That idiot, why did he wave at me? He clicked his tongue, telling himself again as if to confirm it. That idiot, why did he wave at me anyway? I'm still doing pretty well. Sometime later, Tae-sung proactively went to meet the thugs who had just stolen their food. Even the members of that group were surprised by his appearance. Who are you? You! The thought of betrayal flashed in his mind without hesitation. Tae-sung directly sold out his comrades, a faint calculating smile on his lips as he spoke. You guys need food, right? You should try the subway. He spoke without a shred of remorse, instead putting on a false air of kindness. You should get it before someone else does right. Let me lead the way. Facing the thugs, Tae-sung had already made a clear calculation in his mind. He would have to fight these guys to get food, and since it wouldn't be easy to defeat so many people, he would have to ask for my help. However, convincing these thugs was no simple task as expected. Sung-ho was now looking at him with suspicion. And why should we trust you? It seems like you're setting us up to fight that Han-soo guy. Seeing this, Tae-sung lost his patience, lunging forward to grab the other man by the collar and lift him up, then roaring right in his face. Don't you understand the situation you're in? Just follow me, choked by the tight grip. Sung-ho struggled and tried to yell back. What are you saying, you bastard? Do you realize our big brother is helping you? But before he could finish his words, a punch like a sledgehammer slammed straight into his face. The tremendous impact sent Sung-ho flying to the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Seeing such a weak enemy, Tae-sung laughed scornfully. All three of you aren't even in the same league as me, you scumbags. Why would I need to trap weaklings like you? Red blood poured from Sung-ho's nose, and he cowered without being able to resist. This time, Tae-sung took another step forward, his eyes cold, his words like a verdict. Think carefully, I'm giving you a chance. With all their supplies stolen, the group had no choice but to return and rest for the time being. As soon as she saw him approach, Mihi felt a wave of relief and quickly called out, her voice full of joy. There's Han-soo over here! He's back, I feel so relieved, but contrary to her joy, Tae-sung was in turmoil behind her. His eyes flickered towards him as his anxiety subsided a little. No need to worry, besides nobody knows I set that trap. Even if I get caught, I'll have an excuse. When Hansu entered, Mihi quickly reported in a trembling voice, "We're in trouble. While we were moving Jiseon and Youngyu, they took everything from the convenience store." Hansu calmly replied, "I know, I saw them on my way here." Immediately after, he walked to the table with the food and asked directly, "How much food do we have left?" There were only a few scattered items on the table. One person sighed and explained, "Not much. We tried to gather as much as we could, but..." Tae-sung, acting nonchalant, chimed in with false enthusiasm. "You know, a lot has happened now that you're here. We just need to steal it back from those guys, right?" He even tried to act righteous, although of course it'll be difficult for you to take on all those guys by yourself. I can help if you want. But Hansu paid no mind to his forced enthusiasm, simply telling them calmly, "Let's eat first." That cold demeanor only worsened the paranoia in Tae-sung's mind. He looked at him, his lips twisting into a sarcastic smile. Did he just sneer at me? Unable to restrain himself, he slammed his hand on the table, growling each word, "Wait a minute, that's not right." Then he snorted, jutting his chin mockingly. "You really have no shame, do you?" He laid out his terms of exchange, his voice challenging. "We risked our lives to keep this food. Shouldn't you contribute something in return?" Tae-sung kept demanding like a predator toying with its prey. "Go on, offer something. If you give me something good, I might reconsider." His attitude made Mihi unable to hold back. She spoke up indignantly. "Tae-sung, what's the matter with you? We brought this for everyone." But he insisted, his voice harsh, "So we're just supposed to give it to him for nothing. We risked our lives for this. You should do the same." In Tae-sung's opinion, there should be fairness even among friends. Hansu didn't lift a finger while we struggled to gather food. Has no one ever told you not to expect a free ride? A few people in the group began to waver, exchanging furtive glances as a silent hesitation appeared. Noticing this change, Tae-sung gloated internally. "This is my chance. If I can get everyone on my side, this guy will no longer be an issue." Tae-sung glanced at Hansu, the corner of his mouth lifting. Let's see how long he can keep up that annoying attitude. However, facing the mounting pressure and suspicion, Hansu's expression remained unchanged. How shameful. Hansu even calmly admitted, "I have nothing to give you in exchange for food. What should I do now?" Clearly, that blunt answer didn't make Tae-sung back down. On the contrary, it made him even more smug. "Come on, you have a lot. Share what you got from in there." That cryptic insinuation immediately made everyone pause, murmuring amongst themselves, "What is he saying? What did you get in there?" Tae-sung's drama began to unfold skillfully. He spoke loudly to draw all eyes to Hansu, his voice sarcastic. "He just went into some secret place, you see. He must have found something good. He should share it with us, right?" His words acting as fuel, Tae-sung continued to press his tone, wheedling and sinister. "So come on, share it, since you'll be coming with us anyway." And like a play, he held out a candy bar as bait, trying to entice Hansu, seemingly wanting to turn everything into a fake bargain. "Why do you have to be like this? Don't be that way." A minute passed in uncomfortable silence, the candy bar still hanging in front of him like a challenge. Then Hansu finally reacted. "You have learned very well." His calm demeanor made Tae-sung even more impatient. He growled, "What do you mean stop changing the subject and answer me?" Hansu slowly stood up his steps. Measured, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. He's not very subtle about it, but I guess that makes sense considering he sees us as equals. Looking over the people in front of him, but that wasn't the real issue, seeing the guy still scowling. "What's with him?" Hansu thought to himself. "So is this the end? It's not like I brought them along because I needed them. I don't need their ancient language anyway." Tae-sung wouldn't let it go, shouting to overwhelm his composure. "Where are you going?" As he turned away, his mind was still weighing things. "Eris, I came all this way because of what you said. That clumsy justification couldn't save the situation. I've done what I could." Deep down, Hansu found the man's actions ridiculous. The image of Tae-sung in his head became absurd. "You have truly angered me, so I will destroy you." It was so ridiculous, he couldn't even get angry anymore. "What am I, a little kid? I can't imagine myself doing this. How can Tae-sung even spew such words? It's disgusting." And as their relationship fractured beyond repair, Hansu turned his back and uttered a final sentence that concluded everything, like an end to their journey of friendship anyway. "Whatever, stay safe and be strong in the future." Sangjin and Mihei continued to watch him, their eyes a mix of worry and astonishment, but no one said a word. Unable to bear the suffocating atmosphere, Youngyu finally spoke up, her voice trying to return things to normal. "Come on, everyone, let's not fight. We've made it this far without any trouble, so why stir things up now?" She even turned to pull Mihei, her offer as gentle as a blanket, trying to soothe her. "We will bring him back. Let's go, Mihei." Only Tae-sung remained indifferent, not caring much. Let him go if he wants, no need to stop him. He was still resentful, whatever, get lost, acting arrogant, until the very end, that bastard. Tae-sung even loudly asserted his opinion, his voice full of calculation. He acts like that, but if we offer free stuff, he will come crawling back on his own. We do not need that jerk. But simmering uncertainties rippled through the group, a few exchanged worried glances, and a small question popped out. "We can handle this ourselves, Mi-hee. What are you doing?" Mi-hee frowned upon hearing the reproach. "Are you leaving us to follow that guy?" She was genuinely flustered, now her voice full of hesitation. Before anyone could react, Mi-hee suddenly bolted outside, her voice decisive. "I am going too, Han-soo. Can I follow you?" After speaking, Mi-hee looked at Han-soo, her eyes both pleading and timid, afraid of rejection, yet still determined. Han-soo was silent for a beat, then uttered coldly, nonchalantly, "I cannot take you with me." Just when they thought it was a lost cause, everyone thinking it ended there, that all doors had closed, yes, of course. Yet his voice softened a bit, but have I not already said it? Han-soo glanced back slightly as if leaving a final choice. "It is up to you if you want to follow." That short sentence was like a ray of light through dark clouds. Mi-hee's face lit up, her cheeks flushing brightly. Unfortunately, the joy did not last long before a spoilsport interfered. "No, you cannot go," Tae-sung hastily interjected. His voice rushed as if afraid of losing out. "You have not gotten your ancient script yet. I might have given you yours, but Sang-jin has not, right inside." He screamed silently, a sense of unease mixed with calculation clouding his thoughts. "Do you think I would just let you go? I can let everyone else go, but not you." Hearing his name, Sang-jin did not hesitate, stepping forward calmly, the corner of his lips twitching slightly as if he had nothing left to hide. "That is fine." He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone, then declared loudly, "Because I am going with them too." Those words made Tae-sung's heart clench, tension spreading through his body. He could not help but yell, his voice full of anxiety. "Do you have any idea what you are saying?" He gritted his teeth and lowered his voice into a threat, a ruthless glint in his eyes. "You cannot act like this. Do you really think my father would just let your father off the hook?" The venomous words kept pouring out, growing heavier with contempt, like a knife twisting in someone's gut. "I took in a stray dog, and now you have the guts to crawl back. Do you not know who your master is? I should—" Sang-jin narrowed his eyes slightly, not flinching, and coldly asked back, each word landing like a hammer blow. "What will he do?" Because he had seen through the whole truth, his voice calm but firm. "We cannot even get out right now. The others do not know we are still alive, so how exactly will you tell my father?" In that moment, Sang-jin turned his face away slightly, his eyes seeming to gaze into an endless void. Exhaustion mixed with determination was clear at this point. All of that, it does not mean anything anymore. Finally, he declared firmly, as if closing off all past ties. "I have no reason to listen to you like I used to anymore. Understand?" Seeing Sang-jin stepping further away, Tae-sung scowled, bitterness rising within him after everything he had done to crush him. Losing two important people, he could not help but scream, his angry voice echoing through the room. "Whatever, get lost, all of you. We will have all the food to ourselves anyway. Do you think things will be any different elsewhere?" Tae-sung stood blocking the door, looking just like a guard dog, his voice hissed through gritted teeth. "You will all come crawling back here in the end, so we will just see." Escaping the grip of a control freak, the three teenagers moved silently through the shadows, finding their way in the night. On the way, Sang-jin leaned over slightly to ask Mi-hee, his voice still calm, about the food. "Are you sure we should not have brought some? We do not have much in our bags." While she was replying, "You are right." But at that exact moment, Han-soo spotted a new jacket in an abandoned shop. He did not hesitate, reaching up to take off the jacket he was wearing, his voice nonchalant, his gaze indifferent. "It does not matter. It will be meaningless soon anyway." The other two, who thought Han-soo was about to do something unexpected, watched him in silence, their gazes fixed on him. Sure enough, the jacket from the mannequin was now his. "We have work to do. So let's go." The two reluctant spectators, Sang-jin and Mi-hee, watched the scene, both exasperated and confused. What is he thinking? Sang-jin looked at Han-soo, suspicion rising within him. He wondered to himself, "You have the power to do anything, even so why?" Because both Sang-jin and Mi-hee understood if Han-soo got into trouble now, everything would become meaningless. Meanwhile, Han-soo was well aware of Sang-jin's way of thinking. It was so obvious what he was thinking. Han-soo glanced up at the night sky, his expression so calm it was unreadable. It is not surprising because he does not know about the moon. Then he uttered his voice low and steady because it is almost midnight. The other two repeated in unison, their faces showing clear confusion, their voices tinged with disbelief. "Midnight." But that question did not linger for long. The answer immediately appeared before their eyes. The sky began to change, the air growing heavier by the moment. There is something strange about that moon. The full moon was still shining brightly up high, its light pouring down as if capturing the attention of all three of them. On its surface, grotesque movements began to appear as if born from muscle fibers hidden deep within. And then, a giant eye of a monstrous color slowly opened, looking down upon the world with a gaze that sent a chill down all three of their spines. The pupil, with its strange patterns, just stared down at the silent city. The light from it seemed to strangely freeze the very space around them. The first person to notice this was Manhwa, still in shock, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her trembling voice uttered, "The moon, is it opening its eye?" Just then, a startled voice rang out right beside her, breaking the suffocating silence. "What is this?" Sang Jin's eyes became frantic. The fear in them making the atmosphere even heavier, he stammered out, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. "The food, it has turned to sand." Before he could finish, Manhwa quickly bent down, flinging open her backpack to check her hands, trembling when she saw the truth before her. She choked out almost in despair. "No way, all the food we bought." And then Manhwa also discovered the shocking event. Her hand trembled as she touched the pile of food, her voice choked with panic. "Everything it has all turned to sand." Before he could even regain his composure, Sang Jin suddenly flinched, his eyes wide as he stared ahead, his voice strained with terror. "What is that? It is glowing." Before their eyes, strange, glowing figures gradually appeared in the pitch-dark space, a gloomy light enveloping the vague shapes. Is that people? They are glowing, their locations are being revealed. Only then did Manhwa hastily look at her own body. "Are we glowing too, although we cannot see it?" Sang Jin offered a very logical guess. "I think maybe we cannot see it when we are standing next to each other, but everyone over there is glowing." He then dropped another shocking statement, even through walls, causing Manhwa's eyes to widen as a thought flashed through her mind. "So everyone can see each other, but this is making us fight one another." Then Sang Jin turned his scrutinizing gaze to the person in front of him. "Hansu, did you know about this beforehand?" But a faint smile appeared on his face, his voice somewhat teasing. "Come on. I may have superpowers, but that does not mean I can see the future." That attitude was what caught Sang Jin's attention. "But you look so calm just then." A harsh voice echoed from somewhere. "Who is the damn troll who took all the food?" The quiet of the night was shattered by chaotic sounds that kept ringing out. "You ate it all, did you not? I will kill you." Just by listening, you could tell how tense the situation was. "Hand over all the food, we do not have any." Either Hansu did not even bother to pay attention. What a trash world. Instead, he looked up at the sky, thinking to himself with a sigh, "This is why I told them not to take everything." The giant pupil up there was still staring intently across the city, which also gave Hansu the answer, because once that moon, a thing that only exists in this world, appears, all the food everyone has will disappear. Putting an end to his thoughts, Hansu suddenly started walking, which quite surprised Sang Jin. "Where are you going?" Leaving the two of them there, he continued to move according to his plan to do what needed to be done. Meanwhile, Tae-sung's group was also in a complete panic over the strange phenomenon. "What is this? All the food has disappeared." A sense of unease washed over Young-gyu, making him a little frantic. "What do we do now? Should we go look for food?" Ji-seon next to him made things even more grim. "By now, everyone has probably taken all the food from the convenience stores." At this point, Tae-sung finally realized he had been played. "That bastard, he knew all along. Did he just play me, that bastard, with superpowers?" While he was still fuming, Young-gyu suddenly cried out in a panic, Tae-seung outside, distracting him and making him glance over to see. To their surprise, they saw glowing figures moving before them, just like the ones near Han-su's group. But it turned out to be Sung-ho's group, frantically searching for someone as he roared angrily into the dark night. "Where is that lying bastard? How dare he trick me? Hurry up, go find him." Through the hazy glass, Tae-seung only dared to peek at them, his mind constantly calculating how to handle the situation. "If they gang up on us, we won't win should we escape and pick them off one by one." In this dilemma, Young-gyu approached him and proposed a bold plan. "Let's just go to Han-su's place." But Tae-seung immediately pointed right at her and yelled, "You mean we should go back to that piece of trash who abandoned us and beg him? Do you have any self-respect?" His unprovoked outburst of anger startled her as well. However, Young-gyu wasn't one to back down and retorted sharply, "So what do you want to do? Can you take on all 5 of them? Staying here is completely useless." She herself had already prepared a plan and deliberately signaled to Ji-seon to be her ally. "Think carefully. If they can't find us, they'll go after Han-su. We can help them if they're in danger, right?" Sure enough, he immediately spoke up for Young-gyu. "There's no way to win with brute force, so it should be fine if we just talk to them a bit, right?" And she simply chimed in with a bright smile. "You're right." Finally, Tae-sung's will began to waver. They're right, a temporary alliance isn't a bad idea. But he suddenly broke into a sinister smile after thinking carefully. "I don't like it, but it would be good to use this opportunity to take advantage of him." Therefore, Taeseung proactively opened the door and stepped outside. "You're right, we should help him. Let's go. All right, they won't know if we sneak away quietly. The path we just took is lit up now. Just follow me." After taking just a few steps, his ankle was grabbed by something and the other two screamed when they saw it, Taeseung. After thudding to the ground, Taeseung anxiously looked down at his foot. What is this? No matter how hard he struggled, he was powerless. It wouldn't let go. Taeseung grew increasingly panicked. He hurriedly reached out to Youngyu and Jiseon for help. "Hey, pull me up, hurry, what are you two looking at, you idiots?" While they were still stunned, the culprit appeared and even issued a threat. "Are you sure about that if you dare to pull him?" The leader continued to warn in a cold tone, "You two could end up in wheelchairs, or maybe you want to come over here. I just want to talk," while his minions in the back cackled, "We got him, the bastard." Both Youngyu and Jiseon were so scared they froze on the spot, not daring to make a sound. Seeing them turn and run away, Taeseung could only curse, "You two dogs." The leader slowly crouched down beside him to mock him. "Oh my, why such harsh words, especially when you're still so young?" Then he asked about his opponent's feelings on the weapon he used. "What do you think it's called, Oren's fly trap, while you were busy with your petty tricks?" "I was preparing these. What's the fun in ganging up on people?" As soon as he finished speaking, the leader slowly stood up. "All right, that's enough small talk." However, his expression grew more dangerous with a cold gaze. "But why are there only 3 of you like this? Where is the rest of them?" Faced with the leader's question and demeanor, Taeseung could only grit his teeth. Just then, his sturdy foot lifted decisively into the air. After that, all that could be seen was Taeseung's pained expression and his piercing scream. His 2 legs trembled from the attack while he silently cursed in his heart, damn it. To save his own life, Taeseung was ready to reveal everything. "I'll tell you everything I know, ask anything I can show you where they are." That attitude greatly pleased the leader, but what he noticed was something else. "I'm glad to see you're so understanding, it's a deal, but before that, this guy has something to say to you." It turned out Sung-ho's group had also arrived, which made him even more rushed. "Let's just handle this and get moving." Without much hesitation, he slowly approached. "We meet again, huh? You've been well. I'd be fuming if I didn't do the same to you." Although he was furious, Taeseung only dared to curse in his heart, "This filthy insect, if only those bastards hadn't abandoned me." The leader decided to look away since he'll be working with us. "Just keep it under control." After being given free rein, Sung-ho and his minions were delighted. "Did you hear that, everyone? Let's beat him up within reason." Under the brutal kicks, Taeseung could only hug his head and endure it. "I'm dead." The image of his comrades running away still lingered in his vision. How could they abandon me? The actions of Youngyu and Jiseon ignited a fire of hatred inside Taeseung. "I will kill all of your families." Meanwhile, after leaving him behind, Youngyu and Jiseon's faces suddenly went blank when they saw something. In front of them was a pot of mixed bone and meat stew bubbling furiously. The sight of Han-Su's group leisurely enjoying their meal left them speechless. "What are you guys doing?" Through the steam of the meat pot, Youngyu couldn't help but speculate, "Are you guys camping or something?" Seeing their grim expressions, Han-Su seemed to guess their situation. Those two, they must have realized that all the food is gone by now, right? The aroma made her seemingly forget their previous conflict as she naturally moved closer. "That looks good, let's eat together." But Han-Su immediately grabbed the sword placed next to him. Then he decisively struck a line on the ground to stop Youngyu from approaching. Her face suddenly turned pale at Han-Su's action. "What are you?" Without letting her finish, Han-Su, while still chewing with his mouth full, issued an ultimatum. "Don't come over here." He then coldly turned his back, making Youngyu furious. "Huh, why are you so childish? We didn't do anything to you. It was Taeseung's fault." Despite the warning, she stubbornly decided to press on. "What are you going to do if I step in?" Han-Su's response was an extremely sharp glare. "My superpower tells me you people won't be safe." After a moment of silence, Jiseon finally spoke up. "Did that damn superpower of yours tell you that nonsense?" Han-Su didn't deny it, and even deliberately provoked him. "It told me some other things, too, for example, that you two are about to be in danger." The moment Han-Su finished speaking, both of them immediately whipped their heads around. A strange voice echoed in the night, hoarse yet full of mockery. "You're a sharp one." It turned out the leader's group had caught up to them. Both Youngyu and Jiseon stood frozen in place, their bodies stiff, not daring to even breathe loudly. Meanwhile, the corner of his mouth curled up into a clearly arrogant smile, his gaze carrying a challenge as he looked straight at Han-Su's group. At this moment, Mihi had quietly moved to stand right beside Han-Su, her gaze also fixed on the opponents. But in that very moment, her eyes caught the subtle, meaningful smile that flashed across his face. That made Mihi's heart skip a beat. She didn't dare to look at him directly again, and could only stealthily observe Han-Su's expression from afar. A strange feeling welled up inside her, both confusing and unsettling, making her even more vigilant about the impending situation. A bag with a strange pattern was used by Han-Su, the selfish rich person's food pouch. The giant pupil was still staring down at the city, and the condition to obtain it was very simple: cook and eat as much food as possible while the moon is visible. And below were old buildings covered in green moss. The condition sounded easy, but there was another condition, and that was to become selfish. That was why Han-Soo could maintain his composure, slowly slicing fresh pieces of meat as if it were a mundane task. Next, he nonchalantly dropped each piece of meat into the pot right in front of everyone. A chillingly natural act. The person who doesn't share food with others and only cooks and eats the most food alone is the only one to receive this reward. And Han-Soo's actions were performed in a situation where everyone else was running around frantically searching for food. They had to cross the dangerous line that this condition had drawn. The dagger flashed as he speared a piece of meat, and a hint of mockery showed in his eyes. The sense of humor of the one who created this mission is truly twisted. He brought the piece of meat to his mouth, his gesture slow, as if to emphasize that one must remain calm even in situations like this. Just then, a figure staggered out of the darkness, its body trembling as if having just escaped a nightmare. Tae-seung's sudden appearance startled them both. They almost cried out in unison, their voices trembling with relief. Tae-seung, are you okay?" But before they could finish, he roared like a wounded beast, his eyes bloodshot and his voice hoarse with rage. "Shut your mouths! How dare you leave me behind!" A flustered young Gyu hurriedly shook her head, explaining in a rush we only wanted to help. But Tae-seung refused to listen as his rage boiled over. He gritted his teeth, hissing every word as if he wanted to rip them apart. "Bullshit, don't you make excuses, you bitch. If you hadn't run away, I would've." Before he could finish, his voice caught in his throat. His furious gaze froze, then slowly turned, as if drawn to a strange, calm yet authoritative voice that had just spoken. Now, calm down." The leader then placed a hand on Tae-seung's shoulder in a warning gesture. "Newbie, maybe you need to calm down a little, huh?" After getting him under control, he turned his eyes to the person across from them. "A pleasure to meet you again, young man. You've got some skills. Where did you find that meat? Be a good boy and tell me." Not letting the leader finish, Han-Soo cut in while chewing loudly. "Meat is everywhere, isn't it? Surely I don't need to explain to you what meat is, right?" The leader's and Sung-ho's faces were filled with disgust at his action. "He dares to eat that. I had my men try it, but they all got dehydrated from the poison." Watching Han-Soo's group casually enjoying their meal, the leader felt a hint of existential dread, yet they ate as if it were nothing. Therefore, he began to probe for the secret. "It seems you found a way to cook it safely, and Han-Soo had no intention of hiding it either. Well, if you stew it in goblin blood, you can eat it. Try it, that's all I'll say." That answer immediately sent the leader into deep thought. He suddenly recalled what Tae-seung had revealed in his mind, that guy said he has a superpower. The image of Han-Soo holding a ball of power made the leader even more convinced. He also said that superpower helped him obtain a precious item at the train station. He silently assessed the situation. Today seems like a good day to fight him. Even if there's a skill difference, we can overwhelm him with our numbers. Besides, he's just a 20-year-old kid. A smug smile unconsciously formed on the leader's lips at his own brilliant reasoning. He may be used to fighting monsters, but that doesn't mean he's used to fighting people. With this strong conviction, he began to act by ordering Tae-seung, "What are you doing, newbie?" Though he tried to act nice on the outside, his every word carried a hidden meaning. "Go have a peace, talk to your friends. There's no harm in asking a friend for a favor, is there?" Tae-seung glanced at his opponent, trying to figure out the leader's true motive. Who wants to be friends with him? Why is he suddenly ordering me? But this benefits him as he avoids causing a scene in front of everyone here. And yet before Tae-seung could even move, Han-Soo stood up to Mihee's complete and utter shock. Seeing this, Tae-seung slowly approached the boss. "Is right, let's talk." But Mihee immediately tried to stop him, her eyes filled with worry as she shouted, "No, don't come near, don't cross that line." However, Tae-seung ignored her advice and cursed loudly, starting to run towards Han. "Soo, shut your mouth. You're one of them too, you bitch. Just you wait." While she was still trying desperately to reason with him, Han-Soo's sword in hand had already made up his mind. It's over. He coldly slashed at the ground the moment the man stepped over the line, whispering to himself, "Don't blame me for this, heiress." At that moment, Tae-seung's entire body began to lose balance and pitch forward. His body then unconsciously slammed onto the ground, unable to even use his hands to catch himself. By this point, his eyes were wide and his voice trembled strangely. Why? One of Tae-seung's feet lay motionless nearby as a faint groan escaped his lips. Finally, a blood-curdling scream erupted as he clutched his mangled leg. Both the leader and Sung-ho were stunned by the sight. Tae-seung's pain screams echoed, "My foot, you psycho, are you crazy?" Witnessing it with their own eyes, Youngyu and Jiseon were choked with fear and recoiled. Mihee could only shut her eyes, enduring Tae-seung's curses. "Damn it, my leg, have you no humanity? How could you do this to me, and all for a piece of meat?" Even Sang-jin was panicking slightly, while Han-Soo, in contrast, was terrifyingly calm. Seeing his own fate, Tae-sung began to shout a warning. He's doing this just because he doesn't want to share food. If he gets stronger, do you think he'll leave you in peace? He struggled to turn his head and taunt the leader. He'll kill every last one of you just for those runes. You should kill him now. You think you can get on his good side, you fool. Sure enough, the words had an impact on the leader. Get ready. Sung-ho, however, seemed to hesitate, but boss. But deep down, Sung-ho had already grasped the situation. He's not wrong, he doesn't plan to fight now, but if he becomes stronger later, he could crush us with ease. He and his men then drew their weapons, ready to attack Han-soo. We're armed to the teeth, and the moonlight is making him glow so he can't escape. We need to take him out now. But looking into his cold eyes sent a shiver down Sung-ho's spine. Damn it, what kind of college student has eyes like that? What has he been through to have such an aura? Faced with their persistence, Han-soo could only sigh in frustration. He clearly remembered the advice he'd been given. Eris and Keldian used to argue a lot. Even though they'd agreed to work together, Eris said not to create animosity. However, the current situation made Han-soo think differently. But Keldian said that if an enemy is before you, you must utterly crush them or they will eventually bring you down. His blue glowing eyes watched them intently as the corner of his mouth twitched into a smirk. Eris and I both agree on that. Han-soo suddenly glanced at his palm and a strange mark started to appear on his wrist. Seeing 3 runes floating in the air, they yelled out in frustration, "What kind of trick are you pulling now?" Then they urged each other to attack. It's come to this. Let's dice him up, boys. He faced nearly a dozen men brandishing their weapons alone. Kill him. Finally, Han-soo tightened his grip on his sword. Since you started this before the night is over. He planted one foot firmly on the ground and slightly rose up on the toes of the other. Then he leaped forward with blinding speed, leaving only 2 trails of light where he once stood. Han-soo appeared in a flash, making Sung-ho's group recoil in surprise. "Let me test these new skills on you." The swift movements left an expression of utter bewilderment on his face. How can he move like that? Before Sung-ho could even react, he swiftly slashed at him. This will hurt. After taking one down, Han-soo deftly moved on to the others. At that moment, the air was filled with nothing but agonizing screams. The leader watched with his own eyes as his men were disposed of one by one. A sense of unease began to stir within him as he collected all the runes already at this rate. The others were already giving up, but the leader desperately called out, "Don't run! We have more people, we can overwhelm him." But before he could finish speaking, no one was left around him except for Han-soo. Damn it. Even with things as they were, the leader still put on a fierce front. "You think I'll retreat, you little punk." Seeing him slowly walk closer, he suddenly lowered his voice in a persuasive tone. "You think about this carefully." Knowing he was outmatched, the leader resorted to threats. "Do you think you can live peacefully after killing someone? This is completely different from killing monsters." Ignoring Han-soo's expression, which grew darker by the second, he persisted, "What you are doing right now is murder. You're killing a person." The leader's eyes suddenly froze and his rambling mouth went silent. That's not something a kid like you can easily, because he saw Han-soo crouch down, swinging his longsword back to build momentum. Immediately after, he lunged forward, aiming straight for the man's abdomen. The leader's entire body was flung backward, a crimson spray erupting into the air. Han-soo stood there imposingly, his face completely expressionless. With just a single strike, Han-soo had sent him to his grave. After delivering the blow, his gaze didn't waver at all. It was terrifyingly cold. The heavily wounded men were collapsed on the ground. Some were unconscious, while others clutched their injuries and groaned in pain. "My arm." Immediately after, a man slashed across the chest by a sharp blade, screamed in agony, and fell backward, a sight that made Youngyu and Jiseon's faces drain of color. Elsewhere, Han-soo stood grimly among the bodies and coldly asked, still hanging around. As soon as the words left his mouth, he looked up at them with a cold smile. "You want to fight, too?" Both of them showed faces pale with terror. They remained silent, not daring to say a word, only able to exchange glances in the ghastly atmosphere. In the end, Youngyu and Jiseon prioritized their own lives and quickly fled while Han-soo calmly swung his sword and turned away. He slowly walked over to where Mi-hee and Sang-jin were waiting in a corner. Then, to Mi-hee's astonishment, he nonchalantly skewered a large piece of meat with his dagger and brought it to his mouth. Noticing her watching him, Han-soo casually chewed away and declared, "What is it? You can look all you want, but I'm not sharing." Sensing the strange atmosphere, Mi-hee looked away and stammered, "It's nothing." Finally, she wearily sat down and let out a sigh, the space momentarily quiet and peaceful after the battle. After a bloody night of deadly combat, dawn slowly broke behind the moss-covered skyscrapers. A white orb with a giant eye suddenly appeared in the sky, staring down at the city. After observing for a while, the eye slowly closed, revealing its pupil, which contained meteor-like rock fragments surrounding a mysterious black hole. Its mission complete, it fully closed its eye, looking just like an ordinary orb floating in the air. Han-Soo's group was now on the move, with him walking ahead and sighing to himself, "I've eaten an amount of food equivalent to 3 days. I feel like I'm gonna puke." Leaving the other two behind, Han-Soo kept his distance at the front, deep in thought. I've completely failed the mission that focused on persuading others. Suddenly, he pulled out a strangely patterned bag and noted with satisfaction, "But I succeeded in getting this." The fairy had once excitedly boasted to Han-Soo that it protects food from the moonlight and stores it in a subspace where you can put anything. With its guarantee, he confidently affirmed, it has 5 times the volume, so I won't have to worry about food for the next 2 weeks. Mi-hee and Sang-jin silently followed behind, watching Han-Soo tuck the small bag at his side. After walking a bit further, Mi-hee stopped and asked doubtfully, "Are you sure this is okay?" She looked at him with an urgent expression, asking, "Is it really okay that you didn't kill them all?" In response to Mi-hee was silence. Han-Soo lowered his head, his face hidden in the shadows, exuding a mysterious and frightening aura. Then he sighed and mocked her arrogantly. "You think I should have killed all of them? That's a terrifying thought." Teased by his roguishly handsome look, Mi-hee's face turned red as she hastily denied it. "No, it's not that I was just worried about you." In contrast to her, Han-Soo coldly turned his back, lost in thought, but she clearly doesn't need to worry. Even if they get back on their feet, they don't stand a chance, because I'm just going to focus on getting stronger from now on. As the earlier conversation ended, the group walked on Han-Soo, thoughtfully speculating, "That's right, I don't need to worry about anything else. Just follow her logic. Even so, if she were to get runes by killing them, she could also collect more items." He strolled along with a carefree arrogance while analyzing based on that way of thinking. It seems she has adapted to this situation perfectly. That mindset is only natural. As if uneasy about them, Han-Soo secretly glanced back and mused, "I would only do that if the target could actually threaten me." The air around him grew grim and cold as he sank deep into his thoughts. "The reason I returned was to save as many people as possible. I need to minimize conflict and create a force, and to do that the first condition is to set rules." Scenes of death born from human greed flashed through his mind, so Han-Soo made a resolution. The first rule is no killing people for runes. When the owner of the runes dies, they just become ordinary stones with patterns, and he knew that he could kill people and take their runes, but in return, he would lose their support for a time when he might need it. Therefore, after careful calculation, Han-Soo became resolute in his goal. It will be quite difficult to enforce those rules now. But if I'm strong enough, I can enforce them immediately, so I can't be seen carelessly killing people and earning a notorious reputation that's hard to shake. Those judgmental glares and the ostracism were too haunting, he calmly affirmed with determination. "I have to be meticulous when I act, but there are too many eyes watching me." A tense, gloomy silence settled between the three of them again. Han-Soo clicked his tongue and thought eventually someone will cross that line just to get runes and become stronger. Sang-jin suddenly announced, "I'm stopping here." His words stunned Mi-hee. "What are you saying?" A dark, chilling aura surrounded him as he hesitantly explained, "I don't think I can continue on with you guys." Finding Sang-jin's excuse almost unbelievable, Mi-hee asked in confusion, "But why now?" In contrast to her, Han-Soo nonchalantly agreed, "Sure, whatever you want." Only a worried Mi-hee ran closer to Sang-jin while Han-Soo remained composed and replied, "I respect your decision." As soon as he finished speaking, Sang-jin stood motionless for a long moment. Suddenly, he sprinted away quickly, leaving without another glance back at the two of them. Once Sang-jin's figure had completely vanished, Han-Soo calmly asked, "Why didn't you do what you wanted to do?" His entire being was shrouded in a terrifying darkness as he approached Mi-hee, causing her to back away in alarm. Han-Soo questioned her with an icy expression. "Aren't you afraid of following me?" Hearing his unexpected question, Mi-hee was so startled she let out a small gasp. Intimidated by Han-Soo's gaze, Mi-hee fearfully looked down and avoided his eyes. "I am, but..." She recalled the horrific scene from last night's battle. Han-Soo was like a monster standing among the ruins and corpses. It was like an invisible wall warning me that as long as I don't cross that line, I'll be safe. With that thought affirming her decision, Mi-hee's face darkened in a panic of fear. Moments later, she declared with fierce resolve, "If I leave now, you won't let me come back, so I'm going to stick with you for as long as possible." Han-Soo didn't immediately believe Mi-hee's declaration. He stared at her for a long time, gauging her trustworthiness. Although a little afraid, Mi-hee refused to back down and met his gaze directly. After testing her for a moment, Han-Soo grinned in satisfaction and silently praised her. Her intuition is pretty good after all. He led the way to the entrance of the subway tunnel and commanded, "If that's the case, let's go." Meanwhile, at the site of last night's battle, Tae-sung struggled to drag his body, groaning in pain. Dragging himself over to one of his underlings, he trembled with rage, grabbing the man's collar and cursing between retches. "You useless bastard. You're only good at barking. He completely owned you. He should have just killed all of you." With his ruined body and a severed leg, Tae-sung struggled to crawl on, boasting resentfully, "Kang Han-soo, you made a mistake. My minor wounds are already healing once I'm fully recovered. I'll kill all that trash and then I'll hunt you down." From the eerie darkness, Tae-sung gritted his teeth and crawled out, demanding angrily, "How dare you all leave me? Especially you, Yumihi, I will not forgive this." The ground was stained with blood from where Tae-sung had dragged himself, and just as he was bellowing his threat, a shadow fell over him, startling him. "Just you wait." A pair of boots suddenly appeared right in front of him, exuding a powerful presence. Recognizing the person in front of him, Tae-sung screamed in horrified disbelief. "Sang-jin, this bastard, he was watching me the whole time. Why is he approaching me now? What does he want? No. This is my opportunity." Immediately, he widened his eyes and commanded arrogantly, "Sang-jin, help me up." Sang-jin stood silently and repeated me. Tae-sung replied with feigned warmth, "Who else could it be? Come on. You're not going to abandon me after all we've been through, right? We have to help each other out." As if hearing something utterly repulsive, Sang-jin's face darkened menacingly as he watched the man loudly cajoling him. "This is your chance to get stronger." To the side, the leader leaned over and cursed. "You bastard," Tae-sung taunted him excitedly. "Still trying to act tough. You're about to die, old man." Tae-sung remained oblivious, arrogantly giving orders as Sang-jin reached for the dagger in front of him. "Kill that idiot over there first." The dagger seemed to hold a demonic dark power as it flew towards its target. Shrouded in darkness, Sang-jin approached Tae-sung with the dagger as the latter cheered excitedly. "Excellent, the rune we get from killing him." When he looked up again, Sang-jin was right in front of him. His words trailed off. "We can split it, so don't worry, and huh?" Sensing something was wrong, a stunned Tae-sung asked, "Why are you coming towards me?" Sang-jin's hand shot out, grabbing his collar and lifting him into the air. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Tae-sung struggled in a panic. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Sang-jin, his face hidden in the shadows, slowly replied. I understand now his demeanor confused Tae-sung, since when was he this strong? However, Sang-jin refused to let go, hissing in a crazed voice. "I have to take this chance. I should have done this from the start, shouldn't I?" Amidst the man's terrified screams, he stared coolly as if looking at garbage let go of me. In the middle of their struggle, Tae-sung suddenly fell silent, his eyes widening in disbelief as his hands went limp. It turned out that the dagger in his hand had at some point been plunged deep into the man's stomach. Sinking into the agony of death, Tae-sung struggled to reach out with his blurring vision. "You bastard." He furiously grabbed Sang-jin's collar, his voice trembling. "How dare you?" Sang-jin's earphone fell to the ground, and he arrogantly reminded him, "You said it yourself that I should know my place. Maybe now it's your turn to learn yours." Sang-jin's usual calm demeanor was gone, replaced by a horrifying gloom and threatening words. "You're nobody on your own all this time. You've been doing things that really amused me, using my father to order me around." Tae-sung's whole body swayed dizzily, and he could only manage to choke out, "You bastard." Sang-jin reveled in the euphoria of killing, laughing manically with gleeful satisfaction. The blood-soaked dagger also fell to the ground, making a sickening sound. Unlike his demeanor just moments ago, Sang-jin collapsed to his knees beside Tae-sung's corpse. He wearily covered his mouth to keep from vomiting, struggling to suppress the disgust welling up inside him. Sitting next to Tae-sung's bloody body, Sang-jin repeatedly punched himself in the face, reminding himself, "Don't be weak anymore, this is nothing." Suddenly, a glowing runestone appeared beside him, signifying that Tae-sung's life had ended, and he tried to encourage himself. To him, this would be nothing for him. This is what needs to be done. I have to be like him. Witnessing Sang-jin take down Tae-sung, just now the panicked leader tried to bargain. "Wait. My friend, let's talk for a bit if you let me live. No, let's team up." At that moment, a thought flashed through Sang-jin's mind. Now I get it, he's still trying to persuade me, saying we'll be stronger if we team up, and then a truth dawned on him. "I finally understand why you didn't chase after me, Han-soo." Amidst the leader's hoarse pleas to spare him, Sang-jin approached like a savage demon, thinking in your eyes, how pathetic must I have looked. The image of Tae-sung standing before Sang-jin. "I don't need you to protect me." He remembered weakly collapsing behind Tae-sung after being attacked. "If only I had been brave enough to fight with you in that moment of crisis." He had backed away in constant fear while watching the fight. "If only I had resolved to become stronger instead of cowering before your power." That image was forever seared into Sang-jin's mind, and that twisted admiration made him change himself. "Could I ever stand by your side?" Looking at the two runes floating above his hand, Sang-jin resolved, "If I were stronger, you wouldn't have abandoned me like that." Thinking of how he was a coward who let himself be bullied, he realized nothing had changed from the past. Back then, Tae-sung and his friends would tease and bully him back. Then I would have cowered and been wary of others. Sang-jin's eyes changed completely, filled with a thick, swirling bloodlust, as he fiercely drew a line on his neck and vowed, "Now I will prove it, I will become stronger just like you." The scene was officially steeped in death as he swaggered away, filled with a craving. "If I use these fools and catch up to you, then even you will see me in a different light." Strange, crow-like birds circled in the city sky, carrying a grim and ghastly aura of death. Suddenly, they became aggressive, letting out ear-piercing shrieks and swooping down below as if they had spotted prey. Down below, Mihi stood still, watching them charge towards her. Without using any physical force, she simply took a deep breath. Instantly, a powerful gale generated from Mihi's roar blew the mutated crows away. In just a moment, the mutated crows were defeated, falling to the ground in unison. Just then, a deafening shriek erupted from behind Mihi, startling her and making her turn around in alarm. It was a lone, mutated crow that hadn't been defeated, and it was charging at her in a rage, intent on attacking. Just in time, a sharp, blinding flash of light slashed through the monster, tearing it in two. As the crow fell, a familiar figure appeared. It was Han-soo, who had swiftly eliminated it. Seeing him coolly collect the item, Mihi said with some anxiety, "I needed your help after all." But in response, Han-soo wasn't angry and gently reminded her not relying on others and acting alone are two different things. After collecting the rune stones, Han-soo calmly explained to Mihei, "If a skill has a weakness, it's only natural to seek help from a teammate. This is your share." He advised Mihi like a leader. "Make sure you understand the strengths and weaknesses of your skills," and she gave a helpless, forced smile. He's always so strict about dividing the shares. Afterwards, Mihi opened the system to check the situation. "Has it been 2 days already? Today is the 3rd day since we arrived here." After seeing her current results, she breathed a sigh of relief. Buying the magic enhancement speed and stamina skills from Han-soo was a good idea. I would have had a hard time keeping up without them. However, Mihi still wore a sad and anxious expression, but I'm still trying my best not to rely on him. Her sighs echoed endlessly behind Han-soo. On his end, he also opened the system screen to check his status. My stats have improved quite a bit. Looking at the numbers displayed before him, Han-soo was pleased and calculated happily. "Great, the best method is to keep the stats balanced. I won't have much trouble if all my stats are at a balanced level. That way everything will grow evenly." While they were both checking the stats on their accounts, a voice echoed through the space with an announcement. "Mic check, can everyone hear me?" It commanded them to move quickly. "Gather at the starting point immediately. Anyone who is late will be penalized." It turned out to be the fairy's voice, and Mihi exclaimed in alarm. "It's the fairy," Han-soo quickly called to her. "Let's go." The two of them traveled together, moving swiftly toward the designated meeting point. As they walked, Mihi suddenly glanced over at Han-soo, looking like she shyly wanted to say something. Seeing Mihi hesitating and blushing, Han-soo coolly prompted her. "If you have something to say, just say it." Glancing over again, her cheeks still tinged with a shy blush, Mihi slowly said, "Okay." Finally, mustering all her courage, she shouted out in embarrassment, "Hey, Han-soo, do you have a girlfriend?" Han-soo froze upon hearing the question. After saying it, Mihi felt flustered herself, thinking, was that question too personal? The air around Han-soo remained gloomy and cold, but Mihei couldn't stop her thoughts. "I know I shouldn't be thinking this, but he seems unusually generous, so I couldn't help myself." She was so flustered that she subconsciously picked at her nails. Actually, there was another question I wanted to ask, too. In contrast to Mihei's worried confusion, Han-soo grimly thought she seemed so timid, yet she's surprisingly blunt. Suddenly, he thought of how Kang-tae would probably go crazy with joy if asked this. Kang-tae would love this question, even if it were asked just to be polite. He would believe it and gloat. "I'm so popular," while Keldian would coldly mutter, "What an idiot." As for Mihi, Han-soo was a bit surprised at first. She was trembling so much she couldn't speak back. Then Mihi had trembled and stammered, "I have a question. Never mind, it's nothing." In his vague memories, a cheerfully smiling girl with shimmering golden hair appeared, a girlfriend he thought with gloomy disappointment. Right now, she is someone I haven't even met yet. I can't lose her again. In the end, Han-soo decided to answer truthfully, though vaguely, "I don't remember." That answer made Mihei sad and disappointed, and she lowered her head. And so neither of them spoke again as they slowly approached the city ahead. The place seemed very bustling and crowded with people in various outfits. Han-soo and Mihi strode forward, blending into the crowd. Here Mihi spoke up. "As she saw some familiar people, I see a lot of familiar faces." However, she sensed something was off, but the atmosphere is so strange. Just then the fairy appeared, cutting off her suspicious thoughts then. It looked extremely excited as it floated in the air and enthusiastically expressed, "Are all the travelers here now? What a shame you all gathered here too quickly." The terrified crowd below listened intently to its announcement. "All right, let's get down to business." I have two pieces of good news for you. The fairy looked dangerous, squinting a cunning and scheming eye as it trailed off first. Without any warning, it eagerly revealed, if you can survive for the next 72 hours, then you can leave this place. Pleased with its own words, the fairy grinned and applauded itself, then commanded them such wonderful news. Now let's see you all clap and cheer. In response, there was only dead silence. Not a single person reacted. This made it a little angry, and it laughed menacingly. No reaction, huh? So everyone gave in and clapped continuously. The fairy confidently continued its praise. Seeing you all so happy makes me happy too. In an instant, it snapped its fingers smugly. Now let's introduce the main star of this event. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the area, causing rocks and dirt to crumble and bounce with a terrifying rumble. Something appeared before them that left the crowd stunned and horrified. The castle that you see. Without keeping the group waiting, the fairy introduced the thing causing the powerful tremors. It is the most important location in this event. What the hell is that? A magic tower materialized right in the center of the city. This is the magic altar. At this point, Mihi was also stunned for a moment as she witnessed it. An altar. The foot of some monster with enormous sharp claws lay in wait, yet the fairy gently explained there is a very cute pet. Hungry Pants escaped through the sharp teeth in the monster's mouth. It's waiting for all of you inside. Now the fairy flew before the barrier imprisoning the monster and asked excitedly, "You can all see it, right?" As the monster's eye opened, the fairy cheerfully announced its name to them. This little guy's name is the man-eating beast. Amidst everyone's chilling panic and horror, the fairy calmly informed them, "For your sake, we have starved it for one whole day." Following its words, the tower emitted a violent crashing sound, underscoring the warning, so it really wants to get out of there right away. With that said, the fairy lightly tapped the barrier, looking smug about their impending doom. And this altar looks great, but it's not very sturdy. It'll probably collapse soon enough. Look at all this dust and dirt falling down. The monster gradually awakened and began to roar madly, trying to destroy the barrier. The fairy continued to whisper taunts. "If this little friend gets out, I wonder how many of you will be able to survive." The fairy's taunts seemed to be effective as everyone began to panic and worry if the altar collapses. Does that mean we have to fight that monster? It laughed with malicious glee at its wicked plan and probed, "Now I'll give you the second piece of news." At this point, the fairy maintained a leisurely, almost bored demeanor as it floated about and announced, "Luckily, there is a way to make it fall asleep. If it's sleeping, it won't claw at the altar walls or try to escape now, will it?" Knowing they were on the verge of madness with worry and confusion, the fairy leisurely used a teasing, challenging tone. "I wonder what that method is. Does anyone want to guess? If you do well, I might even give you a blessing." The crowd only felt tense and resentful, thinking we don't need it. Seeing that no one was playing along, it shrugged in annoyance and complained, "You all are such boring actors." At this moment, the fairy's truly malicious nature was revealed. It growled menacingly, "The method is simple, 5 people each day." That number made many people suspicious. 5. It then clarified, "You just need to feed it 5 people each day." Such shocking news left everyone stunned. The fairy then continued its calculation. "Since it's for 72 hours, you'll have to feed it 3 times, correct?" After hearing the entire demand, Hansu fell silent, quietly calculating. There are still over 60 people left, and if we use this method, 1/4 of the people here will become its sleeping potion. Interrupting his and everyone else's thoughts, the fairy snapped its fingers and used words to stir their resolve. "It's up to you to decide whether you want to use this method or not. As for those of you who are still hesitating, let me show you something." A video was projected into the air for them to see. In it, the giant monster was brutally rampaging everywhere. Pathetic screams and cries for help echoed as people were trampled to death by it. "Run!" The monster, with blazing red eyes like a demon, slaughtered indiscriminately, causing the screams to echo endlessly. "Help me!" The final recorded image was the sight of it grabbing people and stuffing them into its mouth to satisfy its hunger. At this, the fairy casually leaned against the screen and revealed its source. This recording is from another training area. The people there decided to fight together. Its words sparked a heated debate among the crowd. "Fighting that thing is unthinkable. That's why I said it. We only have one option left." Suddenly, a hand rose from the back of the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. The man in the woolen cap, stunned and tense, stammered out a question. "How are we supposed to choose the people?" In response, the fairy questioned him coldly, "Why are you asking me that?" Everyone fearfully turned to stare at the man, causing him to start in panic and stammer well. Seemingly fed up with this foolish human, the fairy grimaced and reluctantly suggested, "Whether you force someone or draw lots, figure it out yourselves." It also didn't forget to emphasize the requirement. As long as the offerings are alive, you can do whatever you want. After toying with them for a while, the fairy seriously declared, "You should know that you must make a choice within 1 hour. Let me start the countdown for you. It didn't forget to lure them into its trap. That way you will be safe for 24 hours, and then you'll have another 1 hour to choose the next sacrifices. The clock is ticking, counting down their very lives. I hope you all choose wisely. Everyone was now in the complete panic, screaming and grumbling in despair. We're all dead for sure now. That damn demon. While the rest of this crowd was frantically trying to figure something out, a frightened Mihi asked Hansu, "Hey Hansu, what do you think we should do?" However, he simply closed his eyes and replied coolly, leaving her bewildered. The outcome has already been decided no matter what. The man in the woolen cap refused to give up and declared boldly, "We need to be fair." Immediately after, he frantically took the lead and proposed, "Let's draw lots. We can choose 5 people on the first day and then another 5 on the next." Just then, Sang Jin appeared with a scornful sneer. "Why should we do that?" The startled and wary group turned to watch as he brazenly approached. Only Mihi was in disbelief to see Sang Jin, while Han Su, who seemed to have anticipated it, remained calm. Sang Jin gave a dangerous, cruel smile and questioned, "Why do we have to be fair to each other?" Sang Jin lowered his head and stepped forward coldly. "What did you just say?" The man in the cap stepped back, his voice hoarse, not daring to answer directly. "I just said it." The corners of Sang Jin's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, one that was not warm but filled with killing intent. "Is there any reason to be fair?" Hearing this, the man in the cap became agitated, his hands trembling as he retorted heatedly, "Then what do you want us to do? You can't just walk in there while that monster is inside." Sang Jin didn't flinch. His voice was curt, as if returning a question he had prepared long ago. "Why not?" He placed his hand on a nearby iron pillar, his movement slow but filled with a cold resolve, and then said, his voice soft yet firm, "We have a simpler way." As soon as the words left his mouth, his actions spoke for him. Sang Jin suddenly snapped the pillar in two, the sound of rending metal ringing out like a death sentence. The surrounding crowd immediately turned pale at the sight, their faces cringing before his overwhelming power. Amidst the clatter of the iron pillar hitting the ground, Sang Jin declared authoritatively, his voice like a command, "We start with the weakest and most useless ones." He calmly brushed the dust from his hands, a casual gesture, as if he had not just done something so violent, and then added quietly as if confirming, "And we just need to throw in 5 people, is that right?" Having said his piece, Sang Jin turned his eyes, scanning the crowd like an arrow searching for a target. Sang Jin's gaze flickered toward Hansu, a cold excitement rising within him. "All I have to do is demonstrate my superior strength, and everyone here will have to listen to what I say." At that thought, he couldn't help but smile like a child who had just found a new favorite game. "I like this." Waiting for the silence to settle, Sang Jin raised his voice, persuasive and domineering. "This is no time to be wasting. We must sacrifice the weak so that the strong can live. Fighting that monster together is not an option." During this, Han Su simply folded his arms and listened in silence, his gaze a wall of patience. Everyone knew this would be incredibly difficult, but there was no other choice. Sang Jin looked up toward the tower, his voice taking on a righteous tone as if he were declaring a new ideal that all must follow. "No one will have to fight it anymore. We need to cooperate for such a noble cause." Then he glanced at the man in the cap, his eyes as sharp as a blade, his next words hitting like a direct arrow. "And to achieve that, we don't need weaklings like you." Sang Jin narrowed his eyes, his voice as cold as a final verdict. "So it's obvious we should throw the weak ones in first as sacrifices, isn't that right?" Having said that, he suddenly looked directly at him to gauge his reaction, his voice rising in challenge. "What do you think about this, Han Su?" Sang Jin screamed inwardly. "I'm not as weak as I used to be. You've noticed, haven't you, Han Su? I'm much stronger now. I will help you because I have no intention of making you my enemy." Images of the past quickly flashed through his mind. "I've had a better start from this point on. I will become stronger and stronger just like you." Thinking of this, Sang Jin smiled blissfully, "But to do that, I need your help this time. I'm sure you'll make the right decision because my idea is the most perfect one." Han Su did not disappoint, clapping his hands in praise. "That's not a bad idea." But then his voice suddenly paused. "But allow me to make a suggestion, and if everyone follows my suggestion, we can all survive. No one needs to be sacrificed at all." Hearing that, the surrounding crowd immediately cheered with joy. What is there really a way? A thought flashed through Sang Jin's dark eyes. "Don't tell me." The man in the beanie said it for him. "Don't tell me you're saying we're all gonna fight that monster together. That's unrealistic. After seeing that footage, you should have realized it, even if we try to overwhelm it with numbers." Thinking about the footage he saw, he couldn't help but doubt, how can we possibly defeat a monster that recovers its health every time it eats a person? Hearing that, Han Su frowned with a hint of displeasure, who said, "You all have to fight." The man in the beanie immediately yelled, "Then how are you saying you'll go alone?" Hearing that, he broke into a bright smile. "That's exactly what I'm saying." The people nearby felt like they were being played for fools. How ridiculous. They uttered mocking words. How could he possibly take down the monster alone? Do you all think he can do it like that time? Just then, a bald man stepped forward to criticize. What are you talking about? This isn't a fight against some goblins. He relentlessly pointed and scolded, if we can't kill it within 1 hour, we'll all die. The bald man took this opportunity to shout and vent, and we have less than an hour to decide what to do. Standing in the crowd, Sang-jin hesitated, wanting to object, but his expression was as if he had taken a massive blow. I thought I had almost caught up to his strength, but are you now so strong that you can fight that monster alone? Through the crowd, Sang-jin's eyes were glued to Han-soo. Just then he spoke in a cold voice. I will fight it, but not right now. Hearing that he was so overjoyed, his eyes widened, thinking stutteringly, that's right. Even someone like you needs help, right? So Sang-jin asked with a voice full of expectation. So you mean the strongest should fight, right? Let's fight together, Han-soo replied with some annoyance. You people really like to interrupt me, aren't you listening? Hearing that, he felt just as furious. So what the hell do you want? But on the outside, Sang-jin maintained a calm facade. So what is your suggestion? Mihi, standing nearby, also glanced over nervously. Han-soo will surely take me with him when he fights. But then she continuously denied it in her heart. No, there's no way he would do that. At this moment, Han-soo's voice slowly rang out. It's simple. If I raise my strength and stamina to the highest possible level, I can fight the monster one-on-one. So let me give you all another offer. Sang-jin's group all listened with wide eyes. Suyeol's group was just as attentive. If all of you give me all of your stat runes, he said in a firm and resolute voice, I will take responsibility for killing that monster. The moment he finished speaking, the surrounding crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Who would sacrifice their runes? That's 60 runes, it's too many. But Han-soo paid no mind, simply starting to calculate in his head strength and stamina at 100, agility and perception at 50. And if I also use recovery items and skills along with a few tricks based on my previous combat experience, this is entirely possible. If I can do it, I can get it. He growled out each word in his mind, the second hidden piece. Han-soo began to recall the information he knew. Even Chaldean Eris and Kang Tai couldn't defeat it. The only one who figured it out was the raging sovereign Clementine. Even he, who had a berserker passive, had to be on the verge of death to defeat that monster. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists in determination. I must get this hidden piece. I'm much stronger and faster this time than before. Han-soo spoke up once more. I don't care who gives them. Once I have received a certain number sufficient to defeat the monster, I will enter the shrine and face it immediately. Glancing at the time, he kindly reminded them, hesitating any longer won't do any of us any good. The bald man immediately became evasive upon hearing this. Weak people can't have that many runes. If we had that many, we would already be much stronger. After saying that, he didn't forget to incite the others. Everyone give me your runes, I'll fight, or we can draw lots to see who gets sacrificed if you all can't decide. Just then, a voice interjected, you selfish bastard. He angrily turned his head and asked, what bastard? The long-haired man nodded without hesitation. Yes, that's you. You'd obviously be the first one thrown in if we started with the weak ones, so why should we give our runes to someone as weak as you? He slowly approached the gap between the one at the top and the one at the bottom is as vast as heaven and earth. The long-haired man didn't bother to hide his contempt, or is it because you only have a few runes so you don't want to give them up? Looking down on him, he gave a pitying smile. It's obvious that a weakling like you would run away immediately because you're of no use here. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. How dare you talk to me like that? The long-haired man drew the blade at his hip threateningly. Don't do anything stupid, old man, or do you want to have your limbs chopped off and be thrown in there? He stepped back in fear. You think you can treat me like this just because you're strong, don't you? People have any respect for your elders. Although he was so scared his whole body was trembling, the bald man still shouted defiantly, Don't you know what democracy is? He found that a bit ridiculous. Democracy, huh? Fine, then let's vote. The long-haired man's voice suddenly deepened on whether to give up our runes to save someone like you or to sacrifice you instead. He didn't forget to add, and of course we'll vote anonymously, just like in your precious democracy, all right? Hearing that, he stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. You. Immediately, the bald man ran over to Han-soo and begged someone like you can easily take his runes right. He continued to spout shameless words. If you kill a few of the strong ones, you can easily get them before he could finish. The bald man was punched by the man in the beanie. What is this guy saying? Are you trying to die? Reeling from the pain, he immediately cried out, Save me, I'll give you all my runes. I have a family back home, have mercy on me. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd grew louder. Throw him in first. If the monster isn't satisfied, we'll just kill everyone. The scene made Han-soo let out a deep sigh. A sigh that seemed to carry all his fatigue with the endless repetition of violence and the instinct for self-preservation. He felt a sense of resignation. A vague bitterness. They never know when to back down, when to step up. As always, I knew this would happen. We need to resolve the conflict here. That thought forced Han Su to step forward, his voice rising powerful yet calm like someone trying to restore order amidst the chaos. Everyone be quiet. His eyes swept over every face, every expression of fear and calculation. Then he presented a way for them to choose. I'll give you all a few options to find those who need to be sacrificed if no one is willing to hand over their runes. Then Han Su began to point each option stated like a cold command targeting the weakest individual's choice. 1 choice, 2 choice, 3, and that makes 5 people. This is an order for the weakest individuals. Those words immediately ignited a reaction of panic and resistance. The bald man recoiled, his voice trembling as if trying to escape a predetermined sentence. No way, me. Then he erupted in fury, his roar filled with defiance. Are you saying we have to be sacrificed to that monster? The bald man's eyes looked as if he wanted to eat Han Su alive, cursing relentlessly, his words filled with fear and resentment. You bastard, are you abandoning us because we're weak? At this point, the clock had counted down to the 29th minute. Mi-hye stood alone in silence before the tower gate, her hands clasped. Her face was downcast, her eyes filled with unconcealable sorrow and worry. Just then, Sang-jin slowly walked over. He looked at her and said in a low voice, "If you're going to be like this, you might as well just go with him." The words were like a needle piercing the void. Sang-jin uttered it like a comforting guess. Maybe he'll let you follow him, but Mi-hye cut him off. Sang-jin. A faint blush appeared on her face, a mix of seriousness and shyness. You still don't know what kind of person Han Su is, do you? Hearing this, Sang-jin was startled. His heart jolted as he glanced over. Mi-hye gazed towards the tower, her eyes shining brightly as if chasing something out of reach. I want to go with him too, she said in a carefree tone, but I can't just follow him forever, can I? But Sang-jin couldn't seem to sympathize with this freedom. A sense of emptiness welled up inside him. Will I always be left behind? He lowered his head and asked softly, so what are you going to do now? Just keep waiting for him. Hearing that, Mi-hye smoothly turned around, her voice gentle yet firm. No. There was a hint of playfulness in her voice. If I did, that Han Su would scold me, and then I'd be no different from those other people. As she finished speaking, Sang-jin was pulled back to reality, the scene from a few minutes ago replaying in his mind. When Han Su started criticizing those 5 people, his voice was like a sharp spear piercing the crowd's chaos while others were busy. What were you doing? I don't care, even if you were resting to recover. His words landed like a heavy stone, striking their ears and bringing a sense of numbness. But since you've made your choice, you must bear the consequences yourselves. Han Su's eyes were as cold as ice, holding no pity. His words were not a random accusation, but a firm judgment. They didn't leave you behind because you were weak. Your own weakness is the reason you couldn't keep up with them. The 5 people being used as an example averted their gaze, their faces pale under the pressure of his words, and a proposal emerged as his cold conclusion. You're already here and you still want benefits. If you want a chance to survive, take 2 ancient runes each day, all 15 of you. Han Su crossed his arms, his nonchalant attitude suggesting he had thought through the conditions carefully. This is all I can offer. Your job is to hunt and return what you've borrowed from me within the next 72 hours. If anyone runs away without paying me back, let me know. He extended his hand in an inviting gesture, calm but with a hidden challenge. I'll make up for that amount. Just try it if you have the guts. Back in the present, Mi-hye was replying with infinite trust. Han Su always keeps his promises, so he will definitely handle this himself. As she said this, her eyes filled with determination. That also means I have to act quickly so I can catch up to him. Sang-jin lowered his head to hide his expression. You could just come with us. After a brief pause, he raised his voice and added the others would be happy to have you with them too. Hearing this, Mi-hye smiled until her eyes crinkled, but she still firmly refused. Thank you, but not yet. I'll give you my answer later. After speaking, she walked away without looking back, leaving her confident figure to slowly disappear into the night. Sang-jin stood there, his gaze unconsciously drawn to her retreating figure. A quiet pride swelled in his heart. I don't even need to see her fight to know. Mi-hye's figure seemed to glow in his eyes, the image of a changed person. She's gotten stronger since the last time we met. At that thought, Sang-jin looked down, clenching his fist as if to hold on to a new resolve, telling himself, I have to show them too. This isn't enough yet. An intense desire rose within him, something to prove his own worth. Just then, the long-haired man's voice suddenly rang out low and clear. Hey, you, there's something we need to talk to you about. Immediately after, Suyeol's whole group strode forward menacingly, lining up behind him as if to back him up. Seeing this, Sang-jin immediately put on a cold expression, his eyes narrowing slightly. What is it he silently sized them up, this group? But before he could finish his thought, Suyeol quickly spoke up, his tone meant to ease the tension. Why so tense? He stepped forward and gave a slight nod of introduction. This friend of mine is a bit shy. I hope you understand. I'm Park Suyeol. After speaking, he pointed behind him, slowly revealing his purpose. It's nothing important. You're the leader of those people, aren't you? As fellow leaders, I thought we should have a little chat, those people over there. Hearing this, Sang-jin fell silent for a moment, his mind racing before he replied, I am the leader. The two shook hands, a friendly but probing gesture, as Suyol smiled openly, trying to break the ice. We're just friends, but they do listen to me, come on. That makes you a leader. You're amazing. Your team members are so strong. You're embarrassing me from what I saw earlier. You also know that person named Han-soo. Suyol then quickly changed the subject, the smile never leaving his lips. I want to ask you about him, is that all right? Sang-jin looked straight at him, briefly surprised, before nodding cheerfully without any hesitation, of course. Scene changed to inside the tower where the monster is imprisoned. In the gloomy space, dim light cast down on the cold steps, a low voice mumbled from the darkness, "Goblin poison has no effect on it." Han-soo picked up the poison vial, his gaze heavy, turning it over in his fingers as if in thought. So I need to use paralysis poison, this much should be enough. His gaze shifted to the beads in his hand, quietly observing them, as if considering every card for the upcoming battle. Next is the Flying Leopard's bead. It restores a small amount of stamina. Finishing his thought, he casually tossed a bead into his mouth, a bitter taste spread out, but his body immediately felt a bit better. I found this while hunting. Not too bad, I should use it first. As he walked down the stairs, he lamented, my overall stats are no longer balanced, but I have no other choice. Thinking of that monster, a flicker of anxiety arose in Han-soo's heart, because this is far from enough to fight that thing. From his pocket, he took out a cigarette case, murmuring in a low voice, I'm going to have to smoke a lot of these. He pulled out a cigarette, placed it on his lips, and lit it, the flame flaring for a moment. Immediately, thick smoke spread out, the familiar taste quickly hitting him. Han-soo narrowed his eyes, slightly sighing to himself. It's been a long time since I've felt like this. He put the cigarette case back in his pocket, his voice calm, but it's understandable. Han-soo parted his lips, exhaling a puff of hazy white smoke, and then whispered in a low voice finally. Immediately after, he suddenly dropped to one knee, focusing his mind and gathering energy in his palm. Faint streams of light converged, emitting an oppressive aura. Once again, he raised his head, his deep black eyes now filled with fighting spirit. A suitable ancient rune has been created. The stones gradually changed into various colors. When an ancient rune's stats exceed 100, the colors will overlap to create a different rune. Starting from colorless, it will turn red, then from red to orange, and then from orange to yellow. Starting with a colorless rune, the stats will change, and the parameters will appear accordingly. And although a normal rune at 99.9% isn't much different from a colorless rune at 0.01%, the higher the level, the more significant the difference becomes. Han-soo's mind quickly ran a series of calculations, analyzing every tactic in an instant. This monster didn't even appear in the first tutorial round, so using a colorless ancient rune should be enough to deal with it. He moved forward with swift steps, his eyes sharp, yet his mind was calm enough to wander. If I had the dwarf's essence, it would be easier to defeat it. That Berserk King guy is truly insane. Han-soo's footsteps became more urgent, getting faster and faster, but his body suddenly erupted with power as he leaped into the air, intending to land a surprise attack on the monster. A firm assertion echoed in his mind. I can be sure of one thing as the only one who completed the hidden piece. Han-soo's eyes flashed, tiny sparks flickering in their depths. After coming to this damned world, this was the first thing I realized. He stared straight ahead, the monster's slightest movement not escaping his observation. He understood the cruel rule of this place. The harder a mission seems almost impossible to complete, the greater the reward. At this thought, a powerful motivation surged within Han-soo. His body immediately shot forward, time to attack. The monster also seemed to sense the danger. It growled and opened its mouth wide, revealing its cold, sharp teeth. At the same time, on another side, a group of people had just passed through the barrier. The long-haired man quietly reminded them in a low voice, "All right, everyone, remember to stay silent when you enter." Just outside, Suyol was impatiently urging him on. "What are you doing? Get in." Hearing that Sang-jin remained silent, his steps slow but determined as he moved forward, passing through the barrier. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Suyol gave a slight smile and turned to ask Sang-jin, "So are you glad you didn't bring your friend inside?" That question made Sang-jin pause for a moment, then he immediately nodded in agreement. His eyes darted around to assess the situation, and finally he couldn't help but urge, "Now let's hurry and go help Han-soo." Racial skill. At that moment, each large beast was roaring fiercely. The carnivorous beast is one of the beast tribes born with these skills. The carnivorous beast uses 2 of its own racial skills. Han-soo leaped back, dodging the ferocious attacks of the beasts, his body agile as if trained countless times. He frowned and thought to himself, Here it comes. His heart was beating steadily, but he was completely focused. The beast before him cast a dark shadow over his entire being, unleashing its first skill the moment it appeared. Then each of their eyes opened wide, as if trying to instill fear, making the atmosphere even more tense. Hansu's face was grim, gripping the sword in his hand tightly, his gaze cold and unusually calm. The next second, its long hand reached for him as if wanting to swallow him whole. That giant hand seemed to envelop Hansu's body, creating a sense of immense pressure. Not afraid in the least, on the contrary, he remained perfectly calm, even proactively observing the rhythm of the enemy's movements. Hansu leaped backward, dodging the arm as it slammed down his body as agile as a dancer's. As he jumped, he swung his sword, calculating a strategy in his mind, paralyze the prey by making it feel fear and then activate Carnivore the skill to fully restore stamina by eating that prey. Then Hansu wiped the sweat from his face, his brows furrowed with worry. Its attack pattern is still the same, I'm just glad it hasn't gotten any bigger. Looking at the large beast roaring fiercely in front of him, he silently assessed, because after Carnivore fully restores its stamina, its eyes suddenly glowed, and if it uses the blood-sucking swamp which drains the blood of living creatures, then... A second later, a loud explosion erupted, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke. Hansu managed to dart away his expression still calm as he thought to himself, even I can't fight it directly. His sharp eyes looked at the monster. Stabbing it with a needle would only cause a small wound on its body, but I know the most effective method. Then Hansu's feet dug firmly into the ground, stopping to prepare for his next move. Long streaks of light appeared running along the monster's arm. Hansu glanced at it, thinking to himself that restricts its movement. The monster's giant hand continued to shoot forward with lightning speed, creating pressure that made the surrounding space tense. As it slammed its hand shut, Hansu leaped away, feeling annoyed. Even if I try to pierce it, I can't get through deep enough. Then he thrust his sword forward, calculating in his head, but if I aim for a central nerve and stick a poisoned needle in there, it will be far more effective. Pressure points on the monster's body began to glow, and Hansu arched his body, thinking the nerve that causes pain and restricts movement when struck is located between two joints. I need to wait. A sword plunged straight down into the glowing spot while a stream of thoughts raced through his mind just a little more. This is the chance now. The beast roared in agony, its eyes glowing fiery red, making the very space around it shudder. Leaning on his sword, Hansu smiled to himself in satisfaction, thinking this should be enough. Now we just wait until it can't move anymore. The sound of a clock echoed ceaselessly in the space, emphasizing the tension and uncertainty. Hundreds of illusory doors appeared before his eyes, filled with ambiguity. It startled him, and he whipped his head around to look, his face filled with vigilance, ready to react to any danger. The stubborn beast launched an attack towards Hansu, its power spreading out and making the space tremble. It sent him flying directly, his body sliding back but still maintaining absolute alertness and focus. His feet dug into the ground, creating friction to stop sending dust flying everywhere. The beast had a ferocious expression filled with bloodlust. It bared its teeth, its eyes wide and menacing, filled with intimidation and threat. Hansu calmly chanted in his mind, unique skill fear, preparing to seize every advantage. Instantly, a thick black smoke enveloped the beast, causing it to scream in pain and panic. At that moment, he stood holding his sword high, silently assessing the effect. Varies from person to person depending on their mental strength. Magic resistance also contributes to reducing the skill's impact. A powerful killing intent radiated from him, as Hansu told himself, but compared to the monsters I fought in my past life. Then he spat out the candy stick in his mouth, his lips curling in contempt. This thing is nothing but a joke. Most importantly, I'm confident I can defeat it with the experience I have. Just then, its arm shot out, and Hansu immediately dodged it, gritting his teeth while thinking to survive. After facing so many ferocious monsters, I've relied on my combat experience and knowledge to learn how to master my senses most sharply. Soon after, he put another cigarette in his mouth, his gaze drifting into the distance as memories flooded back, when Kang Tae said that fighting was just about predicting the enemy's actions. I laughed out loud, but now I finally understand. Just then, another body of the beast flickered into view before him, making him stare intently and say to himself, I can see what he was talking about now. Next, a surprise lunge came, but Hansu managed to leap back and dodge in time, quickly analyzing in his mind the spot it's about to move to is the spot it's about to attack. With a cold expression, he silently assessed, I can partially predict its moves, but it's not simple. Exhaling a long puff of smoke, Hansu said with regret, if I hadn't increased my strength and stamina back then, I wouldn't be able to attack or dodge its blows like this now. Even so, fighting inside this altar is still very difficult. Finally, he glanced around, a glint in his eyes, and thought to himself, Considering the number of cigarettes and the time I have left, I need to speed this up. At that moment, Suyol, standing high above with his group, spoke. Seeing it this close, his strength is truly no joke. Right after a man with his hair tied up, scowled and cursed, "I can't believe he's fighting that thing alone. What a lunatic, he even has time for a smoke." That man gritted his teeth and replied he must have been confident he could defeat it from the beginning. But he's hurrying more now, there's not much time left. Behind them, Sang Jin silently watched the figures bad-mouthing ahead, wondering to himself, honestly speaking, he didn't have to take our runes right, he probably robbed us on purpose. Just then, Suyol walked over and replied not necessarily without that many stat-boosting runes. He might not have been able to defeat that monster. Hearing that, the man with tied hair immediately ordered, "Let's go head down quietly." Unexpectedly, at that very moment, Sang Jin suddenly called out, "Han-Su, we're here to help you." Han-Su was startled and turned his head to look. A flash of surprise crossed his face before it gradually turned into an unreadable coldness. Sang Jin put on a clueless expression, seemingly unaware of the danger, and continued to ask, "Can you wait a second? We're coming right down." At that moment, Suyol jumped, his face pale as a sheet, and frantically asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Then he immediately slammed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes filled with menace, his voice trembling with tension. "I told you to go down there quietly. What if we get discovered? Of course, Han-Su is supposed to know we're here." Suyol became even more frantic and hastily explained, "But if you shout like that, the monster will also know where we are." Sang Jin awkwardly scratched his head, replying with an embarrassed look, "You're right, I didn't think about that." Upon hearing that, he broke out in a sweat, his eyes widening as he questioned again, "You didn't think of it, was it just a coincidence?" Then, as he turned away, Suyol muttered continuously, each word seemingly suppressing his rage, "That idiot, he does things without thinking." But Sang Jin paid him no mind. He turned, waved mockingly, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh dear, I feel so terribly sorry." Instantly, Han-Su broke out in a sweat and couldn't help but exclaim, "All right, this guy." At this, Suyol laughed in frustration, the corner of his mouth twitching. "We're delayed because of that idiot." His voice echoed in the air, carrying a cold confidence, "But don't worry." Then he tilted his head, his gaze fixed on the monster below, and continued to analyze in a calculating tone. "Once they lower their guard after dealing with that carnivorous beast, we can eliminate them both. Neither of them will have time to notice us." While observing the situation, Suyol frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "But more importantly, after watching that guy fight, I'm certain of one thing. 1. His gaze unconsciously settled on Han-Su, his heart filled with an ice-cold certainty he is very dangerous. At that moment, as Han-Su's blazing red eyes swept up towards him, Suyol shuddered involuntarily, thinking in fear, he isn't human like us, he's a tiger that is full but still dangerous, a monster hiding its claws as it waits for its prey. That thought made him break out in a sweat, his heart pounding erratically as he realized he's not just strong. I can never forget what I saw that day. His mind was dragged back to the events of the first night where Suyol had witnessed Han-Su charge forward alone with his sword, single-handedly defeating that group without a moment's hesitation. The image of each person being slashed repeatedly, blood splattering everywhere, flashed back into his mind. It made him tell himself in disbelief. In fact, it looked like he was enjoying it. For a moment, Han-Su's crazed smile appeared vividly in his mind, making Suyol suppress his thoughts as he walked. "I can't let something that dangerous run loose." He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with ambition. "Once I deal with him, the rest of that scum." His gaze swept over as Suyol thought with certainty, "And that girl Mihei will be mine. Mihei will prove to be useful." Immediately, he turned to the girl with braided hair standing nearby and ordered in a low voice, "Go down and check on the situation out there." The two of them leaned down to observe where Han-Su was fighting. Suyol's voice, still echoing with confidence. "There's nothing to worry about now. The flesh-eating beast's movements have already slowed down." Hearing that, Sang Jin's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the person below for a moment, he was speechless. Right after, he slowly turned his head away, the corners of his lips curling into a dark, unreadable smile. The girl with braided hair, however, furrowed her brow tightly, her voice full of annoyance. That idiot has suddenly gone unusually quiet. But suddenly the entire group's mouths fell open in unison, their hearts pounding at the horrifying scene that had just unfolded. The ground beneath their feet shook violently, causing everyone to stagger, almost unable to stay upright. Chunks of earth and rock began to crack and then collapse, and in the chaos someone shouted a panicked warning, "Watch out, it's about to fall, damn it." The girl with braided hair turned pale, her expression full of panic as she screamed internally, "What the hell?" A moment later, the entire group collapsed to the ground, panting heavily with sweat beading on their foreheads, and the girl with braided hair cried out in panicked confusion. Why did the stairs suddenly collapse? As she managed to get back up, the girl with braided hair glanced around while walking, thinking to herself, "We're trapped, but the monster is already exhausted, so..." However, a dense wave of killing intent as cold as a cutting blade suddenly flooded the space, enveloping all of them. In an instant, the giant, three-eyed monster appeared right in front of them, the corners of its mouth twisting into a sinister, provocative smile. Its blazing red eyes seemed to burn, making them tremble their minds, able to do nothing but scream, "Damn it." Next, the monster roared, releasing a rumbling shockwave, forcing the entire group to clutch their heads and stagger under the immense pressure as she judged in alarm the pressure down here is completely different from up there. At this moment, the group had no way out, forced to face the giant monster before them head-on. Suyol was sweating profusely, muttering to himself in the tense situation, "It's fine, we can't attack and defeat it, but we have Hansu here, so it'll be okay, but where did he run off to?" Suddenly, the girl with braided hair glared and pointed at a figure climbing upwards, shouting in panic, "Where are you going?" Right after he also turned his tone filled with reproach, "You should be down here helping us take down this monster. If we work together, we can defeat it quickly." When his eyes landed on the sight of him clenching a cigarette between his lips, Suyol was so incredulous he couldn't stop asking himself, "Don't tell me he's planning to give up when this is almost over." Hansu frowned, his expression still indifferent, his voice cold as he said, "I was going to, but everything's ruined now because of you. That monster has now fully recovered its stamina." Looking at the group's panicked faces, he briefly thought to himself, "I barely managed to dodge its attacks thanks to that cigarette." Right after, Hansu turned away sharply, telling himself with contempt, "There's no way they're skilled enough to fight it." Seeing this, Suyol's group was startled, their faces suddenly turning pale. Taking out a vial, Hansu stared into it, his eyes flashing with calculation. "Once it finishes them all off, how much paralysis poison do I have left? It'll be difficult for me to face that flesh-eating monster again." Then he casually put his hands in his pockets, thinking to himself as he walked away, "I'll just have to level up more and try again while outwardly taunting them if you can then try killing it yourselves." Instantly, the group below shouted mockingly, "So you're just going to turn tail and run?" The woman with braided hair scowled, her voice full of menace. "It seems you've forgotten that your friend is here too." Then she turned to Suyol, who was avoiding her gaze, and asked, "Maybe we should use him as bait. Bring that piece of trash to me, where is he?" Someone stepped forward, tilting his head as he asked, "Who are you looking for?" Just then, Sang Jin appeared, his expression innocent yet provocative. "Did you all think I fell down there in that collapse too?" He stood behind them, his face ashen, thinking to himself, "No wonder he was so quiet. Did he destroy the stairs because he was wary of us?" While the woman with braided hair screamed in fury, "I'll kill you." He stood tall, replying with bold defiance, "Come up here if you dare. But it's not like you people have time for that." Suddenly, a giant monster appeared from behind them, shaking the very air, and in that moment, Sang Jin's voice rang out ominously, "That monster is drooling, waiting for you all to be frozen by fear." The monster advanced, step by step, surrounding the small group of people, its shadow looming over the entire space. Watching the scene, one of them shuddered, thinking to themselves, "The monster is enjoying this." Suyol stood there, covered in a cold sweat, shouting in panic, "If it recovers its stamina, we'll be in big trouble." Then he suddenly became frantic, cursing as he yelled, "If you abandon us, things will only get worse, for we have to cooperate with this guy. Only then can we survive." Hansu just glanced over his tone, indifferent, as if reminding him, "You don't need to worry about the stairs being broken by the monster. Didn't you all willingly come in here to be sacrifices?" Hearing that, his face immediately drained of color, utterly terrified his trembling lips, unable to form a single word. The whole group instinctively turned their heads, their trembling eyes fixed on the figure of the giant monster looming behind them. At that moment, the fairy sneered, baring its sharp fangs, and pointed as it uttered a chilling phrase. "The method is very simple. It only needs 5 people a day." Immediately, the ground beneath them flashed with light, and a giant magic circle slowly appeared, enveloping them all to feed it 5 people each day. A roar echoed as the monster's giant mouth opened wide, charging straight towards the despairing group. A violent scream tore through the air, drowning out the sound of the world-shaking tremors. Amidst the chaotic scene, Hansu just stood there watching with cold eyes, his tone calm and mocking. "I'm very grateful for everyone's spirit of sacrifice." A moment later, he turned with a composed air and nonchalantly walked away from that place as if everything that had just happened was a trivial matter. Walking up to Sangjin, Hansu lowered his head slightly, his voice dropping. "Why did you do that?" With a cigarette at the corner of his lips, he narrowed his eyes and speculated, "I know you brought that group here for a reason, but you'd better watch your mouth from now on." Sangjin briefly looked up, a glint in his eyes, then lowered his head again and muttered, "I finally understand now." A second later, the corners of his mouth curved up, breaking into a mysterious smile. The atmosphere grew heavy as Sang Jin slowly raised his head, his expression turning serious, his voice ringing out with resolve, the way for me to become useful. His brow twitched slightly, then Sang Jin proposed firmly, "From now on, please use me as a tool, Han-Soo." Han-Soo paused, his calm eyes sweeping over the boy's face with a gaze that was both scrutinizing and cold, but he didn't reply, letting the silence stretch on. Two men stood facing each other amidst the ruins. Han-Soo spoke indifferently. "You want me to see you as a tool and use you. Why should I do that?" As he raised his hand to lightly touch the candy stick, the other person replied in an unchanged tone, "Because I know your purpose is not the same as others." Sang Jin raised his eyes to carefully observe Han-Soo's expression, continuing to speak aloud, "Because you can always see the bigger picture and never stop acting yet," in his heart, he added, "although I only became certain after seeing him fight Jin Tae-sung and those thugs." Recalling that fight with that whole group beaten and sprawled on the ground, Sang Jin thought to himself he attacked them with overwhelming power, but he did not kill anyone. Thinking of the looks from the others, he continued to tell himself, even though that might cause him harm later on. The image of a magnificent, massive structure appeared in Sang Jin's mind. Even when the altar appeared, no matter what others said, he could have easily used force to eliminate them, but he did not. He could not help but remember the other's calm expression and indifferent gaze. "I do not understand why you do not kill people." Sang Jin's expression grew a bit tense, his brows furrowing slightly as he continued to speak. "Anyone can see that your true personality is not like that." Han-Soo silently listened to his long speech, his eyes just staring intently at Sang Jin. He made a beckoning gesture with both hands towards the other man, his voice taking on an enticing tone. "So please use me, I will do the dirty work for you." From start to finish, he just stood there silently, letting the other person ramble on and on. Sang Jin stated his condition with a serious face in return. "Take me with you, or just letting me follow you is fine too." Han-Soo suddenly smirked a smile that made Sang Jin freeze up. He lowered his gaze and walked past the other man, his cold voice rising. "I do not know about that, not after you handled things like that." Sang Jin clenched his fist, defending himself. This time there was no other way to deal with them, so you got caught up in it too. He turned his head to follow the other man, with his eyes a tense drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. "But next time, I will not let anything happen to you." Sang Jin whipped around and shouted towards Han-Soo, "Promising it will be different next time, I guarantee it. Please reconsider." He strode onward with no intention of stopping as the other continued trying to persuade Han-Soo. There will always be people who want to get in your way. Looking at the broad back of the person ahead, Sang Jin said to himself, "Because that is just how much you stand out." In his head, he imagined countless hands wanting to pull the other man down from his high pedestal. His train of thought continued. "So for those you cannot deal with yourself, I will thoroughly eliminate them one by one so you can focus on your goal." Sang Jin's face was still tense, but his eyes showed unconcealed determination in return. "I will follow you and become stronger. The faster Han-Soo strengthens, the faster I can too if I follow him." His eyes remained fixed on Han-Soo's figure, the voice in his head echoing relentlessly. "If you tell me the goal you are aiming for, if you let me follow you." Then Sang Jin was suddenly startled, his body flinching slightly. The silent back of Han-Soo walking ahead slowly turned. He swept an emotionless gaze over the person behind him, his tone indifferent. "Even if I were to agree with you, what would you do if a situation arose where you could not join me?" The coldness in his eyes lessened, and his lips curved into a slight smile, for example, if you were forced to stay behind. The two were once again standing face to face, surrounded by the same ruined scenery. This was a hint. Joy glinted in Sang Jin's eyes as he guessed inwardly, so that means something will happen in the second training round. He placed a hand on his chest as if making a pledge. "In that case, I will become stronger and find you, and then you can continue to see me as an ally." Hearing this, Han-Soo just lowered his eyes, the smile on his lips becoming more pronounced. "Go on down." He turned and left without any hesitation, causing Sang Jin to curse in astonishment. Damn it, is he still refusing? He quickly stepped forward to chase after the other's back while shouting, "Kang Han-Soo, please give me a chance. I will make up for all the mistakes I have made until now." The tip of his shoe toyed with the lollipop stick, crushing it out of shape. While Sang Jin was still loudly trying to persuade him, "Please use me," he just glanced emotionlessly at the other man and spoke indifferently, "Do not misunderstand what I am saying." As he strode forward, he said to the other man, "Meet me here tomorrow at 1 o'clock. A gentle smile played on his face, his eyelids drooping as he added, "Because at that time the monster down there will not be here." These words were beyond Sang Jin's expectations, causing him to freeze in confusion for a moment. Holding the small box, Han-Soo turned to leave without explanation, only adding, "Also, take all those ancient runes down there. You kill those 10 guys, so you take their ancient runes." Finally, he said his goodbyes and left, leaving Sang-jin standing there frozen. Let us hope we are in a better mood when we meet again. I am heading out. Goodbye. As he walked, Han-soo thought to himself, I am still not too sure about him, but I will definitely need him later. At the same time, Sang-jin was screaming silently. He recalled the words Eris had spoken at that moment in his mind, no matter what, you are returning to the past to save humanity. Her armor was covered in dust, yet she spoke calmly, but ironically, there will be people who want to stand in your way at times like that. Prepare a punisher for yourself. A golden stream of light appeared in his imagination, a straight back. Those who will act in your stead, the punisher. Eris stood before a group of people, her cloak fluttering in the wind, one hand holding a sharp spearhead. They wore metal armor of various colors and styles, an essential element that not only Alice but all monarchs possessed. These people with cold eyes holding sharp weapons bathed in fresh red blood, they are the ones who do the dirty work for the monarchs and help their monarchs get closer to their goals. Han-soo stood with his arms crossed thoughtfully, recalling his own past. In my past life, I was also a punisher at first. I was even planning to choose Anvi Aaron. A swirl of white light rose from Sang-jin's open left palm. He continued to mutter to himself, but I will give him a chance. I do not know how much I can trust Sang-jin either. Strange blue streaks of light appeared among the players as the second training round began. Their bodies were covered in dirt, each one striving to survive. Everyone here will be forced to move to different places. A mass of white light hovered in the palm of Sang-jin's hand. He looked up slightly, and when that happens, perhaps he will change his mind. Han-soo's expression became slightly excited as he looked down with one side of his lips slightly raised, but with 8 ancient runes and a few cigarettes, if I can get a useful punisher, then this investment is well worth it. While Sang-jin was still standing there looking up, he turned and left decisively, his tone light. But if I fail, there is nothing I can do. For now, what I need to focus on is getting the hidden piece. I will prepare thoroughly again and take it down for good. The image of a monster opening its mouth full of sharp teeth and screeching in pain, he continued to think, let us see what I will get from this. His cheek was stained with a streak of blood. Both of Han-soo's hands rested on the hilt of his sword as he panted. If you look at the condition for the second hidden piece, it is very simple. Broken chunks of rock fell continuously from above inside the structure before the carnivorous beast breaks the altar and escapes. Its large body lay sprawled on the ground, the sharp tip of a sword embedded in the monster, then just defeat it. Han-soo's brows furrowed slightly. He bit the corner of his mouth to suppress the pain. It is just that no one thought anyone could actually fulfill this condition. A brightly shining golden door appeared, attracting his attention. The system's voice rang out with an announcement as Han-soo approached the golden rays of light. Hidden quest completed. A hand covered in scratches, dirt, and dried blood reached towards the light. His eyes lit up slightly, his brows knitted in excitement. This is. He held the glossy black ring inlaid with a stone that emitted a blue-violet light, the ring of the vampire demon king Nurmaha. Han-soo brought the ring up to his face to inspect it carefully, muttering to himself, that raging monarch brat. I was wondering where she got this thing, so this is why no one else could find it. The jet-black ring gave off a cold glint of light, the system-introduced ring of Nurmaha. Weapons, jewelry of gold, silver, or metal, or magical treasures, gemstones of all kinds of materials. There are countless ways to classify the grade of an artifact. However, the most important thing is still the color. A normal artifact cannot have any color, let alone the special color of a high-grade artifact. Han-soo clenched his fist, the colors of the artifacts swirling in his mind, but there were always exceptions, like how the traveler created the evolving ancient language growth-type artifacts would absorb the ancient language and change color. The heavy stone pillar emitted a dazzling purple light from its top. Among them, the best item was the numbered series. A stream of reddish-purple light swirled in the palm of his ringed hand. Just the number 9 Nurmaha's ring Clementine's signature artifact was one of the numbered series. They were extremely special items. The other person's hand covered half of his face, revealing only one dark eye. The ring on his finger flashed in the past. Clementine was the sole owner of Nurmaha, which is why it was his symbol. Their bodies were shattered into pieces, tears streaming down their cheeks. When facing the 8 powers from his ring, anyone would be torn to shreds. One corner of Han-soo's mouth curled up in excitement. He held the ring in his hand. I can't believe I have this amazing. Both of his hands were covered in dried blood stains. Han-soo put on the ring, thinking about how difficult it was to obtain it. He realized it wasn't some trash to be easily thrown away. His eyes shone brightly, his ringed hand clenched confidently. But it's a numbered item, huh? A notification from the system. Nurmaha's ring is colorless currently. You can only unlock 1 power. Han-soo looked at the notification and couldn't help but wonder. Nurmaha's ring is rumored to have 8 powers, right? Currently, it's still colorless, so that's why it can only unlock 1 power. The system's blue interface panel appeared before his eyes, introducing the power of annihilation nullify, a trait or ability of the target, including passives and skills you can directly affect the target. Just a flick of that ringed hand can send a person flying. The system's interface panel turned from blue to red, and when the time is up, the effect will be automatically lifted. The time limit for the power of annihilation ends. While reading this introduction, Han-Soo silently calculated in his mind the fact that being able to nullify the power of an opponent's skill was a huge advantage. The system interface displayed values in various aspects. He looked at it and muttered to himself to use it well. At least one of the stats must be compatible with the colorless ancient language. Han-Soo raised a hand to his chin thoughtfully. He continued to calculate. So I'll need a lot of magic runes to use all 8 powers. I'll balance the stats later. For now, let's focus on using this power. His sneakers stepped onto the ground, leaving a stream of purple light behind. With both hands in his pockets, Han-Soo walked leisurely along the shattered road. Mi-hee hurriedly ran over from the area ahead, calling his name Han-Soo. Her face, still showing traces of worry, lit up with joy, I heard from Sang-jin. Did you kill that monster? A loud noise suddenly rang out, startling everyone. Mi-hee let out a gasp of surprise. A huge shadow fell over the entire group. She couldn't hide the look of astonishment on her face. The massive structure stood before them as the system interface panel counted down to 0. Someone shouted in alarm, "The altar." The entire group was terrified by this event. Someone couldn't help but scream, "It's gone." Han-Soo, standing opposite her, just calmly asked in return, "Didn't I tell you?" On his face, still bearing a fresh wound, a gentle smile hung at the corners of his eyes. "I said I would take responsibility for it, right?" A shy pink blush spread across Mi-hee's cheeks, her pale eyes brightening slightly. Mi-hee shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She turned away with her eyes slightly downcast and whispered a soft agreement. Sang-jin's eyes under his long bangs also shone brightly. The corner of his mouth curled slightly as he muttered to himself, so he succeeded. Trusting him was the right choice. The gentle smile on Han-Soo's face faded. He returned to his cold demeanor and said it will be a while until the next training session begins. Han-Soo turned and walked in another direction, saying to those around him as he went, "So let's go hunting now." Mi-hee lowered her head slightly, the shadows hiding the expression on her face. Han-Soo won. After a moment's pause, her words made him whip his head around. "I want to split up." The wind gently lifted the ends of Mi-hee's hair, still maintaining her posture. She spoke as if reminding herself, "I'm not qualified to stand by your side, and when I'm with you, I become dependent on you, so..." Then Mi-hee raised her head and gave a strained smile. "Luckily, Sang-jin said he would go with me. I also know a lot of people here." Sang-jin glanced at the people around them and continued, "For Mi-hee, she's very welcome. Everyone likes her a lot." Han-Soo looked at the girl standing opposite him, thinking to himself, "It's a bit of a shame, but splitting up with her now is for the best." He glanced away, his train of thought continuing. "We'll be splitting up when the training begins anyway, so she's already started thinking about needing to be independent outwardly." He didn't hesitate to acknowledge it. "That's a good decision." After saying that, Han-Soo decisively turned his back and left, leaving a speechless Mi-hee standing behind him. His advancing footsteps were suddenly halted by a call wait. He turned his head to look back. Mi-hee's eyes showed confidence. "The next time we meet, I won't give up so easily." The wind gently stirred a lock of her hair. She gave a gentle smile and said her farewell. "See you again." Hearing that, Han-Soo lowered his head slightly and let out a small laugh, his long bangs making it hard to see his eyes. She and Sang-jin stood side by side behind him. He turned and continued walking with a faint smile on his lips, sure. Then, just as he seemed to be leaving for good, his voice came back, catching the boy's attention. "Hey, Sang-jin." He continued to speak without turning his head. "You said you wanted me to use you, right? If you're serious about that, then tell me." Han-Soo's next words made his eyes light up with joy. He whipped his head around to look straight at his back. "The decision is up to you." 1 week later, Han-Soo was leading everyone at the gathering point. A fairy's voice echoed from the sky. "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? The second training session begins." It smiled with its eyes closed, placing a hand on its chin and clearing its throat pretentiously. Its mouth widened into a grin, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. "There are more people in this round than I thought, but who cares?" The fairy wore a malicious smile, its smiling eyes unable to hide its sinister nature. I had already predicted this. Below, Han-Soo just calmly faced it with a calm, expressionless face. The fairy snapped its fingers with a click, its tone full of excitement. "All right, then let's change the location." It spread its hands wide in the air, a blue light emanating from the ground beneath their feet. The scenery suddenly changed strangely, making everyone tense. "What is this? There's a light under our feet." Chae-eun fearfully grabbed the arm of Soo-yeol, who was standing beside her. "Ah." Han-Soo's gaze finally turned serious. his lips pressed into a tight line as he told himself it's finally starting. His sneakers landed, one hand pressing against the ground to stabilize his body. The other players were also transported one by one. One of them saw the surroundings and couldn't help but ask, "Where are we?" Chae-yoon's face was filled with fear. Han-soo, standing not far away, just stared straight ahead. Calmly, a voice rang out. "Is everyone here before entering the second training? Let's decide on the number of people." Hearing that the players showed countless different expressions, fear, anxiety, wariness, someone blurted out the number of people. The voice continued while the players' emotions were extremely unstable. "From now on, ensure there are no more than 7 people in one room." The players stood in a circle in the closed room. The voice continued. "We will proceed after that condition is met." Kangmin glanced around, gritting his teeth and growling a curse. "Damn it! There are 8 of us!" As if it hurt him. The voice continued to ring out. "I don't mind if you reduce the number even further. You know, each room may face different situations, but the stats will be similar, isn't that right? Go ahead and discuss it among yourselves." Han Chol stood with his arms crossed, thinking to himself when something suddenly caught his attention. "No wonder I was just thinking that the progress was going unreasonably well. What do we do now?" Looking at the item worn on the other person's hip, Han Chol frowned slightly, that strange syringe-shaped weapon. He looked at the person with a cold expression standing silently to one side and wondered, is that person's name Han-soo? Han Chol looked at the other person carefully, unable to help but think with admiration. "I haven't seen how good he is with my own eyes, but just by looking, he seems to live up to the rumors." The back of a tall, slender girl with long black hair. She was the first to speak up for discussion anyway. "The rest of us will end up cooperating, so someone will have to leave. Right, that's the biggest problem, so it's best to solve it first." Jimin smiled, her eyes crinkling. She raised a finger and playfully suggested, "How about we introduce ourselves first to prove our worth?" She spread her hands slightly as if to rally everyone, her words carrying the same intention to prove that you are a valuable person. A foot stomped firmly on the ground, stepping forward. "I'll go first." With a large build and a fierce smile on his face, the blade in his hand glowed red. "This is the first time you've all seen something like this, isn't it? I'm Daechol, and I don't think anyone here can possibly take me down." Daechol continued his introduction as some people grew anxious. "I'm certainly no dead weight." Han-soo's eyes narrowed slightly. He confirmed it to himself. That's an aura technique. Han-soo observed the man's method, his knowledge of aura techniques replaying in his mind. It's a runic skill that uses magic to enhance all stats. It can also be used to empower a weapon by coating it in magic like that. He himself had to honestly admit that the aura technique was a truly unique and excellent skill to possess, but looking at the man's display, he continued to add, "Whatever he managed to get here can't be that effective." Daechol looked full of confidence, Han-soo thought to himself, but I guess it's still better than nothing. Kangmin raised one hand, a green light swirling around it. "If we're talking about the importance of skills, then I must have the greatest advantage. I'm Kangmin, and I possess a healing skill." Han Chol, who had been standing aside with his arms crossed the whole time, introduced himself dryly. "I'm Han Chol. I possess a combat skill." Suyol's family of 3 were filled with anxiety, his face overflowing with fear. "Did you say that someone has to die? We are a family, so please I beg you to spare us." However, the others simply listened and coldly ignored Suyol's plea. Daechol shot a sleazy grin at Jimin, who was standing quietly to one side, and reminded her, "Hey lady, if I remember correctly, you haven't introduced yourself yet. You were the one who suggested this, so why don't you set an example?" Jimin's expression immediately changed into a friendly smile. "My name is Jimin." A shadow covered half of her face, obscuring her expression. "And as for my skill, I'll show you all right now." Daechol, who was just posturing a moment ago, now stood trembling with his blade in hand. "Why are you coming near me?" The smile on Jimin's face turned eerie. Daechol continued his threats. "You'll regret it if you charge at me so recklessly." The gleaming tip of a blade was stained with fresh red blood. Jimin had pierced him from behind. The other players couldn't help but be horrified as they witnessed the sudden bloody spectacle. Suyol's family of 3 turned pale in terror, and he hurriedly shielded the other 2. Daechol's large frame collapsed to the floor, splattering fresh blood everywhere. The perpetrator, Jimin, simply exhaled nonchalantly. What a stroke of luck. She held a single brilliant red stone in her hand, her face flushed with excitement. "I didn't think this runic skill would actually drop. I'll be taking this skill." White bloodstones were scattered around Daechol's corpse. Jimin gestured to the others. "Please share the rest among yourselves, all right?" Kangmin pushed up his sweaty glasses while Han Chol beside him frowned tensely, thinking just like that. She killed one person in an instant. That woman is insane. I need to be careful around her. At that moment, Han-soo, who had been standing quietly in a corner all this time watching the scene, simply let out a sigh. He glanced at the corpse on the ground with an expressionless face, sighing to himself. A powerful rune is useless in the hands of someone incompetent. Things have gotten much easier now. Watching Suyol's family huddle together in fear on one side, he continued his thought with people who were dead in the past. Now alive, it seems the flow of time has begun to change. The corners of Han-Su's lips curled into a slight smile, his face full of interest. Things are progressing in a very interesting manner. A fairy appeared from a rift in the white wall. It spoke with a mischievous laugh. You've reached the number 7 before any other group. Let's see, excellent. Now then, let's start the explanation, shall we? The scenery before their eyes suddenly transformed into a vast blue sky and majestic mountains, the fairy continued. Let me show you first what lies before you is the road to ascension. Your mission here is quite simple. It spoke to the group standing at one end of a wooden suspension bridge. You must continuously ascend for 3 months and reach the dormant volcano at the center of the 2nd floor. That is your first objective. The fairy chuckled, pointing towards a distant mountain as it explained. Once you pass this tutorial, a world of adventure will open up completely for you. It cheerfully said to the players below, who all had different expressions on their faces, I wish you all the very best. Han-Su led the group across the suspension bridge that connected 2 floating mountains. Han-Chol, walking right behind him, smiled and suggested to the group, we'll be together for a pretty long time, so let's get acquainted with. Seeing that Han-Su didn't react and kept walking, he gritted his teeth in frustration. What's wrong with that guy? Why is he in such a rush? As if he had seen something terrifying, Suyol's eyes widened and he yelled, wait a minute. The wooden planks of the bridge behind them began to fall. He screamed, the bridge is collapsing. Seeing the situation was bad, the others immediately hurried forward. Suyol also yelled, run. After reaching the other side of the bridge, Han-Su stood there calmly glancing back at the gasping crowd. The fairy reappeared, offering a somewhat late reminder to everyone. Oh, that's right. Did I mention that the lower parts of the island will start to collapse over time? The bridges fall even faster, so be careful. The players panting on the ground glared up at it and thought you were supposed to tell us that first. Seeing Han-Su calmly walking ahead without a backward glance, Han-Chol called out, hey, where are you going? Being completely ignored, he gritted his teeth in anger while Jimin's face also grew sharp, that damn antisocial jerk. She smiled beautifully at Han-Chol again for now. Why don't we just follow him and see what happens, what? Han-Su strode forward, leaving them with just his silent back. His voice echoed as he replied to Jimin, who knows he looks so confident maybe he knows where to go. In the end, the group still followed closely behind Han-Su. The bright sun blazed overhead as they stepped over large tree roots one after another. Han-Chol looked around nervously and said to the others, we've been walking for several hours and there hasn't been another bridge. Does he even know where he's going hearing this? Jimin could only reply, I don't know either. Stop talking to me, these insects. Hearing her complain, he just frowned deeply. How troublesome. Han-Chol looked at the person in front and thought to himself, we've seen scenery like this before and there's nothing here. How much further must we go? As he was thinking, something caught his eye. He asked his question just as Han-Su turned back, his cheeks full. What have you been chomping on all this time? He spoke while still chewing, holding a piece of bark. Eating this gives you a slight poison resistance effect. The interface displayed oak bark. While the two were talking, a massive slithering body crept onto a branch over their heads. Han-Chol's voice asked, why are you eating an antidote? That enormous figure silently began to lower itself. A hand grabbed the collar of the oblivious Han-Chol and yanked him away. He shouted as he was pulled, what the hell are you doing? A python of gigantic proportions opened its massive jaws and lunged towards the two of them. Startled by the sight, Han-Chol fell to the ground. Han-Su immediately moved to shield him, thinking to himself, there you are. Confused Han-Chol quickly asked him, hey, how did you know a monster was going to attack us? Han-Su nonchalantly replied while slowly chewing on the bark, it's a superpower. Hearing that reply, he was stunned, muttering in disbelief, a superpower, huh? Soon after, in a moment of carelessness, a snake suddenly sank its fangs into Han-Chol's arm, making him cry out in panic, damn it. However, without hesitation, he swung his arm hard and threw the snake away. Right after the snake, still twitching on the ground, was finished by a descending blade, its body convulsed a few times before going still. Watching this, Han-Chol smirked, exclaiming to himself, these stubborn little punks. Just then, an adult snake with an even stranger appearance showed up. Adult runic serpent, its temperament changes according to the pattern of runes on its head. The runes shift randomly, making its mood erratic. He frowned, looking down in annoyance at the bleeding wound on his arm. Damn it, they keep attacking relentlessly, not giving us any chance to heal. That Han-Su guy showed us how to trap them, but now that I'm hurt, I don't have the energy to catch them. Then Han-Chol angrily shouted at the group cowering in the back. What's more, why aren't you fighting? Stop hiding back there, get up to the front and fight them. Suyol frantically tried to explain, "I'm sorry, please understand. I need to protect my family. I can't take the risk to help you." Hearing that, he became even angrier. Damn it. So what if you have a family? We are up front fighting, trying to keep us from dying here. Then Han Chol turned his attention to Kang Min, who was not far away. What about you? Then you do not have any family to protect. He arrogantly pushed up his glasses with a cunning smirk. You cannot guarantee I will not get hurt during the fight, can you? How are you going to heal your wounds without me? He cursed silently in anger. Is your sword just for show? Han Chol could only spit out in frustration, I guess, so since you are the healer, Kang Min then casually made a proposition. Let me tell you, if you want me to heal you, you will have to pay me about 3 powerful runes. Otherwise, 1.5 agility points or 1 mana will also do. As soon as those words were spoken, he wanted nothing more than to punch him. His expression stiffened. This damn bastard Han Chol spoke up to question Jimin. Are you just going to let them be like this? Jimin looked at him and replied nonchalantly, what else is there to do? The man took out a rune and offered it to Kang Min here. Please take this rune and heal my wife. He happily agreed, all right. Han Chol stood helplessly in this contrasting scene, right? I am probably the only one who finds this situation terrible. Seeing him standing still, Kang Min urged him, what are you just standing there for? Come on, get over here quick. Han Chol was indignant, but could do nothing else. This bastard is acting like this because he has a healing skill. My luck is rotten. I ended up picking all sorts of weird people. Suddenly, a telepathic message came through Kiol. Can you hear me? A hint of doubt flickered in his eyes. The person on the other end asked about his situation. Young Han Chol, how is the new place you have arrived at? Han Chol asked back irritably, do not ask how are things on your side. From the party with the 2-gun symbol on my side, it is not too bad. It seems there is a rescuer up above, so just clear a path and climb. The other side continued, try to find some new teammates to help you on your way there. Han Chol was incredibly dejected. I want to do that too, but the person added, our group will grow stronger and stronger, will it not? You have got this. He began to observe Han Su's cold demeanor. I do not know among these people who could possibly join me a guy who claims to have superpowers. Next, he looked at Jimin fighting fiercely or this crazy sword-wielding woman. Then Han Chol shifted his gaze to Kang Min's face, which held a look of disdain for everything or this cunning healer. Finally, he looked at the family of 3 huddled together in happiness. That useless family of 3. The person on the other end reminded him of an essential point, is not survival. The most important thing, Han Chol wearily pushed the matter aside. I will put finding teammates on the back burner for now. That person also promised Captain, I will come see you later. However, he did not know that all his actions had been noticed by Han Su. He clearly saw the party symbol on Han Chol's hand slowly fading. Their monarch trait is developing too fast. This was like a monarch's crown, a part of the player trait monarch, which all monarchs like Eras and the Raging Monarch possessed. They are the standard bearer who leads everyone. It is the ability to lead a group and make them stronger. The members of the group will all follow their leader. A person possessing the monarch trait can bestow a certain power. The monarch grants their group members a unique symbol. That symbol is imprinted on the back of the group members' hands. Those with the same symbol can connect with each other, they can talk to one another, and thus their combat synergy increases. Han Su carefully considered this as he struck down a snake. The number of people a monarch can recruit is limited, but right now everyone is busy searching for members. Just like that, he obtained another rune, and if I have to compete with them, it will be quite difficult. Han Su fiddled with the rune in his hand, his expression unchanging as he thought, in the end, if I want people to follow me, I must be strong enough to support them. The battle ended. The corpses of giant serpents were scattered everywhere. Next to the bodies were sparkling runes. Hearing the worried voice behind him, he walked on calmly. It seems the number of monsters has decreased, but that does not mean the danger is over, as fewer monsters might mean we are in the territory of a stronger boss. Han Su calmly pushed aside the thick green leaves, it seems so. He calmly looked at the scene before him. We are close to the lair of the mutant rune serpent. Seeing the ferocious rune serpent coiled around a tree, finally I am close to the objective that brought me here. It seemed to have sensed someone approaching an adult rune-eating serpent. As Han Su was about to step forward, Suyol quickly stopped him. Wait. He fearfully asked what was on his mind. Do you really think we have to fight that snake? I think if we do not get close, it will not attack us. Why do not we just leave now? But what Suyol received was his cold reply. If you want to leave, then go. I will fight it myself. If everyone else climbs up ahead to avoid it, I will not mind. Han Su continued forward, ignoring the man's flustered words. No, that is not what I meant. We should stick together. Why are you doing something so foolish as to fight it? He threw him a sharp, annoyed glare. You seem to be mistaken about something. I am not traveling with you. Han Su added a comment that left the man stunned. We are merely heading in the same direction. Eventually, we will go our separate ways. Jimin could only decide to leave. "Well, my hands are tied in this case," Suyol asked in a panicked tone. "Wait in that case who in our party is going to fight." She was even more disgusted by his cowardice. "I mean, we cannot force him to come with us, or are you planning to stay here and follow him?" Suyol stood frozen, stiff, stammering, and unable to form a reply. Jimin led the group away, not forgetting to remind Han Chol, who had not moved yet, "Let us just get going now." He was still hesitating. "He is just as stubborn as people say, but I cannot just leave him like this." Kang Min urged Han Chol to come along. "Why are you still not leaving?" He directly shut down his thoughts. "If you are still thinking about how to drag him along with us, then just forget it." Han Chol asked doubtfully, "Why is that?" Kang Min could only sigh helplessly. "Everyone has needed my healing so far, but not him. He has not needed healing a single time. It is scary. He acts as if these fights are just a trivial matter to him. People like that do not listen to others." He added another sentence, "And from what I can see, he is not the type to last long fighting." On his own hearing this, he felt it was a shame for Han Su's exceptional talent. He is that good, and yet I cannot get him to join the group. What a pity it seems he is also difficult to manage. Meanwhile, the rune serpent had bitten a tree trunk into 100 pieces. With his agile speed, he escaped in that perilous moment. Seeing it bare its fangs and claws to attack again, Han Su understood when the magic rune is active, it avoids me, but when it feels my rune is gone and the threat has vanished, it attacks me instantly. He also noticed the symbol that was constantly glowing on the rune serpent's head. Han Su gripped his sword tightly, leaped up, and struck it before it could react. After a moment of close combat, he realized something. It is stronger and faster than the scaled serpent, but it is far from being a match for the carnivorous monster I fought last time. When it is attacked, the rune switches to a defensive state to increase its defense, and at that point my attacks become weaker. But Han Su remained nonchalant with a candy stick in his mouth. An unnecessarily long fight would not put me in a tough spot, but it would still be annoying if something happened. Looking at the rune serpent's fierce appearance, the way to defeat it is simple focus on the trees right in the middle of that clearing that looks like a nest. He had already noticed the nest it was constantly protecting behind it. And so Han Su directly ignored the rune serpent and rushed towards the nest. Just ignore the snake attack that place first. It will instinctively let down its guard to protect the nest, and then its weakness will be exposed. He knew it had fallen for the trap and turned to chase him. Gotcha. Han Su immediately braked hard, skidding to a stop and creating a thin cloud of dust that swirled around him. With just the sharp sword strike he unleashed, the rune-eating serpent cried out in excruciating pain. After finishing it off, Han Su turned and headed towards the tree. It lost its life just like that, but he did not stop. "Now that I am getting to it, this is faster than I thought." What Han Su wanted was the egg placed in the nest, the egg of the rune-eating serpent. Just then, the egg began to move unusually. Han Su held an egg in his hand. At the same time, he took a small nearby stone to tap and scrape the surface of the eggshell, the egg of a rune-eating snake. Immediately after, a crack formed and a cracking sound echoed. When the first piece of shell fell, a long, narrow, bright yellow eye flashed from within. The egg gradually peeled open, and finally an adorable little snake was born. It was so small compared to its adult form, a juvenile ancient-tongue serpent. But this little one had a very unique characteristic. According to the theoretical knowledge about juveniles, it would hunt ancient runes and then spit them out immediately. Han Su offered 3 stone tablets carved with ancient script and urged it, "Come on, eat up." The juvenile looked at the items before it with excitement and immediately opened its mouth. It ate any 3 ancient runes and spat out 2 ancient runes that its owner desired. He reached out to catch what it spat out, thinking to himself for anyone else losing 3 to get only 2 would be a net loss. However, Han Su had a different opinion. He gently stroked the juvenile's cheek in praise. "You can eat any of them. As long as you spit out exactly what I need, that's all that matters. Good job. Right now, I need to focus on increasing my magic and physical damage resistance." After finishing the task, he watched it slither into his sleeve and said, "You can rest now." He felt a new motivation for the next step. "With this little one, I'll be able to reach my goal, or maybe I should act right now." Meanwhile, in another place, the family of 3 was still struggling in the forest, unable to find their way. The daughter, hugging her mother, asked in a small voice, "Where are we going, Daddy?" The father's voice turned stern. "Be quiet." After speaking, he looked down at the map in his hand, his face flustered and anxious, breaking out in a sweat. He thought to himself, the island map we got from leaving the room doesn't show the detailed structure. We can't move recklessly because we don't know what's out there. Where can we go to be safe? If only they hadn't abandoned us. But just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes. The wife approached him and cried out worriedly, "Honey, there's a noise over there." Suyol spread his arms to shield his wife and daughter. Though trembling with fear, he tried his best to protect his family. Could it be a monster or another traveler? Get behind me! However, luckily for them, the person who appeared was Han-Soo. Seeing him, the man couldn't help but be surprised. Kang Han-Soo, you're back. He stepped out from the bushes, approaching them and asking, "What are you all doing here?" The man, being tactless, joked mockingly, "Did you run away in the middle of the fight with that python monster?" But Han-Soo calmly replied with the opposite, "I took it down." As soon as the words were out, Soo-yeol was utterly astonished. He secretly sized up the other man. He caught it, and he only has that small wound. It hasn't even been that long. At this moment, Han-Soo noticed that only 3 people were present. He asked a question that made the man freeze, but where are the others? Finally, Soo-yeol hesitated and began to recount they. A while ago, a conflict had broken out between the family of 3 and the rest of the group. He had questioned them loudly. "What are you talking about? Leave this place. What do you mean?" Then, feeling that he was in a weak position, Soo-yeol lowered his voice and forced a smile, pleading it would be too dangerous for us if we had to split up. "Please don't do this, can't we? There's no need for us to fight among ourselves." Hearing that, Han-Chol let out a sneer, "So you just want to take it easy and hide behind us." The man was immediately at a loss for words. Well, Jimin also gave them a cold look. He's right, a large number of players have already been eliminated. It's a hassle to have useless people in the way. Kang Min agreed, "I don't care who gives me ancient runes, but I should definitely be finding powerful ones myself to get stronger. I can't let weak freeloaders tag along." After telling the whole story, Soo-yeol was still incredibly angry. Muttering and cursing, he said that and went a different way. "They even blocked the path so we couldn't follow those bastards. How dare they look down on others like that?" But he suddenly noticed Han-Soo had no intention of listening and was turning to leave. Seeing this, Soo-yeol quickly called out, "Hey, where are you going? I'm older than you and I'm still talking to you." His expression was cold and indifferent as he replied, "Let's move, we're wasting too much time." The wife suddenly felt worried and quietly asked her husband, "Honey, should we too?" But he quickly shook his head, signaling no. Han-Soo's footsteps grew more and more distant from their family. Afterward, the family of 3 decided to follow him in silence. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to look at them, asking, "What do you think you're doing?" Although a bit startled, Soo-yeol still justified himself with a plausible reason. "Didn't you say from the beginning that you wouldn't go with us? You just go on your way, we'll go our own." Han-Soo didn't bother to expose the lies, simply turning back and continuing on his way. What a lame excuse, but whatever, suit yourselves, I'll be fighting alone anyway. After that, he began to eliminate the monsters that appeared on the path. As he used his power, Han-Soo himself could feel the changes in his body. It's a bit difficult, but thanks to this, my stats are in the best condition. Once the job was done, he lowered his hand and let the juvenile crawl to the ground. Watching it happily and eagerly swallow each ancient runestone, Han-Soo thought to himself it was a wise choice to increase my resistance to adverse effects and boost my physical defense first. Next, he opened the system to review his information. Kang Han-Soo, strength colorless 0.03% vitality, 88.8 accuracy, 84.0 perception, 85.1 magic, 58.4 physical resistance, 32 effect resistance, 29. Han-Soo held the stone in his hand and murmured, "Thanks to this, fighting on my own has become much easier." From the corner of the bushes, the family of 3 watched him attentively, taking out a sharp knife to prepare for their next action. "I have to scavenge for food from the remains." Chae-eun's eyes sparkled with admiration. "He's getting stronger and stronger. It's amazing." The wife beside her, hugging her knees, said softly, "It's so lucky he isn't interested in our ancient runes." She wondered, should we be fighting to the death like him? Hearing that, Soo-yeol turned to her, his tone slightly reproachful. "Calm down, Chae-eun. It's not wise to needlessly interfere in his battles. Just being together as a family like this is a blessing from the gods. As long as we stay safe, we'll get stronger later." Chae-eun reined in her emotions and replied obediently, "Yes." He then continued, "Let's just follow him." And so the 3 of them stealthily and hastily tailed Han-Soo. Suddenly, they stopped in their tracks, their faces showing clear confusion. Where is he going? Ahead, his solitary figure was heading alone into a deep place hidden within the mountain, a tunnel. The further they walked inside, the clearer the light within became. The family of 3 also entered, sticking close together. Soo-yeol dazedly raised a hand to shield his face from the light. Immediately after, he couldn't help but stare in amazement at the crowd of people gathered before him and ask, "Is this the destination?" The whole family was instantly overjoyed, looking at each other with tears in their eyes. "We're safe. We're still alive after all this time, honey Chae-eun. This is wonderful." The small commotion made Han-Chol jump in surprise when he saw them, those people. But he was even more surprised to see Han-Soo safe and sound. He survived and came back in pretty good shape after going alone. The rumor that he fought the monsters by himself must be true. A fairy suddenly appeared, flying in front of the 3 of them and chiding, "Look at you all, you're late and you're still being noisy." Then it gave the command to seal the entrance again. A large boulder immediately fell, startling everyone. Anyway, you're the last ones, time to close the door. The fairy gave an interested smile, snapping its claws and announcing all of you prepare to fully begin a large-scale event. In front of everyone present was an open space with steep cliffs and a deep lake. The fairy spoke welcome to the first floor's dock. There are still about 75 people alive, which is good. Luckily, there weren't many casualties. Next, each of them was suddenly given a ticket. It explained the rules. This special event is a battle for tickets. You will use these tickets to move from this collapsing first-floor island to another island. Of course, some islands will be teeming with monsters and surrounded by lava. The fairy looked extremely excited, but if you're lucky, you might land on a central island or a southern island filled with treasure. But just traveling like that would be boring, right? So here are a few rules that I've prepared. On the lake, several basic wooden boats appeared. Each boat is only allowed to carry 3 people, and it will require at least 3 tickets to board for the boat to depart. However, if 3 people use 3 tickets, each person will be randomly transported to different islands. However, the fairy added a small note: it could be the outer islands or the central islands. It specifically emphasized if 2 people use 3 tickets, they can travel together to one island, but they won't be able to choose the destination. Everyone listened intently, however, if one person uses all 3 tickets. Obviously, this is what makes the game dramatic, then you can go anywhere you want. Han-Su's expression was cold and grim. Next, the fairy took out a pair of binoculars and a map, pretending to observe the distance. The islands will collapse from the outer edges, and the difficulty of each island varies greatly, so the more advantageous your position, the better, right? Please refer to the island map for details. And that's not all. Another piece of information was revealed. There are about 30 minutes until the entire first-level island collapses. A total of 25 boats are placed around the volcano's crater. So the rules for the next round were finally announced. Its expression gradually grew with anticipation. Shall we begin? You all know the drill, right? Survive at all costs? Inwardly, the fairy chuckled softly because this would make the scramble more fun. Sure enough, the scene immediately descended into chaos with everyone fighting to snatch a ticket. Give me the ticket. How dare you betray me? Please don't leave me. Only he remained still, silently observing the whole situation. This chaos was inevitable, if that's the case. Suddenly, an unexpected voice called out his name, Kang Han-Su. Suyol suddenly dropped to his knees in front of him, pleading, "I'm begging you." He cast aside all his shame, earnestly begging for help. "Just this one time, save me, no please, save my family." The shameless Suyol even stated a condition. "We need more tickets to be safe to get to the central island." The more he spoke, the more twisted his tone seemed to become. "You're strong, so you can easily get tickets or something like that, right?" Suyol lifted his face slightly, smirking despicably. "You just need to snatch a few tickets from others and give them to us. By bowing like this, he'll surely take me to the central island easily." Suddenly, he prostrated himself, his head touching the ground, and shouted loudly, "You'll save innocent lives, won't you?" Han-Su's expression remained unchanged, his eyes vacant. "You should take responsibility for yourself. Worry about yourself and your family." Still not giving up, he insisted on pleading. "What's so hard about that? Come on, don't you feel any pity for us?" Suddenly, someone stepped forward to stop him. "Shut your mouth." The fearless Hanchol kicked Suyol aside. "Dad." He pulled Suyol up roughly by his shirt. "He talks too much, so annoying. Are you just going to stand there and listen to all of it? All you need to do is snatch all the tickets and end this." Then he walked towards him with a smile. "Kang Han-Su, let me make you an offer. Come with me. No, come with us. I'll even give you a ticket if you need one." As he spoke, Hanchol glanced over his shoulder. "Honestly, even though they're my teammates, I don't like any of them." He clenched his fist, his eyes narrowing with determination. "You see it too, don't you? You're as strong as the rumors say. So why don't you join those who are on your level?" Strange patterns appeared on the back of his hand. "This is my awakened team power. It's a bit different from a regular skill. It makes teammates stronger, and if the team leader agrees, you can get it too." Hanchol held out his open palm to Han-Su as an offer. "I've already told him about you. He'll agree. Going it alone is a hassle, isn't it?" He rattled on for a while. "This isn't just about the next destination, but also..." But he bluntly shook his head and refused. "No, I refuse." Hanchol was stunned. This wasn't what he expected. "I was sure you would agree, huh?" Seeing Han-Su turn to leave without a second glance, he shouted, "Wait! We're completely different from those people. Maybe you still don't understand how much a team can strengthen you." He gazed outside as the sun slowly set behind the mountains. "I understand very well. How could I not? That bond back then." His face looked a bit haggard, his lips pressed tightly together. Han-Su stared into the distance, thinking to himself, "But this time I have a new goal. I will do this completely alone." Hanchol put one hand on his hip, trying to act unfazed. So you're not going to listen to me, huh, damn it? Then I have no other choice. Suddenly, something whizzed past. Hey, take this. A thin piece of paper fell to the ground. He said in a calm, indifferent voice. I snatched it from that pathetic guy. Suyol, aching all over, slowly stood up. My ticket. Then he glanced over at him, trying to taunt him. It's a shame you refuse, but I can't just let this go. I've always wanted to cooperate with someone as strong as you. His eyes widened, and he grinned broadly as he spoke. I'm going to meet the others at the Central Island, so just consider this an advance gift. I'll definitely see you again, and I'll ask you again then. Han-Soo said nothing, just looking down at the ticket on the ground with the answer already in his mind. It's useless. That's not important anymore. Soon, someone spotted the ticket on the ground and cried out. There's a ticket at his feet. Isn't he going to take it in that case? As if they had seen juicy prey without a word to each other, the whole crowd rushed forward to fight for it. Snatch it! One hand was faster than the rest, gripping the ticket tightly. This is mine now. For that single ticket, everyone trampled and fought one another. No, it's mine. Give it back. No, I won't. Do you want to die? Terrified, Chae-yun rushed forward, grabbing a man's arm and crying to stop him. Dad, please spare me! A furious man grabbed her shirt, lifted her off the ground, and roared, What, you're that old geezer's family? Aren't you fine? Then I'll let you all die together. No, Chae-yun, brother. The scene was tragic. Chae-yun fell unconscious into Suyol's arms. They put families together to witness this kind of spectacle. That's exactly what they wanted. The fairy bared its teeth in a mysterious grin. It was as if it was single-handedly manipulating puppets to its will. No matter how hard everyone struggled in this place, even death was orchestrated from the start. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Han-Soo. So why did you refuse Han-Chil's offer earlier? He looked at Jimin and asked personal reasons. What do you want? She narrowed her eyes and smiled faintly. I'd like to make an offer as well. Then her eyes suddenly widened as she raised a hand that glowed with a mystical circle. Come with me. But Han-Soo turned away without a word, causing her to burst out laughing. I expected as much. But before you go, I have one question. Jimin glided past him. You're not here on a mission just to be distracted by something like pity, are you? As she spoke, she glanced up at Han-Soo's reaction. I trust you don't possess that much compassion. Hearing this, Han-Soo said nothing, only glancing down for a moment. He paused for a moment, then a wicked smirk crossed his lips. Compassion. Outside, wooden boats floated in the sky. Those who couldn't get on board were simply going to die. A boat was drifting back to shore. In the end, only one boat remained for everyone here to fight over. The others sat on the ground, their faces blank with confusion. People on this island would have no way of knowing what happened on the islands behind them, and those who left weren't even guaranteed to survive the traps on the island ahead. One by one, they whispered in strained voices, Please take me with you. Han-Soo, you know me, right? Please, just this one time. Hey, you can save us. His face seemed to darken. There are so many people here I should have saved. Han-Soo stood tall and motionless. But in this multi-island training zone, the monsters are too strong. I can't save everyone. He turned his head slightly, calculating his options. So I have to do what needs to be done. Gradually, a group of people came to stand directly in front of him. Because if I fall here, this regression will have been meaningless. I'm sorry. Han-Soo tightened his grip on his sword. But the fate of those who can't move on to the next island. A voice shrieked, echoing through the area. I know it all too well. Please don't kill us! Floodwaters suddenly gushed in. Down below was a poisonous sea. It hurt so much. They cried and screamed desperately. They would melt away when the seawater flooded the island. Just let them die. All I can do is watch. Han-Soo remained unmoved, firm in his conviction. Everyone can hate me as much as they want. His eyes seemed to glow as he spoke slowly, word by word. So instead of letting them suffer and be exploited until death, I have my own form of compassion. Outside, a gentle breeze was blowing. Han-Soo sat down gently, opening his palm. You're really something. I didn't expect you to be brave enough to do that, though. It's a shame things ended so easily for you. The fairy zipped over from out of nowhere. But you truly are a rising star. Don't worry, we never go around spreading rumors about the things people do to survive. It chattered on excitedly. I will be waiting for you on the central island ahead. Han-Soo glanced down slightly, but remained firm and unwavering. I will have no regrets. He clenched his fists as if trying to give himself strength. I'm not coming back to save the people here, but to aim for the final victory. I can't be swayed. After thinking for a moment, he looked up and ahead. I must keep moving forward. Han-Soo sat on the boat, gradually flying up into the air. Approaching the floating islands, the next target is the central island. In a certain land, the system's voice rang out clearly. Excellent. All 1,921 adventurers have made it this far. Welcome to the land of opportunity, the central island. A castle gradually appeared in the morning sun while a voice echoed on the central island. There are exactly 3 important things. In its very center is a giant glowing red crystal, guarded very carefully, protecting the castle that stores the crystal. Besides that, a horrifying secret is hidden here behind the gate in the dungeon, getting stronger through training in the underground dungeon, and finally, when the gate was slightly opened, was when the horrifying monsters came to life one by one. The monsters are coming. They were aggressive and brutal, ready to rush in and slaughter everyone. Stop them. I told you to stop them. We're short on people here. Heroes who were not able to resist were quickly taken down by the monsters. If we can hold on, we can make it through the day. Hang in there. In this miserable situation, no matter how they cried out, no one could save them. I can't. How can you? People expect me to do this in 1 month. Save me. Echoing from all directions were only helpless screams. In return, maintain the protective barrier. And the response was the tragic screams of people being torn apart by the monsters. Suddenly, the sound of a fist slamming on the table cut through all recollections. We need to set some rules. Young-wook angrily looked at those present at the meeting and questioned them. Our protective barrier was almost completely destroyed in just 1 day. The damage is immense. How much longer are you all going to just stand by and watch? Park Young-wook, head of the MK clan, he frowned grimly and warned, if we let this continue, not only will we fail to protect the phase, but we'll also be completely massacred by the monsters. In response to that tension, An Ju-hyun, head of the Hwajeong clan, asked softly, should we wait until the other clan heads arrive? Hong Chi, a head of the Noah clan, immediately cut in, the powerful ones are all here already, so it's fine. Only Lee Guktae, head of the Smog clan, was bewildered, so what should we do? Next, Young-wook carefully explained the biggest problem is the shortage in the protective barrier, so even if we have to force them, we must bring the non-clan members here. Immediately, Hong Xia asked doubtfully, but we don't have anything to bind these free adventurers, right? He replied angrily, then we'll settle it with force. I don't think words will work either. Guktae then spoke up, in 3 hours there will be another attack. We have no guarantee that we can withstand it. This time, are we just going to let it happen? What if our clan alliance recruits them and joins forces with them? Can you guarantee we can do that? The remaining 3 people could only sit in silence and listen to him, but the number of casualties from the underground dungeon is a very difficult problem because the number has increased too much. The number now is comparable to the number of members in the clan alliance. It turns out the thing giving them a headache was Han Su's alliance. Those people created a group called the Underground Alliance. How ridiculous. Since they started to act, everything has gone beyond our control. Can the clan alliance, which only focuses on defense, handle them? Hearing Guktae's counter-argument, Young-wook had to soften his tone. Then what about letting the other clans go to the front lines to fight the monsters first if everyone goes? Then how do we protect the castle? In that tense atmosphere, only Hong Xia sat silently to one side, annoyed if that's the plan. Then the smaller clans should be the ones to take the damage first. They only discuss what they want to achieve. What a mess. Out of anxiety, she unconsciously brought her hand up to bite it. Damn it, if only those 1,900 people focused on defense. Hong Xia's anxiety began when she realized everyone had gotten stronger and was ready to leave. Initially, everyone participated in the defense because survival depended on it. However, when someone returned from the dungeon with a legendary item and became stronger, they started to leave. Just as she was wondering how to solve it, Jimin suddenly arrived next month. How are we going to protect the crystal, Hong Xia? Before she could speak, Hong Xia quickly waved her hand. Not now, Jimin. I have a huge headache right now. I'm not teasing you this time. This is important news. However, the next reply was like a hammer blow straight to Hong Xia's head. I received a report that someone just went mad after fighting the Underground Alliance. What help? Suddenly then, a tragic scream echoed from outside, making everyone even more tense. Calm down. Have I ever said I wasn't going? The person outside was kneeling and constantly begging. I just plan to go hunting for a little over 2 more days. I'll join when I get stronger. Let's talk about this. In response to him, a sword shot straight towards him. The young man fell backwards in pain, screaming incessantly. Han Su, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, warned it's too late starting tomorrow. Everyone must fight both above and in the dungeon. You were lazy today, so tomorrow you'll have to work twice as hard. Seeing him getting closer and closer, he trembled and backed away in despair. Don't come near me, I can feel his runic stat is lower than mine, so that's the reason. He painfully realized that in the end he was just a loser against Han Su. Why can't I beat him? Give me a weapon. Another guy cursed while gritting his teeth. That guy, that bastard, who are you to dare give us orders? He didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and just rushed in like a moth to a flame die, so the knife has a sharpness enhancement effect, huh? Facing him, Han Su just smiled with amusement because the thing he was aiming for was that knife. That item is pretty good, yet it fell into the hands of someone useless. Those present also started to cheer, get him, yeah, kill him. However, the other guy quickly realized something was wrong as the knife's effect disappeared. The knife can't pierce him anymore. This bastard, just how strong is his resistance? Just as he was confused, he was gifted a punch to the face by Han-Soo that knocked his teeth out. Is it my turn yet? Right after that, he fell backwards towards the crowd that had just been cheering as a warning. Trying not to kill you is really hard, but there's no other way. Although you're useless, you're still a very valuable resource here. And of course, they were all pale with fear and didn't dare say anything more. If I just talk without acting, you guys probably won't listen to me, right? Finally, Han-Soo repeated once more, I only have a few more things to do, so you all better be careful. Han-Soo's arrogant attitude and terrifying strength quickly astonished the clan heads. Just who is that guy? A moment later, Han-Soo also sat down at the meeting table with them. Ju-hyun and Hong Xia both watched him carefully with concern. Even someone with a headstrong personality like Young-wook had to be on guard. So that's the guy Han-Cho mentioned. Why is there a magical beast on his shoulder? Facing the four great clans, Han-Soo proposed without a hint of hesitation. Starting tomorrow, the Underground Alliance and the Clan Alliance will join hands and will alternate between hunting and defending. If anyone has a different opinion, speak up. He added coldly, anyway, without me you can't command them. So now, whether it's fighting in the dungeon or defending the castle, you can take as many of those people as you like when they return. Just reward them with something. I will ensure those people out there obey your orders so there won't be any problem. However, Hong Xia was still somewhat skeptical. Doing this will benefit the clans, not him. What does he really want? As if understanding everyone's concern, Guktai suddenly spoke up. What do you want? He sneered and asked bluntly, there are some people who won't join your plan if they don't understand your purpose for doing this. Someone as strong as you will only cause trouble here. Are you sure you don't have some other motive? Han-Soo only replied coldly, as long as the basic principles are followed, no one will object. Seeing the other party still mumbling, he didn't say much and stood up directly. Who knows what, if you suddenly change your mind and destroy the clan alliance, I'm not interested in these petty debates. Right after that, Han-Soo's entire body gradually dissolved into the air like smoke. But if you're worried... The others worried, all got into a fighting stance. He's disappeared, he's about to attack, prepare for battle. Guktai shouted to reassure them, it's just a simple stealth skill. There's no way he can disappear from that spot. You think I can't attack? As if realizing something, he quickly drew his sword. However, in the blink of an eye, Han-Soo had a knife right at Guktai's throat. Then you're mistaken. Only then did Guktai realize in horror that his opponent was no pushover. It was not a stealth skill. It could even deceive his senses. He could not believe he had been tricked and slipped behind him so easily. The personal guards panicked upon seeing their master threatened. Before coming here, I already experienced what you people did down there, so do not even think about tricking me, master. Han-Soo paid them no mind and continued his proposal. Calm down. I have no intention of making enemies with you right now. The current situation requires us to form an alliance against the monsters, does it not? The others were furious, but knowing they were no match for Han-Soo, they could only endure it. Just try your best to do your part. I also want to do my job well here so I can survive. After speaking, Han-Soo calmly left, though his heart was filled with doubt. The two factions have always fought each other, so forming an alliance now is too difficult, but I do not have time to go easy on them. This is just the beginning. What comes next will be much harder. Suddenly, someone hurried to stop him. Wait, if you leave now, I will be very sad. Han-Soo glanced over at Jimin. She just smiled and proposed our conversation. This time I want a different answer from you. What do you say? In the ancient-looking space light shining through the window frame pushed back some of the darkness, a voice broke the quiet atmosphere. I have asked you before, have I not, whether you wanted to join our guild? Jimin moved closer to where Han-Soo was standing still. She leaned in close to him and spoke in a voice just loud enough for the two of them to hear. This time I want to formally extend an invitation. Jimin placed her hand on Han-Soo's shoulder and said seriously, what do you think? Is it not lonely to explore by yourself, or is there already someone in your heart? His expression was cold, not wavering in the slightest at her words. I heard you were with a girl named Mi-hee at Gangnam Station. Jimin glanced at him to gauge a reaction on his face, but there was none, so she thought to herself, no reaction, that must be a no. Seeing Han-Soo's silence, she slid past him with a cheerful smile. Then there is no problem, right? It would be great if you agreed to join. But in response to Jimin, Han-Soo seemed not to have heard a word, making her turn back in surprise. What, I need to get to the city wall? You are not even going to pretend to listen to me, are you? He let out a weary sigh outside the door. Sunlight shone through the glass onto Han-Soo's face amidst Jimin's echoing curses. What an annoying bastard. A bloody scene at a city wall, a section of which had collapsed, the ground below, soaked with blood from the battle. Gather the bodies here. We need more relief supplies over here. Those with support skills this way. A warrior with light brown hair came to report, Sergeant, the southern city wall has been more or less secured. Hearing this, Han Chol ordered the young man to rest and inquired about the situation. The wounded fall back and the rest of you get some rest. How is our guild holding up? The ground was now littered with defeated steel skeletons, one skull even pierced by a fresh steel spear. We defended better than last time. We also assigned positions to everyone without any delay. Warriors sat exhausted on the ground, one with a bloody mouth gasping for air, another with a bandaged nose. The participants from the Underground Alliance were quite uncooperative at first, but still did a great job. The brown-haired warrior from before looked at everyone with some concern. Thanks to them, we did not suffer much damage. Hanchol looked at the scene and gave a stiff, reluctant smile. In the current situation, they could not afford to be careless anyway. The fallen skeletons were being piled up against that monster guarding the defensive line. What other choice did they have? The scene of Hansu holding his greatsword and leaning on it like a staff, standing imposingly as he looked over the pile of corpses. He raised a hand to wipe the dripping sweat from his face, his eyes scanning the area to assess the situation. It is truly shocking to see him handle such a large number of monsters by himself. At this, Hanchol recalled how he had been rejected or completely ignored by Hansu, and he felt endlessly bitter. If he were just a bit more polite, I would have invited him to the Guild Kang Hansu. So God is finally starting to be fair, is he not? Hanchol looked at the scene before him and quietly murmured, "At this rate, we can still defend the city wall steadily." Suddenly, a tear ripped open in the sky, revealing a horned demon that caught everyone's attention. "Wait, Sergeant, there is a crack in the sky!" The demon jumped out of the tear it had just made and cheerfully addressed everyone. "All right, everyone, you have been waiting for me for a long time, have you not? You have all had enough rest for the past 2 days, right?" Seeing the cheerful demon, everyone became extremely bewildered and fearful. Damn it, it is a bad omen whenever this blasted demon shows its face. The fairy put on a mischievous expression and clapped its hands together now. "For those of you who are feeling bored, we will start the main event from today. Demons will appear in the city defense battles. Although demons are more powerful entities than those monsters, do not worry too much." An image of a demon with blazing red eyes and long purple crystals appeared. "The undead you have been killing all this time do not drop anything, but killing a demon will drop small crystal fragments." A blue screen began to appear in front of everyone, surprising them all. "This is a real opportunity for you all. You can exchange these crystals." A similar blue screen appeared in front of Hansu. He stared at it intently, listening to the fairy's words to get the wonderful artifacts in the exclusive shop here. On the blue screen, squares appeared with images of a shield, a potion, a flag, a knife, and a hammer. And it is not just for artifacts, you can also use the crystals. In a small corner, an icon of a running person appeared with the number 600 crystals prominently displayed to buy an escape ticket and get out of this place. Do you not all want to get out of here quickly? Hearing about leaving this place, everyone was astonished and began to discuss it amongst themselves. If we get crystals, we can escape from here. This is an opportunity we must seize. Just as the fairy finished speaking, the air was torn apart by a mysterious stream of black and red energy. So do your best to collect those crystals. From inside the rift, a clawed arm began to emerge, then gradually a head with long fangs and eyes as red as blood. It let out a powerful roar, an ear-splitting sound that terrified everyone. The monster advanced quickly toward the people, causing everyone to panic. Damn it, it is coming this way. Contrary to their earlier enthusiasm, everyone now started shifting responsibility to one another. Because the monster looked too terrifying, someone go out and face it first. We do not even know how strong it is. I want those items too, but just then, a voice cut through the tension, making everyone turn to look where it came from. Everyone fall back. Hansu, holding his sword, soared up into the blood-red sky. The monster stood there imposingly waiting with its 2 long horns and deep red eyes that looked as if they could swallow a person whole. Hansu brought his sword down forcefully on the monster. The monster did not yield its other hand, beginning to use magic to prepare a counterattack. It slammed its arm down toward the spot where Hansu was about to land. Hansu looked at the monster with an assessing gaze. As expected, even though it is just a low-level demon, I cannot inflict critical damage on it with a normal attack. I am out of strength-enhancing cigarettes, and before this, I had boosted my defense and magic resistance with the ancient serpent's rune meal. The monster was completely unharmed by Hansu's attack. It stood tall without a single scratch, so my attack power is still insufficient. Hansu focused all his strength into his right leg, which glowed with a faint blue aura. He activated a skill to fight, so for now I will have to make full use of the artifacts I got from the Dungeon Swift Hunter's agile boots. As soon as he activated the skill, his speed increased rapidly. Hansu dashed away with his sword. The user's movement speed increases during combat. I will attack it with the fastest speed possible. Hansu swung his sword once more, his body soaring through the air straight toward the demon. Hansu delivered another direct blow down on the demon, but it quickly used its hand to block the attack. Yet another blow rained down, The demon used its right hand to block it, but it seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. His serious face flashed past everything quickly, his blue eyes holding an added hint of danger. Hansu slashed his sword straight into the demon's body, leaving it no time to defend. Angered, it began to gather power in its hand to prepare to annihilate him. The demon swung its arm straight forward, and a beam of light flew in Hansu's direction. The blast of energy rushed straight toward Hansu, forcing him to quickly use his sword to block it. Because the powerful attack struck right where he was standing, everything around him exploded, sending earth and rock flying everywhere. At that moment, Hansu held his sword horizontally in front of him, looking cool after using his skill, the first power of the Nirmaha Ring Annihilation, instantly nullifying an enemy's skill or power upon contact. On the wall above, everyone watched him fight intently, unable to help but marvel he's facing that demon all by himself. Hanchul was so surprised he let out a cry of admiration, but was quickly reminded by the person beside him just how much stronger has he gotten. Get ready, Hanchul. We have to seize this opportunity too. Hanchul looked at his captain beside him and asked doubtfully, "Captain, are you saying we have to join the fight? I'm not sure that's a good idea." The captain next to him reminded him, "If we don't, then others will." As soon as he finished, everyone grabbed their swords and charged toward the demon with excited looks. "It's just one demon," one very enthusiastic warrior shouted. "Everyone, gear up, I'll take it down, us too." Jimin stood by watching the scene unfold calmly. "I don't like this either, but should we join in Hong Xia?" She, standing beside him, quickly advised, "No, just wait." Hong Xia watched him fight intently. "Kang Hansu, I need to see just how capable he is." Hansu began to raise his sword to fight as more warriors charged in from behind. He looked to his left at the warriors holding slender swords. Then he glanced to his right at the ones carrying spears and axes. Hansu let out a weary sigh. How shameless this demon will use its special demon tribe skill. Soon I can't get distracted by these other hunters. The demon, 1,000 times larger than Hansu and the others, was surrounded, but it showed no fear. Its face twisted into a grotesque smile, but what's strange is that it hasn't used that skill yet. Could it be? A red energy orb appeared in the demon's hand, and Hansu realized in an instant is that an area of effect damage skill. He quickly shouted to the crowd behind him, "Get back, you all can't handle it if you want to live. Get behind me." Kangmin held his sword, looking frightened. "I have a bad feeling about this. Should we fall back and observe his words, we're immediately shot down by another." "What are you talking about? We have to stay close to at least land the final blow for the points." The fireball in the demon's hand was about to strike. It brought a pillar of crimson fire that sent earth and rock flying, incinerating everything hellfire. Another man with a shield, despite looking scared, said confidently, "Don't worry, I can handle that fire with this new item of mine." He trembled, trying to stand his ground. "If I land the final blow to take it down, the reward will be all mine." Before he could finish his words, the fire reached him, and raw fear was now clear on his face. The flames spread quickly as screams echoed one after another, "Run, help me." The crowd panicked, and those who weren't fast enough were consumed by the flames. Someone yelled, "It's coming this way!" Hansu stood facing the flames, his sword on his back. The ring on his hand suddenly flared with light. Hansu muttered under his breath, "Hellfire, huh?" Instantly, the sword in his hand turned an icy blue. Hansu's gaze sharpened. "I wonder if I can maximize the ring's power." He swung his sword down, and the raging inferno was instantly split in two. A power with immense destructive force, the power of annihilation. Astonished shouts rang out from all around. What was that? Did he stop the fire with his sword? As the smoke cleared, his face became visible through the haze, smudged with a few streaks of dirt. That last slash tore a massive fissure in the ground, which just goes to show that monster is not an easy opponent. His hands gripping the sword trembled slightly from the strain. The demon let out a terrifying growl, and Hansu gritted his teeth and told himself, but right now the only one who can fight back against this demon with its power of the triple hellfire. The demon slowly advanced toward him as if wanting to devour him is just me alone. A deadly crimson gleam flashed in its eyes. Hansu glared back, his whole body tensing and alert. It suddenly raised its hand and unleashed a lightning strike. Hansu was already in position to block the attack. A violent shockwave blew past those who were hiding behind him. Guktai, who witnessed the entire scene, exclaimed in surprise, "Is he a traveler just like us? We all came from the same starting point. But why is there such a massive gap in strength between him and the rest of us?" Guktai's gaze followed Hansu as he continuously parried the demon's attacks. His mind filled with questions. "I have to think of something fast." The others were in a similar state of shock and awe. Hongxia's group now looked at him with a hint of fear, and the surrounding atmosphere became tense. Before Hansu stood the giant demon waves of oppressive power rolling off it in torrents. He tightened his grip on his sword, focusing intently and thinking, if this situation continues, I'm going to lose every advantage I have. Back to an earlier time on a narrow street, urgent shouts were echoing. Prepare for the next monster wave. All guild members gather here. We need to fortify our defenses quickly. Meanwhile, Jimin leaned against a wall alone, her cold eyes watching the people hurrying back and forth. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled her. If you just wait for him, you won't accomplish anything today. Jimin instinctively retorted, what do you mean? The person who had just arrived was Hanchol. He scratched his head, his voice tinged with helplessness. I mean, there's no point in just waiting here because I've already waited in vain countless times. Jimin stammered a little, her eyes flustered. Who were you waiting for? Hanchol sighed and replied, who else would it be besides Kang Han-soo? He stepped closer to stand beside Jimin, tilting his head as he spoke. You're following the Sovereign's orders, aren't you, Jeez? My captain always gives me these kinds of missions. She turned her head, slightly avoiding his gaze. Hanchol glanced down, his voice suddenly growing serious. It's just the two of us here, so we can speak freely. Did you know the Guild Alliance has been getting shaky lately? I'm sure you already know why. Jimin immediately grew wary, asking cautiously, why are you telling me this? And Hanchol replied instantly, do you even have to ask? The offers from the opposing factions here before he could finish, Hanchol suddenly sensed something and spun around, making Jimin look over in confusion. What is it? He answered. For a moment, I felt like someone was watching us. Hanchol muttered dismissively, was it just my imagination? At that very moment, he was right. Guktai was watching from a second-floor window, quietly remarking, Kang Han-soo has started to manipulate more players. It's been going on for some time now. He turned and said to his subordinate, but he hasn't done anything out of the ordinary, right? We haven't received any reports. We've always had him under surveillance, but... The person next to Guktai quickly replied, other than fighting demon hunting and entering underground dungeons, he just rests, thanks to him. Recent battles have become easier, but another problem has come up. People who haven't joined a guild are constantly picking fights with our members over the benefits from dungeon raids, making Guktai stroke his chin and mutter, just as I thought. A person like him isn't affiliated with any guild, so it's normal for other non-affiliated troublemakers to show up. Even the Guild Alliance follows Kang Han-soo's lead. Therefore, the approach of these chaotic elements was to be expected, which is why I've already prepared for it. Guktai smirked, his voice dropping low. If our authority is shaken, we won't be able to control them anymore. Right, for the sake of our future plans, something like that cannot be allowed to happen. Looking around, it seemed that everyone below had gathered. Guktai stood before the table with his arms outstretched. Just in time, everyone is here. He announced seriously, let us begin the discussion about the future of the Guild Alliance. Returning to the battle, Han-soo's sword was now plunged deep into the demon's chest, rendering it motionless. He slowly pulled out the broken sword, his movements deliberate yet powerful. Then Han-soo forcefully threw the demon's corpse to the ground and said dryly, it's useless now. Drenched in sweat, he reached out and pulled Juvenile up, a hint of joy in his voice. Great, I've reached level 60, I can finally get it. A blue system window appeared, high-level items sold in the crystal shop, most of them exclusive to major guilds, and the items in this shop have incredible effects. Han-soo stared at the shop interface, thinking if the items from the crystal shop fall into the hands of the guilds, they'll definitely fight fiercely over them, causing a lot of needless conflict, so I have to buy everything I can from here first. Han-soo spoke, but a greater obstacle was here. The shop panel announced item exchange, successful 60 crystals have been deducted. As soon as the sound ended, a chain exuding a purple murderous aura appeared. He thought to himself, I can use most types of weapons. A weapon with sickles on both ends connected by a chain, Han-soo mused, but it's better if I just stick to what I'm familiar with. He picked up the new weapon to test it. The system panel lit up Decrados' challenge. His eyes lit up with interest. This weapon would make the battle much easier. He tightened his grip, took the chain, and spun it continuously. Well then, shall we give it a try right now? Just then, the ground began to rumble as if something was about to claw its way out from beneath. Skeletons rose from the ground, their heads adorned with ancient Viking helmets. Han-soo smiled faintly, thinking there are still 10 days until the defense battle ends. I wonder who will make the first move to shatter this peace and stir up a storm. At that moment, Guktai's hand suddenly glowed with a red sigil. The others are probably strong candidates as well in the time we have left. 10 days later, the fairy laughed triumphantly. These travelers are certainly making things interesting this time. It announced, for those who have survived the longest, we have prepared an event. The words had barely been spoken when the ground began to shake violently. The survivors cried out in panic, what's going on? It's not time for the monster wave yet. The once motionless skeletons suddenly began to stir. Their eyes shot open, glowing with an eerie purple light. Amidst the panicked crowd, the bones and corpses of demons were inexplicably drawn into the fortress. Someone in the crowd screamed in terror. "What is that? The demon corpses are gathering inside the fortress." Fragments of the corpses levitated and then shot straight into the darkness. The air grew heavy, a sign that it was beginning. Between two dense rows of eerie purple candles, enormous masses of flesh began to converge. Something was about to be born. From within that slimy mass of flesh, a body gradually emerged. The hidden quest of the central island. A female demon with platinum blonde hair was born. Her beautiful, sharp features belied her true nature. With her birth, a new battle began, the battle to defeat the Demon King. 4 crimson eyes snapped open at once, a wicked smile spreading across her lips. She burst into a mad laugh that made the very air tremble. With her newfound power and form, she announced the start of an earth-shattering battle. Outside, a dense magical dome had been erected, completely cutting them off from the outside world. The fairy's voice echoed, "If I were you, I wouldn't get close to those fortress walls. It's not like you can escape anyway." It crossed its arms with an indifferent smirk, its voice filled with ridicule. "You all have 2 choices." The zombies outside snarled and shrieked relentlessly while the fairy slowly laid out the first option. "Stay here and withstand the upcoming zombie assault." Its voice turned teasing as it mentioned the second option. "Or escape using the crystal. But be warned, these zombies will be different from the last batch, so look forward to that. Or if you'd rather not, you could choose to face the Demon King summoned inside the fortress." The fortress was now shrouded in a sinister purple aura heralding the Demon King's arrival. The people below began to panic, demanding answers. "A Demon King? You never said anything about a Demon King." Fairy casually admired her nails, her voice as light as a breeze. "I don't want to bring out the Demon King because it's highly likely you will all be wiped out. But what can be done? Many travelers have survived this long, as you can see." Suddenly, its tone shifted. "The crystal will be activated 30 minutes before the zombie assault begins, and it can only transport 500 people. Therefore, half of you will be left behind." As the words sank in, the entire crowd exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a mixture of caution and despair. The fairy scoffed and continued, "But if you defeat the Demon King, all of you can leave." A countdown timer appeared showing only 10 minutes. "Since this is a special event, I will patiently await your decision." They started to feel hopeless and began to curse. "Damn it, I thought we only had to survive for 1 month." The heavy atmosphere was shattered by a single resounding clap. Gukte stepped forward, his eyes gleaming, his voice authoritative. "We will hold out for 30 minutes and escape using the crystal. We just need to endure. Everyone get ready. Guild Alliance members near the crystal, everyone else to the front." He was immediately cut off by a resentful Kangmin. "Do you think we don't realize you only plan on helping your own guild escape?" Veins pulsed on Kangmin's face, his teeth were clenched and his eyes blazed with fury. Guktai glared back, his expression cold, not uttering a single word in response. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke. "Isn't it better to defend than to make a reckless move? We need to figure out a way to save the largest number of people." Though fear lingered in his heart, Kangmin continued to defy him, his voice trembling but sharp. "Spoken like a true king. It doesn't matter what happens to anyone else, you only care about saving those you can control." Guktai's eyes darkened, his voice losing its patience. "Do you have a better plan then?" He reminded them even the demons from the first attack wiped out dozens of people in a single strike. "How do you propose we defeat the Demon King?" Guktai's gaze grew wild as he roared. "What about the others? Do you want to survive and get to the next island together, or are you just eager to die like a moth drawn to a flame?" Kangmin was stunned by the sudden outburst, his body freezing up, unable to say another word. Watching the confrontation from behind, Ju-hyun sighed quietly to himself. "It's over. The tide has turned." He had his own plan. "We're allied with the Fog Guild, so we should be able to escape safely." But just as the tense atmosphere seemed to settle, a sudden footstep broke the silence. "The only way for everyone to escape together is to hunt the Demon King." The statement left both Ju-hyun and Guktai stunned, their eyes simultaneously snapping toward the speaker. The person who had arrived was Han-soo. He said calmly, "If we defeat the Demon King, everyone can survive and escape." Guktai was not pleased, his eyes narrowing. "That guy is meddling again." Guktai retorted sarcastically, his voice strained. "And you're confident you'll survive?" Han-soo sighed and gave a short reply. "Who knows?" He sided with the others, "But if we go for the crystal, more than 500 people will surely die. Perhaps even more." Yi-yeon rolled her eyes and said decisively, "In that case, we'll follow you." She crossed her arms with a sneer, adding contemptuously, "We can't trust those guild folks anyway." Meanwhile, Kangmin grumbled in frustration, "I'm stuck with this guy again. There's no reason to be on the same side as them, right?" Everyone raised their hands in unison and shouted, their voices echoing all around. Let's defeat the Demon King and survive together. Then we'll join you too. We'll fight alongside Kang Han-soo." The unexpected voice came from Hong Xia's group, adding 4 more members to their side. Ju-hyun looked at the newcomers with alarm as the sigil on his hand began to glow. He thought to himself, "It's come to this. We have to stop him even by force. The key is to break their morale. Once the battle begins, everyone will fight for their own survival, so if we can just ambush him," Ju-hyun thought, adjusting his glasses. As if he had predicted it, Han-soo spun around to glare at him and said coldly, "Don't even think about starting a fight." Before Ju-hyun could react, a sickle blade flew down and landed at his feet, causing him to flinch and tense up completely. Han-soo recalled his weapon, his voice lazy yet menacing. "You'll find the consequences are quite severe." Standing behind them, Guk-tai's eyes flared with killing intent as he watched Ju-hyun with a wary and furious gaze. He stepped forward, his voice deep and firm. "For now, let's cooperate and wait for the right moment. We have time after all. And in the end, we were rather looking forward to this." Guk-tae's eyes widened in resignation. "We have to follow his plan for now, but we still have a chance." Everyone gathered into a single team. It seems the decision was made. But just before that, for a brief moment, the purple crystal in the distance began to glow fiercely. Han-soo turned a slight smile on his face and said nonchalantly, "Let's put an end to this." Then he suddenly leaned back and hurled his weapon forward in a powerful arc. The chain flew toward the distant crystal, coiled around it, and tightened its grip. Cracks began to spread across the crystal's body, purple light shattering from within them. And finally, with a tug from Han-soo, the crystal shattered into pieces with the clattering sound of broken glass. Ju-hyun and Guk-tai's eyes widened in shock, their hearts pounding at the unexpected action. It took them a moment before they suddenly yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" Han-soo gave a faint smirk, his eyes remaining cold. He said casually, "Because we're going into the fortress anyway, we don't need it. Leaving an escape route will only weaken everyone's resolve." Hearing this, the people behind him suddenly seemed to get a boost of morale. They cheered excitedly, "He's right, we only look forward." They raised their hands high, shouting in unison, "Everyone, let's follow Kang Han-soo and defeat the Demon King. Let's follow Han-soo." Then Han-soo brandished his weapon, letting out a cold command. "Don't follow me." His gaze grew more serious, his next words like a command, "Look forward for your own sake and fight to survive." Just then, the countdown timer in the air suddenly hit 0, signaling that the decision was made and the life-or-death moment was beginning. The massive, heavy door slowly opened, and the light from outside gradually pierced through the darkness. Han Chol looked around and spoke. "I can't believe this is the same fortress we saw before. The interior is completely different." Inside the gloomy, terrifying space, a large crowd of figures slowly entered. Candlesticks hung high on the walls, each candle flame flickering softly. Everyone advanced towards a long corridor which grew pitch black the deeper they went. Seeing the eerie scene, everyone's face darkened with fear. The demon lord stood in the distance. She lightly bit her nail with a bewitching smile. "It's been a long time. You've come all this way for some fun. I can't just let you leave like that." Immediately after, the large door behind them was slammed shut by a magical force. Everyone turned to look. The door is locked. The floor where everyone was standing began to shift, and an electronic voice announced the fortress has been sealed. On the floor, cracks began to form on the ground. A few seconds later, the ground began to sink and then collapse. The entire group screamed in fear. "The ground is collapsing." Pits appeared beneath the cracks, and strange creatures started to climb up. "Something is climbing up." Demons with empty eye sockets bared their teeth and charged towards everyone. The man standing closest witnessed the scene and let out a silent, horrified scream. That demon quickly leaped to attack. The frightened man raised his hands to block it and yelled, "Help!" Just then, a firm voice rang out, "Stop panicking." Han-soo grabbed his whip and growled, "Those bastards are no different from the enemies we've fought before." His eyes glanced at the man trembling on the ground as he ordered, "Calm down and pick up your weapon." Han-soo snapped his head to look his expression thoughtful as he thought to himself, "That's right. The real problem is that thing over there." Suddenly, the ground shook more violently and crumbled to fight the demon lord. "We need to get past that gate." Something large and blazing was falling towards everyone. They all saw it and backed away in fear, a pillar of fire. Everyone fall back. Just then, shadow soldiers in iron armor slowly appeared, and the system voice announced again, "Demon Gatekeeper." It slowly opened its heavy eyelids, revealing a blazing red eye within. 2 giant demons gradually stood up. Everyone there screamed and huddled together. "Demons, they're coming out of the fire!" One of the demons calmly raised its arm, preparing to attack. It didn't hesitate to strike, launching a blast of power towards the group and creating a huge explosion. "Get out of the way." Han-soo and his comrades frowned slightly at the demon's attack power. Immediately after, he glanced at young Wook and said, "We have two enemies at once. Let's split up and handle them. Those in charge of buffs move to the rear, those skilled in long-range attacks to the front." Han Su's face darkened, his voice full of hidden meaning. Those without enough skills handle the surroundings. He flinched and cried out, "Wait, if we rush in carelessly now, it could put all of us in danger." Ignoring Young Wook's words, he shot forward, shouting, "The left side, I'll attack first." His face turned pale as he called out, "Hey!" On this side, Han Su flew quickly towards the demon wielding two weapons. It's modeled after the Gatekeeper of Hell. It's much weaker, but its movements are similar. He forcefully threw the chain forward, calculating so I can predict it. The blue chain, crackling with electricity, shot out like a snake towards the giant demon. The demon couldn't defend in time and was struck by Han Su's weapon. Seeing this, he smirked smugly. More importantly, I can fully utilize the power of Dekratos. The chain can extend for many meters, and there are its skills, too. The demon tried to raise its sword again, but this time it was bound tightly by Han Su's chain power of Dekratos suppression. After securing its sword, the blue chain shot forward. The demon seemed to be weakening. Its feet struggled to find purchase on the ground. Now its entire massive body was enveloped and bound, unable to move. Han Su held the chain tightly with both hands, tiredly wiping away his sweat. By binding the enemy using suppression, it will continuously absorb the target's mana and cast a curse that weakens their stats. It consumes my own mana to use, but I can handle this much. His eyes grew stern, his gaze sharp as steel. "Are you all just going to stand there and watch?" Everyone standing in the distance flinched in surprise. Jung Wook forced a difficult smile, his forehead breaking into a sweat as he exclaimed, "That's right, we can't just stand here watching. Prepare to attack." Jung Wook's face filled with killing intent as he shouted, "Bring glory to your guilds!" The people behind him responded enthusiastically. "Yes, sir." Hong Xia gently tucked her hair behind her ear. "Those with low stamina support from the rear, everyone, let's go." Jimin stared ahead and said confidently, "All right, then I'll go first." Receiving the order, everyone raised their weapons and charged into battle attack. They competed to strike the demons, repeatedly hitting them one by one. However, the demon still seemed fine, supporting itself with one hand on its sword. Suddenly, a purple flame gradually appeared on its sword. That flame, are they trying to summon hellfire? No longer able to be controlled, the demon violently slammed its sword onto the floor, sending everyone flying. The chain binding the demon began to destabilize, shaking violently. It then broke free, spreading its arms and shattering the chains. Han Su flew in to engage, shouting the command, "Don't stop attacking." He observed the demon's body being empowered. After taking a hit from it, it'll be hard to endure, but if I can just pinpoint its location. Han Su flew quickly towards it as small explosions erupted continuously on the demon's body. "I can take it." He swung along the chain and flew to strike the demon once more. Without hesitation, Han Su flew close and struck it with all his might. Jimin saw this and hurriedly warned him in a worried tone, "That's dangerous. Those flames will nullify your attack." He stood firm on the demon's body. The flames erupting from it were not small, her voice called out loudly. "Kang Han Su." The demon's power gradually affected Han Su. He clutched his wound in pain, trying to endure. "I just need to get rid of this thing." Han Su's hand reached near its heart. This is where the hellfire is generated, slowly pushing through the severely burning skin, the location of the ignition stone. With great force, he gripped the demon's heart and forcefully ripped it out. The heart quickly turned into small fragments and vanished from Han Su's hand. Everyone stood frozen in astonishment. "What just happened?" Jung Wook stammered in disbelief. "The flames surrounding the demon are gone." Han Su, holding a dagger, leaped to the ground and said seriously, "Didn't I tell you don't stop attacking?" His face lit up with a thrilled expression as he said firmly, "Don't worry about it, just keep attacking for me. It can't use fire anymore." Suddenly, a voice from the distance caught Han Su's attention. "Kang Han Su, be careful." A long line of fire shot towards him. He reacted quickly and jumped to evade it. Everyone became alert. Young Wook exclaimed in shock, the demon that the non-guild members had to fight. Look. On the ground, many people were lying scattered about, groaning in pain. The towering demon had wiped out a group of people. The ones still standing cried out in terror. "Save us! Why aren't you attacking?" Frightened, they turned and whispered amongst themselves. "It's too dangerous to help now. Shouldn't Kang Han Su handle that one too? What are we supposed to do on our own?" Guktai's face was filled with malice. His gloomy voice rang out because now their resolve is starting to waver. The warriors all turned their backs and left with Guktai. He glanced back and muttered, "It'll be much easier now." From behind a condescending and sarcastic voice suddenly rang out, "Kang Han Su, are you going to play innocent after pushing people to the brink of death? This is all your fault. Everything has come to this because of you." Guktai held his head high, his voice arrogant as he criticized who dragged everyone into this mess. "So you should take responsibility." Han Chol, who was struggling with a monster, said in frustration, "Then why don't you stop talking and start fighting?" He furiously landed a powerful kick straight to the monster's face. Looking up at Guktaye, Han Chol snapped angrily, "You're the one who isn't doing anything." Faced with that provocation, he smirked, his eyes flashing with defiance as he declared bluntly, "Do you think I won't stand up just because I'm weak? I'll show you I'm different from those other big mouths." With that said, Guktaye boldly waved his hand as if to signal the start of the battle. Extremely excited, he shouted loudly, "Behold the power of the Special Forces." Immediately, the troops under his command charged forward in unison, furiously attacking the giant gatekeeper demon. Under the overwhelming power of so many people at once, the giant monster could not defend itself. Guktae's Special Forces fiercely unleashed a barrage of merciless attacks. In addition to the melee, swordsmen charging straight in a line of archers continuously rained down arrows for support from the rear. Under their intense pressure, the gatekeeper demon quickly grew exhausted and finally collapsed heavily to the ground. That was amazing. Seeing the situation had changed, Han Su immediately seized the opportunity, instructing Han Chol's group in a low voice, "Everyone else head over there too." He shouldered his scythe and stated firmly, "I'll handle the trouble over here." Han Su's target was to finish off the other gatekeeper demon blocking the way. As the heavy axe came crashing down, he leaned aside and dodged it with ease. In a flash, Han Su's body shot upwards as he unleashed his chain, launching it precisely into the existing wound on his opponent's chest. Han Su decisively raised the scythe over his head, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Utilizing the explosive power of his twin scythes, he unleashed a series of devastating strikes, raining attacks all over the opponent's body. His face was cold without a single ripple of emotion. Witnessing this firsthand, Ju-hyun could only turn pale, thinking to himself, "He's single-handedly taking on monsters that would require dozens of us to defeat." Not wanting to lose face, he hastily gave an order. "What are you doing?" The Special Forces quickly moved up to assist under Ju-hyun's urging, "Finish them off quickly." Han Su calmly thought, "Although he didn't create the Special Forces just to show off for now, I'll focus on the fight in front of me." Seizing the opportunity, he threw one end of the chain hook forward with all his might. The gatekeeper demon's massive body was tightly bound by the chains, immobilized in midair. Han Su immediately rushed forward, aiming straight for its weak point, and unleashed a fierce barrage. Young Wook and Han Chol also charged in, bravely joining forces to deliver a critical blow. In the decisive moment, Han Su swung his scythe straight down, causing the heavy armor on the monster's body to crack and shatter. Jimin didn't miss the opportunity, her eyes gleaming as she excitedly jumped into the fray. The gatekeeper demon's neck was now tightly bound by Han Su's chains. He gathered all his strength and cleanly severed its head with a swing of his scythe. As the giant head fell, the battle concluded and Han Su landed softly on the ground. He raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his cheek, his gaze sharp and cold without a ripple. From a distance, Guktae watched in silence, his body trembling slightly as he felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Han Su. In the end, victory belonged to Han Su's side. Everyone gathered together, remaining silent for a long while with no one making a comment. Ju-hyun was the first to break the silence, suggesting in a cold voice, "These are gemstones. Let's now exchange the fragments for the best holy relics available and store them immediately." He enthusiastically stated, "The next objective, we've developed the Special Forces with the help of the allied guilds, so nurturing them should be our top priority." Guktae nodded in agreement. "I'm thinking of letting the Smog Guild use what we have for now. They will be our shields." Taking the gemstone, he stated firmly, "I have been appointed as the temporary commander, but the special team is an allied force, so I'm not sure I can command them as I wish, so let's not worry about that for now." The appearance of the Special Forces made Young Wook suspicious, since when could the Alliance create such a strong group like this? Hong Xia replied coldly, "From what I've found, it seems they've been quite secretive about this." She sharply deduced the reason they were able to control the guildless loners and form an alliance. The fear of the crisis must have been a huge factor in bringing them together. Her gaze shifted to the dark corner where Han Su was still standing silently, and Hong Xia continued nonchalantly, "But that character over there doesn't seem to care very much." She approached him and chatted cheerfully, "Han Su, it looks like the Alliance is trying to give you a hard time." He just shrugged and replied bluntly, "Don't worry about it. I have a general idea of what's going on." Hong Xia was slightly surprised. "You have a general idea of everything," precisely, Han Su emphasized firmly. "Unless they act directly, I'll just observe." He smiled and declared with certainty, "I'm already prepared." Han Shul approached the group and quickly added, "But now those guys will have to fight on the front lines, so won't things be a bit easier for us? Now that they have to step forward, they can't just hide in the back under someone else's protection." Jimin brushed her hair back and grumbled irritably, "I doubt that will work. What if they just huddle together and do nothing? Even if we help them, they'll just keep ignoring us anyway." Young-wook concluded firmly, regardless to escape this place, we will have to face the Demon King. If they want to live, they will have to fight. Glancing around, Hongxia whispered in a low voice, but based on the current situation. Painful groans from the members could be heard all around. I can't move my arm. I can't fight like this. I thought we only had to face the Demon King. Maybe I can survive if I join a guild. Can we really fight and win against the Demon King? Amidst the pessimistic scene, a voice cut through the hesitation. Stop complaining. Yi-yeon stepped forward and stated resolutely, if you want to live, then defeating the Demon King and finding a way out of here is our only option. She walked straight up to Han-soo and added warmly, isn't that right? Yi-yeon gently started a conversation with him. I don't believe I've introduced myself. I'm Song Yi-yeon. She moved close to him, articulating each word, Kang Han-soo. Jimin burned with fiery jealousy. That woman Hongxia could only whimper helplessly as she squeezed her shoulder. Ouch. Han-soo bluntly swatted away Yi-yeon's outstretched hand. What do you think you're doing? She replied suggestively, how heartless. It's nothing, I just wanted to introduce you to someone. Yi-yeon turned away and continued casually, if you're interested, just let me know. She smiled and remarked, you see, there is someone who is very interested in you. Jimin gritted her teeth and criticized Yi-yeon. What does she mean by that? She's actually scary. Hongxia pulled Jimin's hand off her shoulder and said wearily, please get away from me. They recalled with suspicion, when we talked to her, she ignored us. She's fine with anyone, as long as they don't mean her harm. We tried to talk to her before, but she just ignored us. Maybe she's afraid of something. Han-soo gave a decisive command. If everyone is ready, let's go. Han-chol sighed dejectedly. Now he's ignoring me too. They quickly moved on to the next location. Standing before the giant gate, Han-soo said in a firm voice, once we get through here. Suddenly, a gleeful laugh echoed out. Are you really planning to challenge the Demon King? A fairy appeared and taunted them humorously. Honestly, you travelers this time are really amusing. Well, I have some good news for you all. The information it personally delivered left everyone utterly stunned. You don't need to defeat the Demon King to open the gate to the next island. The fairy announced the time limit in a loud voice. You just need to endure for 30 minutes. It cheerfully explained the mechanism. Just withstand the Demon King's attacks for 30 minutes, and the gemstone on the throne will be activated. Simple, right? For a gate that can take you to any island without restrictions, that's pretty easy, isn't it? The fairy broke into a sinister smile. You can also buy an escape ticket with gemstone fragments, but that's not the official way, you know. Han-soo immediately realized they had all been tricked. He's only telling us this now. Of course he is. The fairy released the seal on the gate and taunted excitedly, now do your best to withstand the Demon King. See you on the next island. Seated on a high throne was a supremely majestic figure with widespread wings and a bloodthirsty gaze. The Demon King excitedly chanted an incantation to summon its minions for battle. Arise. Floating cells in the air suddenly opened their eyes and began to move non-stop. Countless skulls emerged from them, jostling against each other as they multiplied. And so the Demon King's army of the undead had officially taken form. The skulls carrying a deadly aura flew towards them. Before Han-soo now stood a beautiful demon queen sitting arrogantly on her throne with legs crossed. As she raised her hand, grotesque skull flames were instantly summoned around her. Seeing this, Han-soo chuckled smugly to himself, for the demon queen before him was no stranger. She was a version half as strong as the original from hell, and he knew how to attack her. The moment he broke from his thoughts, a three-headed monster immediately lunged at him, swinging its arms ferociously in an attempt to grab him. Han-soo reacted by leaning away to dodge the attack. Using his combat experience, he decided to use his jewels to purchase an artifact to deal with the monster. Han-soo's hand suddenly emitted streams of blue light, summoning a dagger that perfectly matched and synergized with the dagger de Kratos' judgment. Instantly, he crouched, channeling all his power to throw the dagger with immense destructive force, de Kratos' justice. The three-headed monster took the full impact of the throw, the dagger embedding itself right in its middle skull, sending it stumbling backward. I will use the two special skills of de Kratos' justice throw and recall for an effective attack, he thought, then directly channeled power into the dagger in his hand. Han-soo's eyes were now brimming with killing intent. He swung his arm, causing the dagger to split into multiple hovering copies. Then he immediately raised his hand and pointed forward, commanding the daggers to fly straight towards the Demon Queen. But unfortunately, she was no easy opponent, so the flying daggers ended up striking the three-headed monster under her control, causing it to shriek in pain. That direct blow surprised the Demon Queen with Han-soo's strength, but instead of feeling fear, it only made her more excited. Immediately after, the Demon Queen shot to her feet as purple hell-like flames erupted beneath them. She waved her hand, creating a magical whip with significant destructive power, and taunted, how pathetic. The Demon Queen cracked her whip. Seeing this, Han-soo immediately swung the chain in his hand to block her attack. The two magical weapons clashed, flashing like an explosion, proving that their powers were on par with each other. It was not just one strike. A frenzied storm of whiplashes rained down from the demon relentlessly. Wherever she struck, he met her blow with his chain. The two were locked in a fiery struggle, the sound of the chain and brilliant sparks flashing with every impact. After fighting for a while and seeing no clear winner, she secretly cast a spell seeking an opportunity for a surprise attack on Hansu. At that very moment, the Demon Queen targeted the monster skeletons scattered around. She made them instantly assemble flesh growing over bone to form a skull-headed wolf monster, and then she commanded it, "Tear them to pieces." The monster obeyed and lunged, swiping its claws at Hansu, forcing him to reflexively leap up to dodge the creature's fatal attack. As he landed, he realized the situation was spiraling out of control, and that fighting both of them at once would be extremely difficult. Not wanting to waste any more time, Hansu took advantage of the beast's distraction to turn to the others fighting the skulls and said, "I will deal with the Demon Queen, you all handle the summoned monster." Hearing this, the fighting Hanshiol turned and yelled, "There are too many of them coming for us. If this continues, everyone will be overwhelmed by the ant-like swarm of monsters." Hanshiol, still fighting, glanced over and saw Guktai's group just standing there while he and his teammates were nearing exhaustion. "Hey, you guys get over here and fight." Hearing that, Guktai turned and coldly ordered his subordinates fall back and avoid the engagement. "Let's go." Then he and his group moved aside to stay out of the battle's reach. With the chaotic situation at hand, plus the fact that Guktai was not only useless but was also abandoning everyone, Jimin became enraged and cursed aloud. "I knew those scumbags would do that." Seeing all this, Hansu did not look surprised at all by the traitor's true colors, as if he had known this would happen all along. He simply asked, "So that is their decision." With that, he turned and ordered Jimin hold off the Demon Queen for a moment. Hearing this, she became exasperated. How are we supposed to stop the Demon Queen without you?" While they were arguing, the Demon Queen had already begun to frantically concentrate her power. Suddenly, a colossal arm of only bone and muscle appeared, tearing through the space around it and creating violent tremors. It was all summoned by the power of the Demon Queen. The fist immediately swung forward as she intended to crush Hansu and his group with a single blow. He was too surprised and stunned by the sight before him to react in time. Fortunately, just as the punch descended, it was blocked by Young-wook and his greatsword, saving the lives of everyone behind him. However, the punch was so powerful that it made him cough up blood. His eyes bulged as he gritted his teeth and warned them, "We cannot hold this for long." Realizing time was short, Hansu immediately grabbed his sickles and chain and dashed away as Young-wook urged, "Settle things quickly and get back here now." Meanwhile, one of Guktai's subordinates muttered to another, "There are too many people and monsters here, I cannot even see what is in front of me." The other one chimed in, "Are you sure it is okay for us to just wait here? Shouldn't we at least help buy some time?" one of them started to say, but he froze mid-sentence, having been stabbed from behind. The man then tumbled to the ground with a dagger still embedded in his back, to everyone's astonishment. What the hell? Seeing the man die right in front of him, Joo-hyun yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" Guktai stepped forward and pulled the dagger from the man's body. His face was now filled with murderous intent as he replied to Joo-hyun's cry with a cruel and sinister tone, "We must attack while they are distracted, just like now." Then he yelled the command, "It is time to wipe them out," letting his subordinates behind him charge forward and attack the people in front. Joo-hyun was horrified as the red-haired man threw the situation into chaos. "Do you think we are just going to take this? What are you all doing? Fight back!" However, after his words, no one charged forward to fight back. He turned around and was surprised to see his teammates frozen in place. "I was ready to fight, but I cannot move." Without a moment's delay, Guktai's men rushed forward and began relentlessly slashing at Joo-hyun's immobilized group. Agonized screams echoed amidst the helplessness and despair of being unable to fight back. "Monarch, what is happening, you traitors?" Unable to fight back, Joo-hyun turned to threaten Guktai. "The battle is not over yet. At this rate, we will all die, and you and your guild will not survive either." But that seemed to have no effect on him or his interests. He appeared unconcerned and nonchalantly said, "I do not care." Guktai then added a brazen insult. "They are just trash anyway. They all chose to sacrifice themselves for their monarch," revealing a strange insignia on the back of his hand. Joo-hyun was stunned by his words, realizing this man was not just a traitor, but also someone's underling. "Monarch, who is he talking about?" Before he could say another word, Guktai lunged at him, aiming the point of his dagger for the finishing blow. "It is time for you to die." Just as the dagger lunged forward, it was suddenly struck by a force and sent flying, embedding itself in the ground. Having just escaped death by a hair's breadth, Joo-hyun collapsed to the ground, still reeling from the shock. The one who had just pulled Joo-hyun from the jaws of death was none other than Hansu. "So you have finally shown your true colors, have you?" Your filthy tactics have not changed at all. Hansu had witnessed everything and felt nothing but contempt for Guktai's cowardly betrayal. Guktai saw him standing there after fighting the Demon Queen and sneered, but then seemed to dismiss it. Why would someone fighting the Demon Queen come back here? In any case, you are too late to interfere. Without waiting for an order, the men behind Guktai immediately rushed toward Hansu. Though surrounded by dozens of Guktai's hounds, he looked completely unfazed, realizing with a start he has finally revealed himself the true disguise of the Dark Monarch. The mark of the Dark Monarch, a pawn that I must destroy at all costs. As for Guktai, he was secretly rejoicing, thinking victory was within his grasp. Kang Hansu, even if we cannot kill you, if we just hold you up for a little while, the Demon Queen will finish off the others soon, then you will be all alone. I am prepared for sacrifice. If I die, I am taking you with me, Guktai declared smugly, as if ready to take Hansu down with him. However, contrary to his expectations, Hansu simply made an offer. You seem to have misunderstood something. I did not come here to stand in your way, I came to make a deal. Hansu looked at Guktai with a provocative expression, as if challenging the treacherous man's curiosity and patience. What do you say, are you going to hear me out? It is not a bad deal for you this time either. His words made Guktai feel both wary and intrigued by a potential scheme. Back with the group fighting the monster, the battle had now become more chaotic and dangerous than ever before. Hanchol's sword hand was trembling. Kang Hansu, when are you coming back? In a moment of carelessness, the skull-headed wolf beast lunged forward and almost pounced on him. Damn it, I dropped it! When he fell, he inadvertently gave the monster a chance to attack the people behind, and immediately a figure rushed in. That person was Hansu. He leaped into the air, positioning himself above the monster's head. He swung his chains around and locked the beast's jaws shut, successfully rescuing the group in danger. Following that, the giant beast roared in desperation as it was yanked into the air, directly torn to shreds by the chains. Hansu landed on the ground, his movements light, his hand still tightly gripping the cold chain. Seeing Hansu return, Hong Xia asked worriedly, "Where have you been?" However, he just replied, "I was busy preparing for what's next." His answer left the entire group stunned. Before they could understand, they all cried out, "What?" Suddenly, a loud explosion ripped through the air, followed by the figure of a woman sent flying, her body slamming hard onto the ground. It was Seo Jimin. After sending Jimin crashing to the ground, the Demon Queen turned and declared indifferently, "Let's begin. I'm bored." That same giant fist immediately swung out again, hurtling toward Hansu with a punch that weighed a ton. However, he managed to lean away, moving as swift as the wind, narrowly dodging the fatal blow. While dodging the attack, Hansu managed to conjure a dagger blade aimed directly at the Demon Queen. The blade flew into the air, accompanied by chains. Obeying his command, they shot forward and wrapped around the Demon Queen, binding her tightly. In a moment, she was imprisoned by the cold chains, the dagger digging deep into her flesh. The daggers piercing her body made the Demon Queen writhe in pain, struggling and screaming. The Demon Queen was now enraged. She gritted her teeth, snarling every word, "How dare you!" A frantic roar echoed as a terrifying power began to erupt. Demonic energy radiated outwards, causing her body to swell, becoming monstrous and exponentially more frightening. Hanchol and Hong Xia saw this and were about to rush in to help, but Hansu raised his hand to stop them. Surprised by his strange reaction, he asked, "Why are you stopping us?" Before he could answer, a giant purple fireball hurtled toward them from afar like a meteor. It slammed into Hansu, the fierce explosion throwing him backward and sending his body crashing to the ground. The people watching were horrified, their eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before them. Then suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, billowing smoke and dust, engulfing the entire battlefield. A desperate cry rang out amidst the chaos. Kang Hansu. Thick, black smoke billowed up as everyone panicked. "What the hell is happening? I can't see him. Is he dead?" Hong Xia's eyes widened in disbelief at what she had just witnessed. There's no way he could fall that easily. At that moment, Jimin suddenly shouted, her voice trembling with joy, "He's up there!" Everyone looked up at once. Through the thick smoke, Hansu's figure appeared, one hand tightly gripping an iron chain, his sturdy frame seemingly suspended in midair. When did he even jump up there? But the show wasn't over. Hansu's left hand suddenly flashed with light as small blades materialized, gleaming coldly like lightning. Hansu decisively swung his arm, launching them straight down to the ground. In an instant, the blades shot down to the ground, piercing through each link of the chain and securing it firmly to the floor as if perfectly calculated beforehand. Up above, Hansu twisted his body forcefully, using the chain to wrap tightly around the Demon Queen's torso. Then he forced her to kneel on the ground, her knees making a heavy thud. A crescent-shaped flash of light suddenly appeared on the Demon Queen's body. It turned out to be the slash from Hansu's blade as he swung it down from above. A cold, sharp slash tore through the air, severing the Demon Queen's arm. Seeing her motionless, someone cheered joyfully the attack was successful, but a savage laugh suddenly rang out, leaving everyone frozen in silence. The Demon Queen, despite having lost an arm, raised her head. Her crimson eyes shone with an evil light, her smile stretching wide, wild, and full of excitement. "I'm enjoying this so much." Then the Demon Queen arched her body as a violent aura erupted fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the hand that Hansu had just severed grew back. The chains wrapped around her body glowed and trembled, as if being devoured by a demonic power. Hansu frowned. "This boss is a real pain. It can absorb surrounding life force to grow stronger." Hansu quickly backed away. "My attack hit, but it couldn't inflict significant damage. It seems I don't have enough power to end this fight, so I need..." As that thought flashed through his mind, he summoned ancient runes onto his palm. Then Hansu clenched his fist, his fingers tightening to crush the object he had just summoned. On the other side, the Demon Queen was raising her hand high where purple beams of light were condensing in her palm. At the same time, Hansu gathered strength in his legs, pushed hard off the ground, and shot forward. The beams of light from the Demon Queen's hand shot out screaming as they tore through the air, heading straight for Hansu like a pack of venomous snakes. In the blink of an eye, they were nearly upon him. He gritted his teeth, held the chain tight, and charged forward, swinging it to shatter each wave of attacks. The Demon Queen's arm began to twist grotesquely, its veins bulging. It abruptly expanded, the flesh swelling and rising menacingly into the air. Her hands clasped together to form a fist and came smashing down towards Hansu. He yelled out, "Hanchyo, the great sword, quick, give it to me!" He immediately threw his sword up. "All right, catch this!" The distance between the Demon Queen's fist and Hansu rapidly closed. As soon as it hit the ground, there was a violent impact that seemed to destroy everything around it, sending up a cloud of dust that obscured all sight. The atmosphere then fell deathly silent as everyone held their breath and waited. The ground beneath the fist had shattered with cracks, spreading out like a spider's web. Just when it seemed he would be vaporized by this attack, Hansu suddenly swung his sword, shattering the Demon Queen's hand and launching himself into the air. Her blood splattered out. The Demon Queen's crimson eyes widened as she growled in terror. How could he? He ran along her arm, pushing forward. After getting close, he leaped up to deliver a blow. A blast of poisonous gas erupted from the Demon Queen's mouth, but Hansu quickly managed to evade it. Right after he gathered all his strength and swung the sword in his hand, the steel blade tearing through the air and striking down on her shoulder. A cold, slicing sound echoed as fresh red blood poured from the deep gash. The hot blood streamed down, spreading across the ground and staining the entire area at her feet red. She gritted her teeth, filled with hatred. "How dare you do this?" Seeing the Demon Queen's wounds, murmurs arose from the group. "Is it over now? Is the boss defeated?" They kept wondering, but why hasn't the crystal moved at all? Hansu clutched his wounded side and said in a low voice, "This fight isn't over yet." No sooner had he spoken than the Demon Queen's savage laugh echoed once more. "That was good, I'll give you that." She glanced at him in praise. "It's been a long time since I've felt pain like this." The Demon Queen stood tall, unleashing a wave of power to regenerate her arm that was so immense it blasted Hansu backward. She declared, "I will fight with all my might so your efforts are not in vain." Hansu's body was sent flying, crashing hard against a wall with a loud thud. An orb of energy condensed in the Demon Queen's hand as she prepared to aim at him. At that moment, a spear suddenly shot forward, its metal tip flashing. It pierced straight into the Demon Queen's hand, causing the attack she had just condensed to dissipate. The one who threw the spear for that last-minute save was Hongxia. The Demon Queen turned her head, her gaze sharp and cold. "That's right. There are still a few insects left here, aren't there?" She roared in anger, immediately unleashing a stream of dark power that condensed into a menacing skull and hurtled straight toward her. In the brief moment before Hongxia could react, Jimin suddenly shot up from the side. "Hongxia!" She swung her blade powerfully, the flashing steel cutting the skull into smoke that slowly dissipated. The two girls fought side by side. Hongxia said, "Good job, Jimin. That only bought us a little time, but let's retreat quickly now. There's no way we can defeat the Demon Queen." The Demon Queen raised both hands high, condensing a massive amount of power. "If you think you can escape, then try. I will make all of you disappear right here." Then she straightened a sharp finger and slowly drew a line downward. Her cold voice rang out, mixed with contempt. "Now, as for you, this is your reward for helping me have some fun in this fight." Following the line drawn by the Demon Queen's finger, the power she had just unleashed was aimed at Hansu, who was getting up from his previous fall. He raised his head, his eyes glinting coldly as he stared straight ahead. A wave of power crashed down as if to engulf everything. A thunderous explosion echoed, sending earth and rock flying in all directions. Its force also impacted the surroundings, sending the crowd flying. I'm being swept away by a whirlwind. Help me. After the violent tremor, the entire area seemed to be submerged in a sea of thick, hazy dust. On one side, Hanchul struggled to get up, panting in terror. I can't believe we were blown away by the shockwave from the Demon King's explosion. Young Wook, who had erected a barrier, was still trembling, an unceasing worry rising in his heart. Kang Han-soo, I don't know if he can still hold on. In the thick smoke, a figure faintly appeared. Then suddenly a blue ray of light shot up, piercing through the layer of dust. The dark figure threw a blade, and by his silhouette it was clear that it was Han-soo. The blade flew straight, plunging deep into the Demon King's chest and causing fresh blood to spurt out. She roared, I didn't think you'd still have the strength to unleash a sword attack like that, especially after taking the full force of my magic explosion. Han-soo was breathing with great difficulty. He forced himself to sit up, hands in a defensive stance, his sharp gaze looking up. Finally, I can now have the peace and quiet I've always wanted. The Demon King curled her lips into a contemptuous smile. She reached out and forcefully pulled the blade from her chest, growling, You think a feeble attack like that could bring me down? If only I had a little more time. If only I had the true power I've always desired, you lowly human. You're quite impressive. I never thought you could do this to me. At that moment in the corridor, Hanchul, Young Wook, and the others were all looking intently in one direction. Someone shouted, The Demon King is down, look over there. All eyes turned towards the glowing crystal. The display read, Condition met, the crystal is glowing, it could be. A code of characters appeared surrounding the crystal. At the same time, the system announced the crystal gate has opened. Han-soo stood up strongly amidst the cheers. Kang Han-soo, he defeated the Demon King. We all did it. We can all go to the next island. Suddenly, the body on the ground began to tremble violently. In the middle of the room, a violent surge of purple power erupted. Han-soo raised his hand to shield his eyes. This erupting flame, what is happening? He was stunned, his face full of confusion. The Demon King's heart was already shattered. How could this be? Suddenly, Han-soo's pupils contracted violently as if he had realized something terrible, that is. Within the intense flames, the Demon King slowly rose. I finally found some joy in fighting, but we cannot let this battle end like this. Her face was now distorted, her long tongue sticking out grotesquely as she declared, Even if I have to pay a heavy price, I will annihilate all of you right here. The Demon King's entire body exuded a dark aura. Before this body of mine burns to ashes, I will finish all of you. Suddenly, a fairy spoke in a cold voice. That is enough. Space suddenly cracked open and a giant hand appeared. It squeezed her body tightly. Did you think you could use your true power in this area? From within the crack, a pair of cold, authoritative eyes glared. Anyone who violates the rule against using magic to regenerate themselves will be punished. Power flowed from the hand binding the Demon King tighter. The fairy laughed familiarly. Now, Demon King, you will be the one to disappear from here. It looked down disdainfully, its cold voice echoing, I never gave you permission to do that. The arm extended from the crack, pulling the Demon King back in its grasp. All independent actions are unacceptable. According to the rules, I will take you back. She struggled furiously. You brought me to this place, and now you stop me from using my power. I will not leave like this. I will destroy all of them, those insects. The fairy's eyes narrowed, its face darkening with disgust. This is why I hate dealing with mongrels. It spoke only 2 words, be quiet. In the blink of an eye, the Demon King was crushed to pieces. The people who witnessed the scene quietly swallowed, partly out of fear and partly out of disgust. The fairy awkwardly wiped the blood from its hand with a handkerchief and smiled reassuringly. That was a bit noisy, wasn't it? Don't worry, I'll take care of the rest now. You get your reward right. It then raised its voice. Congratulations on defeating the Demon King. Not many people get to enjoy an event like this. Next, the fairy flew over to Han-soo and announced, by the way, you only get 1 reward from the Demon King, so I will give it to you, the one who contributed the most. It threw down a magic stone. Here is your reward. Han-soo reached out and caught it. The system displayed the information when used. All ancient language stats will be temporarily adjusted to 99.99% for 1-day penalty. After the effect ends, all stats will decrease by 0.01%. Mission complete. The fairy flapped its wings and flew away. I will take care of the rest if you want to use that magic stone. Just think of the island you wish to go to. See you on the next island. The juvenile inside him slithered out and looked curiously at the magic stone. Han-soo smiled to himself. With this, I've achieved my goal of reaching the central island. His subconscious recalled the energy I just felt a moment ago. It was definitely power from hell. Han-soo fiddled with the stone, telling himself, I still have a long way to go. Just then, Hanchul spoke up in confusion. We tried so hard to kill the Demon King and we only get 1 reward for it. Young-wook encouraged him from the side. Don't worry, everyone knows you took them all down. Another person agreed. Besides, even if someone else wanted it, they wouldn't be strong enough to take it from you. Hongxia adjusted the communication device on her arm. I don't know, the Fog Guild won't let this slide, but they're being strangely quiet. I need to contact the guild members at the rear because they didn't show their faces when we confronted the Demon King. Jimin wondered, why don't we just deal with it now? Hansu spoke up. It's already taken care of. Hanchul was bewildered. What do you mean taken care of on the other side? Hongxia suddenly shouted, What are you saying? The monarch has disappeared? The others turned pale with panic upon hearing that where could the monarch have gone? A disappearing tattoo means that person is dead. They finally got them. It was unclear what she heard, but Hongxia suddenly tensed up. What the Fog Guild betrayed them. I can't believe they used their special forces to kidnap the monarch. Noticing this, the corners of Hansu's mouth suddenly curled up. The scene shifts to a forest amidst the bodies scattered on the ground. A person stood silently dressed in black. From head to toe, it seems the cleanup is complete. Immediately after, the person turned and left without hesitation. A few minutes earlier, a group of people came through a teleportation gate into the forest. Guktai looked up at the tall tower before him. I don't know where this is, but if there's a tower here, we've come to the right place. He suddenly broke into a cunning smile, his mind full of calculations very good. Although my initial mission as a disguised monarch was to sabotage the Central Island's monarchs and kill them all my own life, and the heads of the monarchs are enough to cover for my insubordination. It's easy to set a trap when the monarchs are on guard against Kang Han-su. Guktai turned and ordered his subordinates, tie them up here, he thought with smug satisfaction. Now I can bring great power to my guild. A few days ago, Han-su held out a pile of crystals. Use these to move up. You can control the subordinates of other guilds by turning the monarchs into a special force. Since you've already created a special force, you must know how. He emphasized, as long as you don't cause any trouble, I will turn a blind eye to what you do with them. Guktai sneered inwardly, that fool making a deal just to escape a momentary crisis. After his subordinates finished tying up the people, he ordered again contact them because it seems we're in a different location than the rendezvous point. Suddenly, someone warned there's someone over there. As soon as the words were out, a figure flashed by. Guktai reacted, someone's there. I didn't sense anything at all. The whole group was bewildered as a cold voice spoke up, so you really came. I had my doubts, but making these preparations was worth the effort. Though panicked, Guktai tried to stay calm and shouted, they're not showing themselves, their numbers must be small. We have the advantage. However, the very next second, the ground where he stood began to sink. Why can't I move my feet? What is under my feet? I'm sinking into the ground. That voice echoed again, you're only temporarily stuck, but as you can see, I've already set a trap. Then, a dark figure flashed behind Guktai. It's a consumable item that activates after a certain period. Knowing where others have set up is quite useful, isn't it? His face turned pale and his pupils contracted as he stammered, no way, how did you know I was here? Before he could finish speaking, a knife was suddenly plunged into his back. Witnessing the scene, Ju-hyun's face turned ashen and sweat poured down as he hastily begged, spare me, if you spare me, I will do anything. The person in black suddenly rushed forward, clamped his mouth shut, and uttered two words, no need. He slammed Chun-gun's head hard onto the ground. You don't have what I want. After he stopped moving, the person let go. An entire group of people were now just bodies scattered on the ground. The masked figure muttered coldly, wait for the ones from the Central Island and eliminate them all. Just then, the person took off their mask and recalled the first time I heard about the Central Island and the tower. I didn't understand what he meant, but as always, he was truly brilliant. Back then, he had exclaimed in amazement, you want me to use you? If you really want to do it, then I will tell you. Hansu averted his gaze and said, if you can do what I am about to tell you, you can become stronger than those with the same starting point as you go to the place I tell you. Whether you go or not is up to you. Having said that, he turned and walked away. Beneath the mask, Sang Jin smiled faintly. Kang Han-su, trusting and following you was the best decision I've ever made. Now I just have to wait. That night, a full moon hung high in the sky, its cool, gentle light casting down upon the forest leaves. Hidden beneath a thicket, an amber-colored crystal faintly emanated a pale, mystical glow. The grim man gritted his teeth. Damn it, he's dead? The woman behind him then asked, who are you talking about, Lee Guktai? She was momentarily startled, exclaiming in disbelief the Central Island had failed. He nodded, his eyes cold. His last contact was with the Demon King's fortress, and now there's nothing, so he must have lost his life there. Wonkyung's hands slowly lifted. His voice was low, but full of implication. It's just a thought, never mind. But it seems we have an annoying party crasher. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, and a glowing red emblem appeared on the back of his hand. They're going to the Tower Island because it has more rewards than other places, and there is only one way to get there after using the magic stone. Around the dimly glowing crystal figures began to gather in silence. On their wrists, they all bore the same blood-red mark as Wang Yung's. He, the Dark Monarch, smirked, a cold smile spreading across his face. No one can get past us safely. A map appeared, the island map distributed in Ascension Paradise. It showed hundreds of different islands marking the path to the top of the tower. An island with its own tiers and regions, they are divided into 3 main tiers starting from Ascension Paradise at Tier 1. You pass through the Tier 2 islands, including the Central Island, to finally reach the Tier 3 island and complete the tutorial. Among the Tier 3 islands, one is said to offer the most valuable reward. A towering yet gloomy and dilapidated structure, the Tower Island. Everyone wants the valuable reward, so it's understandable to head for the Tower Island, but inside the tower's main hall, torchlight flickered as Han Su's voice called out, "What is this?" He sat on a small, rocky outcrop, chewing on a meat skewer as he spoke. "If you plan on going to the Tower Island just for the valuable reward, you all should think again." As he finished speaking, Hong Xia's group looked bewildered and asked, "Are there a lot of items in there?" Han Su continued. "Didn't you all almost die on the Central Island last time because you were greedy for the reward?" He glanced at them. "Think carefully. I'm giving you my sincere advice." Then he turned to the other group, all of them looking ragged and dirty. "The same goes for you lot. The Tower Island is even more dangerous than the Central Island. What's the point of getting stronger if you die so soon?" Someone cautiously asked, "Then what should we do?" Before he could finish, Hong Xia cut in, "So you're not planning on going to the Tower Island either." Ignoring the ongoing discussion, Yi Yon stood alone, leaning against a pillar. "Every island has a way to get its reward. I'm just giving you a warning, the rest is up to each of you." After a while of talking with no reaction from Han, Hong Xia started to doubt her impression of him. "I thought you were the type to be reckless and ignore danger. Was I mistaken?" Young Wook, who was sitting in a corner, spoke up. "Then he has a point. If it's that dangerous, what's the use of items if we don't survive?" He said that after the battle, everyone was injured and could only rest. By persuading the surviving travelers not to risk their lives after the monarchs vanished, our guild has grown larger, but everyone is exhausted and needs to rest. Finding a safe place is for the best. Young Wook approached Han Su and extended his hand. "We're about to set off too." He looked straight at Han Su. "I wanted to thank you, by the way. It's because of you that we're still alive." Han Su didn't take his hand, but smiled with his eyes closed. "If we survive, we will meet again." He stood up and adjusted something on his belt. Seeing this, Young Wook called to his teammate, "All right, Hanshio, let's go." The other man replied yes. Seeing the 2 men in a hurry, Jimin turned and said, "Shouldn't we prepare too?" But Hong Xia hesitated. Should we not go to the Tower Island? It probably wouldn't hurt to follow his advice. A yellow portal appeared in the middle of the hall. The others began to whisper, seeming to give up. "Maybe we should go somewhere else. I'm sick of this place. If even a strong guy like him won't go near it, it must be extremely dangerous." Han Su's voice cut through the noisy chatter. "Let's go. I have things to do." Young Wook replied, "Then we'll be on our way first." He and Han Chol stepped into the golden portal, both turning back with a smile. "We hope we'll see everyone again." Hong Xia said coldly, "If you want to say goodbye, feel free." Jimin closed her eyes and stepped forward, "No need." "I'll go first then," Hong Xia replied, haltingly right. Han Su watched the scene, unsure of what to say. From a corner where no one could see, Yi Yon spoke softly, "Not goodbye, but see you later." After everyone had stepped through, the flames of the portal gradually faded, leaving only Han Su standing before it. Only after confirming everyone had left did he slowly turn his head, his sharp, cold gaze landing on Yi Yon. "Why are you staying here instead of leaving?" She tilted her head, her eyes seeming to hold a secret, and said nonchalantly, "You go ahead, I need to confirm something." Han Su didn't bother asking further, just gave an indifferent smirk, turned his back and left. "As you wish." As he stepped before the yellow crystal, an inscrutable smile appeared on his face. His lips moved as if muttering to himself, "That witch. We'll meet again on the next island." Eon's brow furrowed slightly, as if she had caught a few words, but not the whole thing. What did he say? As Han Su's figure vanished into the portal's light, she bit her lip gently, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes, as if she had just realized something was amiss. I don't know what they whispered about, but I'm sure some of them will follow him. Elsewhere, in a quiet part of the forest, Wang Yung stood silently before a yellow crystal, giving off a cold light. He muttered in a low voice, "Has it been a while since that old geezer sent his message?" Suddenly, in the eerie silence, a faint rustle echoed from deep in the bushes. Wang Yung instantly tightened his grip on his sword hilt, a confident smile playing on his lips. Arriving just now, he turned his head towards the black-cloaked figures already in ambush, his voice low and firm. "Get ready!" In an instant, Wang Yung's figure burst forward like a whirlwind, leaping as he charged ahead. An arrogant smile spread across his angular face. "I'll be the one to take his head." Wonk Young's speed kept increasing, his presence overwhelming as he charged straight for the waiting yellow crystal portal. The portal suddenly began to fluctuate violently as if something was about to emerge from it. He frowned instantly, his voice thundering like a roar. "Kneel!" At that exact moment, Yi-Yeon's figure emerged from the crystal's light, her eyes still adjusting, her voice bewildered. "Hamon." A cold blade sliced through the air, causing her to stagger and fall to her knees as her legs gave way. Yi-Yeon's eyes widened in a flash of utter astonishment. "Master." She shakily pushed herself up from the ground, looking up at him and forcing a strained smile. "Welcome! That was quite the greeting." He nonchalantly put away his weapon, slinging it over his shoulder as a cold aura radiated from him. "Why are you the only one? Where are the others?" Yi-Yeon smiled faintly, her voice low as if concealing something. "I purposely waited for the others to sort things out before showing myself. But is there no one else here?" Wonk Young sighed, his disappointment evident. "Not a single person has come through. You were on the central island until the very end. They must have moved on to another place." He turned and walked away, his steps heavy with frustration, while Yi-Yeon trailed behind, trying to salvage the situation. She muttered anxiously, "I clearly saw it myself. That cunning bastard who knew those guys would listen to him like that." She suddenly remembered Han Su's words, which were seared into her mind. He had said the Tower Island is even more dangerous than the Central Island. What's the point of getting stronger if you die so soon? His tone was as if he were trying to convince everyone the Tower Island was too dangerous. Hearing Han Su's name, Wonk Young's brows knitted, his gaze suddenly turning sharp and menacing. Him again. He stomped his foot in anger, slamming his fist powerfully against a nearby tree with a resounding thud. His voice choked with rage. Those leaders and adventurers foolishly listened to some kid and ran off. The powerful impact caused the tree to crack under the pressure bark, flying everywhere as the air itself seemed to vibrate with Wonk Young's fury. His face darkened and his voice grew harsher and more bitter, and that kid too, I despise him with a passion. All that effort my subordinates put into finding the portal's location, and now there's no one to serve as good cannon fodder for me. Even this tree can't withstand my anger. A woman stepped out, and seeing her, Wonk Young turned away. "I don't know what his purpose is anymore," Yi-Yeon replied. "Who knows, the way he fights so aggressively is just so bland, as if he wants to protect someone. Things have gotten quite troublesome now." Wonk Young's entire body radiated killing intent. "In that case, he will be an obstacle to my plans." He turned to the woman and said, "Issue an order to all guild members on the other islands. If they see Kang Han-Soo, kill him on sight." She immediately received the order and retorted, "But Kang Han-Soo is as strong as a monarch. A direct attack is too dangerous." He sneered contemptuously. "Isn't it true that he doesn't want to kill people if he charges in recklessly? Just kill him like that. Tell them to show no mercy." Wonk Young walked over and grabbed her scarf. "Don't forget our purpose. Don't forget the crimes those bastards committed, understand?" She pulled back her scarf, evasively eliminate all obstacles at all costs for those we have lost. The two of them turned to leave and gave Yi-Yeon an order. Yi-Yeon described Kang Han-Soo's appearance and weapon to them. Now it's time to climb the tower. Yi-Yeon raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes flashing with curiosity. "Aren't we going to wait?" A cold chuckle was the reply. "Waiting is not my style." "Let's head there now." Under the silver moonlight, the three figures gradually faded into the distance, silently melting into the night. Just then, the crystal gate behind them vibrated slightly. From within the ethereal light, Han-Soo stepped out. His eyes flashed with composure, the corner of his lip curled into a half-smirk. "They're all gone. I thought he would have given up sooner. Finally, I can go." Hiding behind an ancient tree, a dark figure had been waiting for a long time, his breath trembling slightly, as if suppressing hours of patience. Han-Soo continued to walk casually, completely unaware of the eyes following him from behind. The rustling sound he made startled the other person. The other person gently pushed his hood aside. A low, familiar voice rang out, "Long time no see, Han-Soo." He said it right. It seemed to be an acquaintance, so Han-Soo wasn't surprised and turned to look. "Did you bring that thing?" Sang-Jin immediately raised his hand, in his palm shimmered the faint light of an earring. "I always keep my promises," the earring of the seven brothers. "I don't know what you plan to do with it, but here you go." Han-Soo took it and put it on his ear. Very good. Hearing those words, Sang-Jin felt as if a weight had been lifted, letting out a long, quiet sigh of relief. But in the next second, his face suddenly flushed as red as a chili pepper, his heart pounding when Han-Soo suddenly spoke in a calm voice. "Now it's time to go to the next island." Sang-Jin suddenly flinched, his eyes widening in astonishment as before him, Han-Soo's form began to change, the sharp features of a man softened, replaced by the graceful and slender figure of a woman. He stammered, his throat tight. "What is that form? An artifact, that thing," Han-Soo replied calmly, his tone unwavering with a disguise. "This good no one will recognize me, right?" A mysterious smile flickered across her lips now. In a female form, her eyes sparkled with determination now onto the island of the tower. Under the dim moonlight, the tower stood tall in the middle of the night, becoming even more gloomy, like a giant phantom guarding the entire island. Island of the tower, main hall, first floor. A few groups of people were gathered in the hall. Murmurs and whispers echoed through the space. "This place is really crowded. It's better to go somewhere with fewer people." In a corner of the hall, a guy in a red hat glanced around, his voice carrying a hint of relief. "I was lucky to get to the place that seems to have the most rewards, but there are fewer people than I thought. What's going on?" He slowly scanned the area and then frowned. That little imp should have appeared by now to explain things sarcastically, but it's not here, huh? His gaze suddenly stopped. There was a young woman with a familiar appearance, Han-Soo in his female form. Who is she? She looks so familiar. As if sensing his gaze, Han-Soo turned her head. Her bright eyes in the darkness made him jump. And then Han-Soo walked straight towards him. Each light step made his heart pound erratically. Is she coming towards me? The earrings on Han-Soo's ears glowed faintly, the reflected light seeming to emphasize her whisper, "You keep staring at me." Arriving in front of him, Han-Soo spoke calmly. "Is something wrong?" The guy in the red hat was flustered. His voice cracked. "Have we met before? Even the way you talk is quite familiar." Before he could finish, someone from behind waved and called out, startling him, "Are you two together?" The blonde-haired guy, sensing the awkward atmosphere, asked cautiously, "If your team isn't full yet, can I join you?" The red-hatted guy immediately shook his head. "We're not," but Han-Soo was a step ahead, smiling slightly sure. Ahead, where the portal gate emitted a cold light, "We have enough people now, shall we go?" The blonde-haired guy gave an awkward laugh. His eyes held a hint of relief. "Everyone already has a team, so it's very difficult to find more people. Luckily, I found them." A countdown timer appeared, and everyone began to whisper about the upcoming difficulty. They all looked at each other worriedly. It seems each room has a limit on the number of participants. The higher you go, the better the rewards. The purple-haired boy lost his patience and shouted out, "What are you rambling on about? We just need to go in." He glanced over, sneering, as if scorning their shared fear. "We just need to go and defeat those who come out and claim the reward. Isn't it obvious we're not here to make friends and chit-chat? How many of you here do you think will survive?" His words clearly sent everyone into a panic. The two in Han-Soo's group were clearly no exception. Their eyes wavered at the thought. He continued in a cold voice, "It's obvious who will die first, so stop wasting time and let's go." Han-Soo remained silent, just glancing at him with a look of suspicion and assessment. Scene change, everyone, was now in a cave filled with golden nests on the walls. They were the homes of giant ants. The atmosphere in the cave was heavy, and everyone immediately fell into a state of panicked combat. A commanding shout rang out, "Attack them at the same time, separate them from the swarm." Suddenly, a giant ant charged forward, letting out a terrifying roar. It brought its sharp mandibles down, aiming for a player. The blow made the person lose their balance and fall over. He instinctively raised his hands to resist, a choked cry of pain escaping his lips. Han-Soo stood behind, wielding his weapon nimbly. He thought to himself, "Wearing the earring of the 7 brothers cuts my stats in half. I don't intend to fight head-on in this state, but..." A blue light suddenly emanated from his hand. A small dagger gradually materialized in his palm. A thought flashed through his mind, "I need to test my level in combat power." Han-Soo rushed forward, forcefully pushing the red-hatted guy aside, and roared, "Get out of the way." He calmly turned, throwing the dagger with incredible accuracy. The dagger flew through the air straight into the head of an ant that was threatening the girl nearby, leaving her momentarily stunned. Han-Soo leaped up, his face darkened, his eyes locking onto the target. Below, the pinned ant trembled in fear, its breathing ragged. He landed powerfully, plunging the dagger into its abdomen up to the hilt. As he pulled the dagger out, Han-Soo muttered to himself, "Normally, I could take it down with my bare hands, but now it takes at least 2 hits." The girl was still on the ground. Her breath was short, but her trembling voice came out, "Thank you for saving me. You took it down with just that dagger." Her sparkling eyes shone with admiration. "You must have fought a lot on the other islands, right?" Han-Soo said nothing, just turned and walked away. Her cold demeanor made the atmosphere even more awkward, but the girl didn't give up trying to make conversation. "And you must have met people stronger than you. Right, there's someone I'm looking for who's also very strong. I heard he helps people and uses a really cool chain-type weapon." Her voice grew more enthusiastic as she spoke, her eyes shining with hope. "Do you know him? I need to meet him." Han-Soo bent down slightly, her calm voice cutting her off. "Stop asking nonsense and focus on the fight." The red-hatted guy standing nearby frowned slightly. Suspicion arising and questioned her. "What's wrong with a little talk? Why do you have to be so harsh?" She immediately chimed in, her voice full of excitement. "Do you know him, mister? I heard he did a lot of things on the Central Island. His name is Kang Han-soo, right?" Just as that name was mentioned, her tone suddenly changed, completely lively and full of emotion. The red-hatted guy repeated doubtfully, "Kang Han-soo." In that moment, his footsteps also faltered. The muscles in his face tensed up for a moment. He scratched his head and answered hesitantly, "I guess so, we fought together." She immediately cheered excitedly. "Really, so you're his comrade? That's great." Han-soo could only sigh, helplessly speechless, thinking his identity had been exposed. The man in the red hat sat down, squinting at her. "But how do you know about Kang Han-soo, kid?" She became even more excited, her voice lively. "There are rumors among the travelers that he's very strong. You're Kang Han-soo's comrade, right? Do you know where he is now?" The man in the red hat was momentarily startled, a cold sweat trickling down. "I'm not sure either. He's always busy going here and there, so I don't even know where he is now." He pondered for a moment. If the rumor is about a strong person named Kang Han-soo, then it must be him. His gaze unconsciously shifted to the female version of Han-soo standing nearby. On second thought, she does look quite a bit like him. The man in the red hat suddenly recalled his first impressions. "At first I thought he was all talk." Han-soo was even skeptical. "Did someone tell you that you have to fight?" At that time, he had just panicked in response. "So what are you planning to fight alone?" "If it weren't for Kang Han-soo, many would have died. He must have gone ahead of me." In his memory, Han-soo was a strong and arrogant person who went ahead to save the day. Elsewhere, they had cleared out the swarm of ants. One person said with a sigh of relief, "Killing these ants didn't drop any artifacts, just a few ancient runes. Low difficulty combined with such large numbers will lower the artifact drop rate." Another person struggled to pull their sword from an ant's corpse. The blonde-haired guy glanced into the distance, squinting as he recognized it over there as a gate just like the one we entered. As he spoke, a blue gate appeared as if in confirmation. Everyone cheered with joy. "We can go to the next floor now. Can we find an artifact as soon as we leave?" They walked towards the gate. "Everyone, let's go." "You can't." A cold voice cut through everything, followed immediately by a piercing scream. The blonde-haired guy whipped around and saw someone bleeding and collapsing. The sight sent shivers down the entire group's spines. The axe had just fallen, drops of blood trickling down onto the stone floor. Someone analyzed coldly. "The fewer people, the higher the artifact's grade. But if we all go in together, the artifact's quality will decrease. So choosing a room with few people becomes meaningless." The purple-haired guy laughed wickedly. He raised his blood-stained weapon and said in an obvious tone, "I'll kill all of you and take the artifact for myself." He frantically swung his weapon at the others. "Hey, let's talk first." Before the sentence was finished, the person had fallen. Blood splattered everywhere, along with piercing screams. He charged at Han-soo with his weapon, shouting, "You guys only focus on running away and don't even fight back. You're too weak. That's why this is so easy." Han-soo coldly raised a small knife, his eyes sharp. But the purple-haired guy didn't hesitate, knocking the knife from his hand with a contemptuous blow from his weapon. Han-soo collapsed to the ground, and the purple-haired guy became even more arrogant, shouting mockingly, "What the hell? I thought you were the strongest one here. How pathetic. You're even weaker than I thought." The man in the red hat turned pale at the sight, but he still chivalrously stood in front of the girl. "Kid, get behind me." She reached behind her back, pulling a weapon from her cloak, ignoring him as he continued to speak. "When I give the signal, run as fast as you can. Stay still." A swift whoosh through the air startled the man in the red hat. She held a crossbow aimed forward, her voice cold. "If you move, I'll miss." The arrow whizzed through the air, lodging precisely in the purple-haired guy's head, causing him to collapse instantly. The man in the red hat turned back to praise her. "That was amazing, kid. You took him down when his guard was down." She calmly reloaded the crossbow, smiling, "I guess, since it's my first time using this, I missed." No, that shot was perfect, but now the arrow was once again pointed straight at him, leaving him speechless. The bowstring released with a thud, the arrow embedding itself deep in his head. Her face was cold. "I should have skewered both of you at the same time." She bent down to pick up the two ancient runes that had dropped her hands, trembling slightly with excitement. This should be enough, right? Brushing her bangs aside, her eyes shining, she laughed with satisfaction, smugness clear on her face. "Monarch, the chain user, isn't in floor 1, room 10. I was bored, so I killed the rest of them." She was still smug about her success. Her body relaxed, completely unaware that Han-soo had gotten up. "If I catch him, it'll be even better. If I see him on the next floor, I'll report back over." The other side gave a decisive order, all right. Han-soo stood up calmly, his eyes as cold as ice, startling her. What if that guy is here? She panicked, her eyes widening as she screamed, "You're clearly—" Before she could finish, the head of a sickle flew towards her. She was immediately bound tightly by the chain, her body unable to move, fear evident on her face. Han-soo gave a murderous smile, his gaze as sharp as a blade fixed directly on her. He placed the knife against her chin, a gentle but incredibly powerful gesture, and said casually, "Weren't you looking for me?" Han-soo looked coldly at the person bound tightly in his chains. The sharp knife at her neck made her face turn pale as she stammered, "But I saw you pass out." He smirked, his voice cold. "Seems my acting wasn't bad. Don't even think about contacting your monarch." She tried to react, but Han-soo decisively silenced her with a finger to her lips, giving her no chance. He removed his current disguise, returning to his imposing and sturdy original form, his gaze as sharp and cold as ice. "You should stay quiet from now on. I'll send my regards to your monarch." As soon as he finished speaking with a single slash, she managed one cry before collapsing. Blood from the cut flowed out, staining the ground red. After observing, Han-soo concluded, "It seems they only left one person here." He glanced at the juvenile, chewing on the ancient rune in its mouth. "I didn't expect them to give up so easily." Han-soo was indifferent, "But we'll meet again eventually. No need to rush. Something I heard in the training area in my previous life." He recalled from his memories that someone had said the hidden dungeons aren't completely separate from each other. The areas in the tower have the same structure. If you have to clear a dungeon to climb one floor, it means there must be a dungeon on the third floor. Han-soo surmised that is the final destination of the training area. Now in the main hall of the second floor, he stood alone, thinking, "There's something I need to do first." Looking at the flashing ring on his hand, he gradually formed a plan in his head. First, the artifacts I currently have aren't up to par, except for the growth-type artifact Nirmaha. They are all inefficient. Next, Han-soo glanced around. "I need to get a new artifact to replace the colorless one." Looking at the door ahead, he silently resolved in his heart, "Kang-tai, I will make use of the direction you pointed out." The screen only displayed the number 50. The crowd shouted, "Only 50 people left from the first floor, hurry up." Stepping into the gate, a new scene appeared. A smiling fairy spread its arms. "Welcome, this is the second floor. I will explain to you now. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? So let's begin." The crowd below waited nervously to hear the rules. An image of a treasure chest appeared, the fairy announced in a loud voice. "Welcome to Treasure Island. I am very happy to say that you were wise to choose this room among the rooms in the tower. This room will give you the greatest growth." It began to explain the rules you need to defeat the treasure guardians and bring the treasure to the center of the island to exchange for artifacts. The fairy snapped its fingers, a symbolic sphere appearing in its hand, and continued, "The time limit is 2 weeks. And of course that wouldn't be any fun, would it?" Amidst the crowd, its voice echoed with authority. "Only those who exchange treasures for artifacts will be allowed to leave. In other words, those who fail to exchange for an artifact will die." The numbers on the screen changed continuously. There is only one treasure, so you can choose to exchange it for 50 artifacts to save everyone, or choose fewer and let only some survive. The numbers spun. The fairy reminded them with a smile, "The fewer the artifacts, the higher the quality. You know that well, don't you? I hope you choose wisely." To be more specific, it provided new information. There are a total of 128 guardians. I will mark them on the map. Han-soo, currently in disguise, glanced and thought to himself, 128 guardians in 2 weeks. He looked at the person behind him. "This is a difficult situation. I wonder how she will handle it." After hearing the rules explained, the blue-haired woman began to speak. "Let's do it this way." She confidently outlined a plan split into 5 teams, each team with 10 people. Each team will hunt and defeat 2 guardians a day. The woman asked with a smile, "Everyone can do that, right?" The crowd immediately started murmuring, "Are you suggesting that people in the guild work together and only 10 people per team? Those not in a guild will be at a disadvantage." Han-soo evaluated inwardly. That's not a bad idea. In the crowd, Yun-chai gently nudged the arm of the male archer standing next to her to give a signal. He immediately spoke up. "We agree 2 guardians a day isn't impossible if we fail. We'll take responsibility for ourselves. We have enough people in our guild," and just like that, the 2 who looked the strongest shared the same opinion. Gradually, teams were formed. Right now, we have no choice but to cooperate if we want to survive. Someone volunteered to announce when the treasure is found. We'll let everyone know and gather at the center immediately. Instantly, the remaining people also rushed to find members. "All right, 5 people come here. Our party has more than 10 people now." Han-soo stood alone, silently observing the map. 128 guardians are scattered throughout this vast dungeon. I'll have to cover a lot of ground. The key is to move alone. With that thought, he turned and headed off in a direction by himself. Seeing this, Yun-chai frowned in confusion. "Where is that woman going?" Han-soo searched as he walked. "I'm looking for the hidden piece in this place. The Philosopher's Stone. The condition is..." In a flashback, Kang-tae pointed to himself confidently. "I guess no one but me could have succeeded. Kang Han-soo, I'm going to tell you. So listen closely. He recounted among the orbs collected after defeating the Guardians, one of them was glowing. The others were normal. People usually focus on the treasure and just toss those orbs. But I figured it out. Kang Tai affirmed they're not just ordinary orbs. He boasted smugly I discovered it with this brilliant mind of mine. If you collect 32 orbs, you can exchange them for an artifact that mimics the Philosopher's Stone. You didn't know that, did you? Bet you didn't see that coming. Kang Tai kept bragging discovering a hidden event is nothing for someone like me. Hansu watched speechless. Keldian gently pushed up his glasses and said he must have talked to someone greedy enough not to throw those orbs away. Back in the present, he carefully held the chain whip and muttered, although it's different from the Philosopher's Stone Anvi Aaron consumed, the effect is likely similar. I must obtain it. This dungeon is not simple, and the time I have to face them is limited. A faint blue light emanated from him. He now reverted to his original form, his eyes filled with resolve. To destroy them quickly, I'll go alone. I just have to avoid being spotted. In the middle of the silent, deep forest, dim light filtered through the dense canopy, shining down on a strange, motionless boulder. Suddenly, that boulder shook violently, pieces of green moss and dirt falling to the ground. Then it slowly rose as if it were alive. As it turned out, it was no ordinary boulder, but an ancient guardian with a towering figure exuding a heavy and oppressive aura. In the center of its giant head, a sparkling lens stood out like an eye, coldly observing all surrounding movements. A growling sound echoed through the area, attracting a group of people nearby. That sound is close. However, a moment later, an announcement was heard. The second guardian has been killed. Congratulations, everyone. That's the second one today. At this rate, it won't be long now. A loud shout rang out, focus up. Yun-Che turned and replied, I know. From behind, a beast lunged to attack. She instantly leaned back to dodge it. Following that, Yun-Che leaped into the air and launched a kick. The beast was sent flying backwards, slamming hard onto the ground. Immediately after, an arrow flew in, directly finishing it off. The young man who shot the arrow exclaimed, You can dodge without even looking. I did that for nothing. Yun-Che said with some annoyance, You could have handled it alone from the beginning. He said, We still haven't seen a single guardian yet, others are already finishing them off. We're just catching small fry. She shook her head slightly no. Yun-Che's expression grew serious. Neither the first nor the second guardian was defeated by a team. Someone took them down alone. I have a feeling that's what happened. Hearing this, the young man stroked his chin in thought. If you say so, Monarch Yun-Che, you're probably right. What does everyone else think? The twins behind them turned to each other. Who could it be? Who knows? Yun-Che pouted, her face red as she turned away. I told you not to call me that. This possibility is so annoying. Then she opened her map and reminded them, Stop talking nonsense and let's move faster. It looks like the one ahead has been taken care of, so we'll go to the right. Suddenly sensing something, Yun-Che gave a signal. Wait, something's heading this way. It's that same strong, unsettling presence I felt from the beginning. On the other side, a large group of people was approaching all of them with grim expressions. Their leader commanded, I already told you all we don't need to aim for the Guardians. Even if we find the treasure, we won't be able to bring it to the altar. He instructed just let the other teams handle it. They have plenty of strong members. The men behind him agreed that's true, but we can't just do nothing. The leader stressed exactly. While the others are busy hunting Guardians, we should take this chance to become stronger. He gave a calculating smirk. Just hunting the surrounding monsters will be enough to make us strong enough to fight. We just need to focus on the one who brings back the treasure. Honestly, no one will even notice if a few people disappear. Hiding behind a tree, Yun-Che and her group heard their entire plan. The leader, unaware, continued to ramble. If we can't find it within 2 weeks, we're all going to die. Yun-Che said it's going to be a headache if everyone acts like them. But the strange presence I'm sensing isn't coming from them. At that moment, Hansu suddenly appeared saying, I agree. She stressed in a situation like this, what you need more than anything is command. Seeing her appear so suddenly, the twins jumped and cried out, Who are you? Yun-Che glanced at Hansu, silently sizing her up. She's covered in bruises. Why is she alone? For some reason, she felt a bit uneasy. More importantly, I get a strange feeling from her. Across from them, Hansu smirked knowingly. He quietly muttered, in situations like these, command is essential. The young man vigilantly aimed his bow at Hansu and demanded, You creeps sneaking up from behind. What do you want? You appear to be alone, so you'd better answer honestly. She casually leaned against a tree and replied nothing much. I'm just here to make a proposal. He narrowed his eyes. What, are you crazy? Why should we listen to a thing you say? She coldly remarked, being cautious isn't bad, but you're wary of the wrong person. I'm not here to talk to you. Hansu turned towards Yun-Che. I'm here to speak with the leader, that woman. She hinted, with an intuition stat like yours, you should be able to tell. Hearing that, Yun-Che frowned slightly. This person. She's the reason I've been feeling uneasy. It's difficult to recognize me as the monarch right away, but she's so sure. She has intuition like me, or rather, she scanned Han Su's current disguise and surmised it's not just her appearance. It's merely a shell to conceal what lies within. A mysterious aura seemed to emanate from her. Because of this, Yun-Che told herself to be on guard. Whatever it is, something far more sinister is hidden within her. I need to be cautious of her no matter what. Seeing her worried and contemplative look, Han Su said reassuringly, "There's no need to be so tense. Haven't I already told you?" Her earring glinted. Her eyes met the group's as she stated firmly, "I'm only here to make an offer." However, the archer remained distrustful and threatened, "What are you trying to pull? If you keep spouting this nonsense about leaders." At that moment, Yun-Che commanded, "Stand down. I will speak with her." He narrowed his eyes, looking at his leader. Our leader has never been this flustered before, but since it was an order, he didn't argue. "All right." Yun-Che asked cautiously, "You seem strong enough to handle this alone. Why are you making an offer to us? I need to know why." For some reason, though, Han Su hadn't done anything, she clung to the archer and stammered, "Even if you're strong, we won't back down so easily." She didn't hide her intentions and said frankly, "Everyone has their reasons. I need someone to fight on the front lines in my place." Yun-Che immediately asked, "You want us to handle that group that just passed, don't you?" "I understand why, but we can't take on 40 people." She shook her head in disagreement. "What are you talking about? You only need to face 10 of them at a time. Besides, they're weaker than you. Use your authority as a leader to convert the weakest among them, make them your party members, and increase the size of your team." Yun-Che turned pale. Alarm bells went off in her head. Managing even this many is already a pain, and now you want me to add more people. Do you want me to die? My intuition told me saying this aloud would be dangerous. Beside her, the archer tried to stifle a laugh. "She's whining about not being able to manage more people." She clutched her head and sighed. "Seriously, I just wanted to get through this peacefully, but it looks like I have no other choice, so I'll try." Han Su didn't forget to add, "I'll be watching," Yun-Che said worriedly. "I'm telling you it's not going to work." Looking at the system messages, Han Su had already noticed something obvious. Finding someone with intuition in the tutorial zone is rare. This should be easy. As they left, he thought to himself, now that I've killed the Guardian and gotten the treasure, it's the perfect time to prepare for the next step of this mission. Suddenly, the group was ambushed. Everyone was slammed to the ground, unable to fight back. The twins were in charge of tying people up, and the archer stepped forward to report, "These guys are refusing to join the guild." Yun-Che then said they're already part of the guild, so just tie them up without any fuss. The blue-haired woman listened with a resentful look. "You don't need to tie us up. Are you discriminating against us because we're from another guild? We haven't done anything." Yun-Che glared and cursed inwardly. "You think I want to do this? In the end, I'm doing exactly what she just said." She glanced over the people being tied up and felt troubled, but aside from these people, I have accepted everyone else here as members of the guild. Yun-Che clutched her head in frustration. "This is so tiring. I don't really agree with doing this, but it's because of this damn quest." Just then, the system announced, "Congratulations, you have found the treasure you need to bring the treasure to me to redeem it." A few surprised voices cried out, "What? Who got it?" Yun-Che was still confused. But if everyone is here, then who found the treasure? Suddenly one of the twins called out, "Leader." When she turned to look, he held up a glowing orb. "I found this under that tree over there." Looking at it, Yun-Che couldn't help but smile. She said she would let us go easily. This must be the real treasure, right? She handed the item to the fairy for a direct appraisal. After inspecting it, the fairy cheerfully flew over and announced, "That's right, it's confirmed. It's the perfect treasure. It's a shame no one died here. You did quite well." It held up a magnifying glass for a closer look and said, "Although it seems you weren't the one who retrieved it directly." Yun-Che asked tentatively, "So is there no reward for me?" The fairy snapped its fingers and a panel of numbers appeared. "No need to rush. Don't worry, I'll give you plenty of time to choose." A mechanical voice announced, "Which number will you choose? Even though you are the guild leader, the unique golden cloak is beyond your reach." The people behind her were anxious and afraid, each of them praying silently, "Please let everyone get an artifact. Please choose the option with many items." Yun-Che smiled with amused hesitation. "What should I choose? Should I pick number 1 and eliminate everyone to monopolize the item?" Hearing this, a terrified man hurriedly pleaded, "Please save us." Others followed suit. "Please save all 50 of us and we will serve you as our true leader." Yun-Che turned her head and asked in a cold voice, "But don't you all think this is a bit boring? How about a survival game, all you new guild members?" A glint of madness flashed in her eyes as she gave a wicked smirk. "Either commit suicide or slaughter each other. That is an order from me, your leader." The crowd was outraged upon hearing that. "What did you say?" They yelled, "Impossible. Do you really think we would follow that order just because you are the leader?" At that very moment, the tattoos on the backs of their hands began to glow before fading away. They were surprised the guild tattoo on my hand has disappeared. Does this mean we are no longer guild members, so can we act freely now? The fairy, lounging in midair with its legs crossed, spoke with disgust. Did you think a suicide order like that would work without any binding conditions? You are all pathetic. Get out of here. This place will be sealed soon. The fairy pointed to a tree trunk that was opening up into a portal and added, because the path to the 3rd floor is now open, as you can see. Immediately, the whole crowd rushed forward. Damn it, let's bounce. Behind them, the blue-haired woman had freed herself from her bonds. I'm free. Wait a second. I'll untie everyone. Hurry, we need to report to our leader immediately. He went on ahead, so he must be on the 3rd floor by now. Han-Soo stood perfectly still with his eyes closed, monitoring the situation. When he heard the blue-haired woman speak, his eyes slowly opened, hiding behind a tree. Han-Soo quietly listened to every word they said. We could have killed them all here, but we were interrupted by the related quest, so yes, I understand. The person on the communication link was suddenly surprised. What, you want me to come right now? Yes, I'll leave immediately. I'm on my way. The leader's situation is more urgent after saying that she gave an urgent command, head to the 3rd floor. The leader is in danger. Don't dawdle. Get up. Behind the tree, Han-Soo smirked. Got you now. Lead me to your leader. He silently listened to the hurried footsteps. The path to the 3rd floor and the 3rd floor itself are quite vast, because it is a dungeon. Waiting until the footsteps faded away, Han-Soo slowly stepped out, thinking, so finding a specific person is nearly impossible. There is only one way. Back in the classroom, Keldian had taught a lesson. If we fail to catch the Dark Monarch in the training area, and he moves to the red zone, everything we have done until now could become meaningless. Hearing this, Han-Soo was deep in thought while Kang Tae dozed off beside him. Keldian laid out the plan we need to block all the paths and lead him in one direction. He asserted the towered island is the perfect place to execute the plan. Then Eris also chimed in. That's right, it is impossible to act on the 1st and 2nd floors of the tower island, but it is possible on the 3rd floor. She analyzed there are hundreds of starting points on the 3rd floor, but once he gets there, he will need the help of his guild members to move forward, so he will summon all of them. After a moment, Eris raised one finger and concluded that will be our only chance. She added, the 3rd floor of the tower is a place he must pass through before reaching the true other world. It is a space that simulates the environment of the next dangerous red zone. It's slightly different from the real thing, but the environment is nearly identical, and the monsters there are on a completely different level. This time, Kang Tae raised a finger, so we'll lure him out. That's the plan. He analyzed confidently. If he senses we're targeting him, he'll hide immediately. We have to strike when he feels safe and lets his guard down. He's very cautious, so I bet he'll try to bring his guild members with him for support when he enters that dangerous red zone. At this point, Kang Tae pointed at Han-Soo and reminded him he's strong, though not as strong as me, but he's still pretty tough, so you know what to do to get rid of him, right? Now Han-Soo held the fake philosopher's stone in his hand, which he had obtained from the treasure hunt. The preparations for the final performance were now complete. Han-Soo thought to himself, but before that, I need to take care of this Dark Monarch on the 3rd floor. With that thought, he excitedly rushed through the gate leading to the 3rd floor. I'll finally get to see his face. After arriving on the 3rd floor, Han-Soo took a great leap high into the air. Hiding behind a boulder, Yun Che's group snickered. Shall we follow him? The dark space was tinged with red, and the howling of the cold wind made it even more sinister. Wonk Young yelled out an order. Contact all guild members, tell them to get to the 3rd floor immediately. A group of people was surrounded by a horde of ferocious monsters in a space thick with hot and toxic air. From one direction, a large beast slowly approached it, opened its massive maw, revealing sharp teeth and a long, grotesque tongue. This was a place where monsters appeared in countless numbers. Wonk Young muttered quietly, and this is just the beginning of the other world. He turned to look at his subordinates fighting desperately behind him. They said they wouldn't interfere, but it looks like we won't need them after all. Just then, the monster suddenly stomped its foot hard on the ground, creating a violent tremor before charging straight forward. A loud roar amplified the terror. It was charging directly toward where he stood. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the man and the monster vanished. And just as the monster lunged, he swung his sword to block its jaws. The monster clamped down on the sword, and under its immense strength, Wonk Young was forced to his knees. His feet were on their very tips. His body strained to find a foothold against the tremendous pressure. After holding on for a moment, Wonk Young gritted his teeth hard. He forcefully pulled his sword free, simultaneously spinning and slicing the monster's mouth apart. Someone shouted, "Guildmaster, the monsters are swarming in greater numbers at this rate." Wonk Young reassured them, "Do not be afraid. If you want to live, then follow me." Standing on the monster's corpse, he raised a clenched fist to rally their resolve. "We will not fall. Do not let these monsters push you back." The group's morale was instantly restored. Understood, we trust in our guild master. Wonk Young gritted his teeth, his expression tense. Right? I cannot die here, I am not allowed to give up. Watching his subordinates fight their hearts out, his belief strengthened. My guild is one of the strongest who have ever entered the tower. I have defeated countless foes. To make it this far, there is no way my calculations could be wrong. We will make it through. After a long struggle, Wonk Young's group arrived at a place he was filled with doubt. There are fewer monsters here, is it, because of this fragment? Wonk Young's expression grew serious. It possesses an unsettling aura as if it were a living being. Before him, a ruby-colored shard appeared, and within its dim light, the faint images of people could be seen. Not only that, it was also shaped like a cross, and Wonk Young looked on, wondering, are those people inside? Driven by curiosity, he slowly stepped closer, his eyes never leaving the object in front of him. A fairy suddenly appeared and asked, "It's beautiful, isn't it?" This place has the potential to become a tourist attraction, but of course its beauty is more than just that. It smiled enticingly and said, "Take a closer look, you'll recognize a familiar face." The fairy emphasized, "If you're someone who has cleared the training area, then you must have met them all before." Hearing this, Wonk Young stepped forward to peer more closely inside the cross-shaped shard. The images of people appeared, and among them was a faint, familiar silhouette. And then the beautiful face of a young girl gradually came into focus. Seeing that familiar figure, he raised a trembling hand as if to touch it. "So-jong." Wonk Young collapsed, his heart filled with regret. "So-jong, my daughter, if only I had obtained the monarch's trait sooner." The scene shifted back to that nightmarish night a monster had suddenly attacked. Amidst the fleeing crowd, some people lost their lives. A man screamed, "Let's get out of here, just leave them," while another person desperately pleaded, "Don't leave me behind." So-jong had fallen to the ground. She reached out a trembling hand, pleading, "Father, save me." Wonk Young quickly turned to run to her. "Wait, I'll save you," but the other man stopped him. "Stay put. You must protect me, that is an order." He hesitated, "But my daughter," but the man yelled, "Your job is to protect me, not those useless weaklings. I am your monarch." More cruelly, the man callously spat out, "If I had known monsters would appear here, I would have used them as bait," as Wonk Young clutched his daughter's body and called out in a choked voice, "So-jong, no, please, wake up, not you too." At that moment, the man arrogantly added, "They should consider it an honor to die for me, their monarch." Wonk Young gently laid his daughter down and slowly rose, saying in a voice filled with rage, "If I had known my daughter would be used as bait for a monarch, I never would have joined this guild." The monarch yelled while running, "Shut up, run," while they're still eating the bait. "You are not to disobey my order." Before he could finish speaking, the knife in his hand had already stabbed him. The man struggled to say, "How dare you disobey my command?" The mark on his hand gradually vanished. Wonk Young decisively pulled out the knife, causing blood to splatter. "If a piece of trash like you can be a monarch, then so can I." That night, Wonk Young's life changed. He stood silently over the blood-soaked corpse of the former monarch. On his hand, a blood-red mark formed. It was the mark that allowed him to obtain the monarch's trait, a destiny to kill scum like him. He clenched his trembling hands because of this power of mine. Wonk Young couldn't help but grit his teeth tightly. His tear-stained face slowly revealed a crazed smile. "For my daughter, I will rule over all the monarchs. I will not stop until I find my son." Returning to the present, he tremblingly touched the shard and mumbled, "I thought I would never get to see you again." He couldn't help but scream, "Thank God you have answered my prayers. Tell me how to get her out of there. I can revive her, can't I?" The fairy said with a smile, "Calm down. That's just a copy we made when we brought you here. We copied your information and stored it in that cross-shaped shard." It explained, although they're just copies, they have the same powers and memories. She must mean a lot to you. The rule is simple. Bury someone alive. Hearing this, the remaining people began to whisper, "Then my son can too. All the dead are in that cross-shaped shard, but where are we going to find a sacrifice?" Wonk Young flashed a cold smile as he glanced over the crowd. "I see just one is enough, so Jong will come back if I sacrifice the weakest among them." A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What if I kill one of them? However, the fairy seemed to read Wonk Young's mind and interrupted, "No, that's not allowed. Of course you can't use people from your own party." It rested its chin on its hand and continued, "That would be too easy. I don't like that kind of script. You won't be able to come back once you leave here. So think carefully while we've been talking. 4 more people have just entered." The fairy taunted, "Thanks to someone, there aren't many people left alive in the tower. Right? You should have known that." After hearing this, Wonk Young couldn't help but punch the cross-shaped shard hard. Damn it, to come all this way just to be helpless. He gritted his teeth. "A chance to see my daughter again. This is the only chance I have left." At that moment, a hurried voice called out, "Monarch." Yeon surveyed the situation and reported, "Someone is approaching. Our guild members have been defeated." A cruel smile crept onto the corner of Wonk Young's mouth as he gave the order, "Capture them alive." In another area where the people just mentioned where a haunting scene unfolded. Bodies lay motionless on the cold ground, blood flowing out to soak the earth and stones. At the same time, Han-soo had just dealt with another enemy. The man coughed up blood and fell. He lightly wiped a smear of blood from his face and mumbled, "Too bad I don't have a smoke bomb." As if sensing footsteps, he glanced over. They're here. Ahead, Wang-kyung's group was advancing with hostile intent. This was Han-soo's target, one of the targets to be eliminated, along with the Berserk Monarch, the Mad Dark Monarch Lee Wang-kyung. He recalled his list of crimes was as thick as a dictionary, of course, that was in a past life. But it would happen soon enough. At that time, the Mad Dark Monarch, unable to resurrect his daughter, had desperately searched for his son and was plunged into an abyss, and in that desperate search for his child, he became a murderer far beyond his current level. In the current situation, it seemed Han-soo was completely alone. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang-kyung had a powerful force. The situation looked like an impossible fight. But he didn't seem to care. He stood up straight, looking towards them with confidence. Han-soo gripped the chain in his hand, getting into a ready stance, and thought to himself, "I will save your son at all costs, even if it means killing you right here." Yeon saw his weapon and exclaimed in shock, It's him, the chain user!" Wang-kyung suddenly burst out laughing. How truly lucky. His entire body seemed to be shrouded in a cold, murderous aura as he smirked. "I can't believe the person I was trying to eliminate came to me on his own. This must be a gift for Sojong." Wang-kyung declared loudly, "I will make use of your useless little life." Han-soo did not react to his words. His gaze was intensely focused. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately charged forward. His intention to fight in close quarters was clear. On the opposite side, Han-soo lowered his center of gravity, stood in a firm stance, his entire body ready to fight. At that moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Small stones bounced up and down continuously. The powerful tremor startled Wang-kyung. He also realized something was wrong, his eyes immediately focusing on the ground beneath his feet. The ground suddenly exploded into large pieces, dust and debris flying everywhere, but Han-soo and Wang-kyung managed to jump away from their spots in time. From within the deep crater that had just opened, a huge, ferocious monster suddenly emerged. Its body contorted its breath, emitting a strong, foul stench that immediately made the air feel suffocating.